The annual university tournament is about to start. Everyone's about to spend a month hunting monsters in Devil's Cave. Each student gets a smart bracelet that tracks kills and gives points. The stronger the beast, the more points they get. The problem is, they brought in a foreign S rank, Kiran Rao. This guy's already on level 3 while everyone else is a total rookie. But college starts at this age in his country, so he still counts as a freshman. This dude was pulling 200 pounds on each side, looking like C-bum training. Everyone was shook. When the exam starts, students rush to form teams, except one kid who decides to go solo. They all walk in hyped. A month later, with the exam almost over, the hall was packed with people watching the board to check the rankings. Song shows up, the second best rookie there. At this point, everyone knew she was about to drop in rank. She scans her bracelet and hits 1,231 points. Instant first place, and the whole hall is stunned. When Kiran shows up, everyone loses it. He scans his bracelet on the panel, and his score shuts everybody up. Kiran scored 11,264 points, almost 10 times more than Song. Right after, the solo mode kid shows up. Late, chill, and in no rush. Kiran looks at him with a smug face, thinking he wouldn't even make the ranking. When the kid scans his bracelet and the machine finishes reading, a ridiculous 45,637 points pops up on the screen. The whole hall freezes. The director's jaws drop. Kiran's face twists with rage. A second later, the place explodes with doubts. People asking if they read it right. People asking if that was even possible. Kiran lost it and started yelling that the kid was cheating. To prove it wasn't a scam, they threw up videos on the screen of the kid crushing several S-rank monsters. Everyone saw that this kid was a real monster. This kid is Xu Jingming, and he was always rank E. But we need to go back in time to explain how a rank E got this broken. Our main character is in class, and the teacher announces that after 20 years of studying, the final exam is about to start. This world got invaded by bizarre beasts, and everyone awakens powers at 16. These powers are split by rank, and our main character has the worst one of all, rank E. The class bully tries to make him quit so he doesn't embarrass himself in the exam. But since his parents were killed by these beasts, there's no way he's backing down. Our main character was giving it his all, training hard at home until he passed out from exhaustion. He really wanted to pass the exam and get into college to get his superpowers. Out of nowhere, a system shows up, asking if he wants the beginner's gift. The package came with an S-rank power and 200 status points. The kid didn't think twice and accepted right away. His body started taking shocks. The closer the evolution got to finishing, the more his body hurt. The energy was getting so intense that people outside thought the house was on fire. The sky started closing up and a dragon came out of the clouds, hitting the apartment straight where he was. The transformation was done. Our main character felt like this new energy was way more broken. The 200 points he got, he dumped it all into strength and spirit. His speed and aim all got buffed. Now he's confident about getting into college. Out of nowhere, his door gets busted open, and firefighters rush in panicking, thinking they'd find him burnt to a crisp. He explains that everything's fine, he was just testing out his new power. The firefighters leave, calling him crazy. Later he heads to the combat academy, and runs into other hunters in the lobby. Among them was his friend, Tang Chi. He went to chat with her, and during the conversation she noticed he seemed a bit different, with a way tougher vibe. She was already looking at him differently. Over in the training room, he decided to test his strength and his new power. Every hit got him more hyped. He could feel the power was lethal, but he knew he wasn't even close to his limit. When he throws a full power attack, the whole building shakes so hard that people think it's an earthquake. Everyone was shocked by the damage, and wanted to find out who the monster was. Just as he's sneaking out, he runs into everyone and drops a, "I'm heading home to rest" line. Tongchi walks into the training room, and sees the place completely wrecked. Nobody believed a rank E did that. A friend gives the simpler answer. The real attacker probably left through the other hallway. Then he asks the quiet Tang what she thinks, and she says nothing at first. Instead, she steps closer to inspect the damage. Running her hand over the broken wall, she notices the marks look like they were made by a long spear. That brings Hugh and his spear straight to mind. A suspicion grows in her chest, and she starts to wonder if him taking the exam isn't blind confidence after all. The next morning, the martial arts exam begins. Dozens of buses pull up to the huge fortified test site, dropping off students carrying all kinds of weapons. Among them, he walks in with calm confidence, his spear over his shoulder. Students crowd by the fence and stare into the exam field with fear and awe. Some nervously say past exams used much weaker beasts, and everyone agrees this year's test looks brutal. Then, an arrogant voice cuts in. A long-haired boy with a huge sword mocks them for being scared, saying anyone who can't handle a unicorn rhinoceros is worthless. Nearby, the protagonist's friend Lu Ji asks who that guy is, and the protagonist tells him it's Zhou Mingyang, a rare talent for a high school student. MC studies the prodigy with a small grin, already wondering which of them is stronger. A loud call suddenly orders all candidates to pay attention. A stern man with a scar, dressed in military uniform, introduces himself as Wang Haiyang, the exam's chief commander. Before the test starts, he says, Everyone needs to hear the key rules. Standing on a military vehicle, Wang Haiyang announces the exam will run for 12 hours, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. He explains the ruined town is split into 4 zones: outer, central, inner, and core. Students earn points by killing beasts, with tougher beasts worth more. His tone turns serious for the last warning. The core area is basically a bonus stage for the very best, and he tells everyone not to throw away their lives chasing points. Hearing that, Shu thinks about how much stronger he's become. Before, he would have stayed in the outer zone. Now he plans to push into the inner area, and maybe even test himself in the core. Soon, the students are told to collect their exam supplies. He and Lu Ji head over to their teacher, Chen, who is handing out tactical packs. The protagonist gets a pack with a smartwatch to track points, food, a drink, a medical kit, and a safety ball that can release a high-voltage grid to scare off beasts. As Chen gives him the gear, he offers one last warning. Nothing matters more than staying alive, even if using the safety ball means failing the exam early. Shu thanks him respectfully. Just then, someone calls MC's name. He turns and sees Lin hurrying over. She kindly invites him to join her team, and with her is class president Liu Chin, a C-class user who says he'll protect him during the exam. But another student objects right away, saying this exam is serious, and bringing along an E rank like the protagonist would drag down their score. A second teammate backs him up, angry that Liu Chin changed the plan. Neither of them wants dead weight. Their insults make Liu Ji furious, but Shu calmly stops him. With a polite smile, MC turns the offer down. He thanks Liu Chin and Lin for thinking of him, but says he'll enter alone. Lin worries about him, yet accepts it, and tells him to stay safe. The student who complained smirks and says they'd be better off finding the strong Huang Tian to join up with, then walks off laughing. Shay watches them leave, and answers with a confident smirk of his own. He's sure he can score big on his own. An announcement signals the exam has officially begun, and drones rise up to stream everything live. The huge gates swing open, and the students rush into the ruined city, shouting with excitement. Tang and her group are in the crowd too. She looks ready for battle, carrying a huge sword. Then Zhou Mingyang bursts ahead, using wind power to leave everyone behind. Shu stays calm instead. He steps forward, grips his spear, and breaks into a steady run. The exam is finally here, and he's ready. While running, he taps his smartwatch. A hologram pops up, confirms his identity, and shows the live rankings. The top 3 are already set by Zhou Mingyang in first with 7 points, followed by 2 others. Shu smirks at the board. Zhou Mingyang may have scored first, but that only makes him want to push harder. Instead of staying in the outer area like most students, he chooses the risky path and heads straight toward the core area. As he goes deeper into the city, he suddenly halts. A dead student lies ahead in a pool of blood. Next to the body is an unused green safety ball, proving the attack happened so fast the student never got to use it. The sight shakes Tsu. The boy never even had time to trigger his last defense. Now the exam feels truly deadly, and his teacher's warning and the commander's suddenly make perfect sense. He realizes that without getting his S-class power yesterday, he might have ended up just like that. The protagonist steadies himself and accepts how cruel this exam really is. Kneeling beside the body, he uses the dead student's watch to report it for pickup, reminding himself that every chance comes with danger. Then he hears something nearby. A huge claw slips out from the shadows of a ruined building. A second later, a shadow cat with glowing purple eyes steps out. Shu instantly understands. The beast used the corpse as bait. It was a trap, and now it's lunging at him. Even as the shadow cat attacks at frightening speed, MC stays completely calm. Its dark claws flash toward him, but he is faster. With one smooth move, he slips to the side. The beast flies right past him. The shadow cat lands lightly and keeps its eyes locked on him. It's known as a rookie killer for a reason. Fast, sharp, and strong enough to crush with its bite. It roars, trying to scare him. Facing it, Shu remembers why fierce beasts are so dangerous. They give off a terrifying aura that can freeze their prey in fear. Most awakened people facing one for the first time can barely fight back, using less than a third of their strength. Rich families even pay guards to help their kids get used to that pressure early, something the protagonist never had. Even so, this being his first real fight with a fierce beast, he raises his spear as the shadow cat charges again. The beast closes in at once, jaws wide open, but MC doesn't flinch. Purple lightning races along his spear. Then, in one clean thrust, he drives the lightning-covered tip through the shadow cat's head and kills it instantly. Looking down at the corpse, Shu realizes the beast's fear aura didn't affect him at all. A blue hologram appears from his watch to confirm the kill. One unranked fierce beast, Shadow Cat, plus 3 ability points. It also explains that fierce beasts are ranked from 1 to 9, and anything below rank 1 counts as unranked, just like unranked awakened humans. He checks the map on his watch. Killing beasts gives points, but unranked ones barely give anything, and he's clearly not impressed. Since the beast's fear aura doesn't work on him, Sho decides there's no reason to waste time here. He heads for the more dangerous central area. On the way, he cuts through unranked beasts with ease, shadow cats, iron-furred pigs, and wolf-like monsters, earning 3 to 5 points each. Still, he notices a problem. He's getting points, but not real experience. His S-rank power is so strong it kills these beasts too fast for him to improve. There's also the issue of energy. High-rank abilities drain a lot more than weak ones. His old E-rank power could last for hours, but this S-rank strength can't stay at full output for even one. With a 12-hour exam, he knows he has to save it for later, so he changes tactics. He'll use only spear skills to kill beasts, build experience, and save energy. Right after that, a much bigger threat shows up, a bipedal unicorn rhinoceros. The giant beast roars, charges, and flings a car aside with brute force. Sho doesn't back off. He faces it head-on. The rhino's horn slams into him and sends him flying back, but he twists in mid-air and uses the force to flip over. That puts him right above the beast. Before it can react, he drops onto its back and drives his spear into its skull in one precise strike. The huge beast crashes down, dead. Breathing a little harder, Sho is surprised by how quickly he finished it. Even a monster this strong wasn't much trouble. Then it hits him. Maybe his spear skill has already advanced. He opens his system panel, and it confirms it. His spear technique has reached the intermediate stage, and his ability is boosting his strength too. Feeling how much smoother the technique has become, he starts wondering how far it could go. Using the points he saved up, he upgrades it again. The change happens at once. Advanced spear knowledge and movements pour into his mind and sink straight into his body. He grabs his head, stunned by how much skill he just gained. With all those new techniques, Shu's confidence rises fast. Holding his spear, he grins and says he can't wait to test it on a first-rank fierce beast. Elsewhere in the outer area, Lin and her team move through the streets. Suddenly, Lin stops. She thinks she just saw someone familiar in the distance, maybe the protagonist. One teammate brushes it off, saying she must be mistaken. There's no way someone with MC's E-rank strength would come this deep unless he wanted to die. Lin still isn't sure, but she can't shake the feeling that it was him, and she starts to worry. Before she can think more about it, another teammate calls them over. They hurry to him and find the huge fresh corpse of a unicorn rhinoceros. The blood is still wet, so it was killed only moments ago. Looking at the fatal wound, they see a clean stab through the head from a long weapon, clearly a spear. That makes everything click for Lin. The spear wound, the timing, the figure she saw, it all points to one person. Could it really have been Shu? The doubtful teammate laughs it off, saying a unicorn rhinoceros can only be beaten solo by a C-rank awakened person. To settle it, another teammate tells them to check the rankings. Lin quickly opens the leaderboard on her watch. Her eyes go wide. He is in 46th place with 256 points. Shocked, she blurts out that it really is him. Her teammates are stunned. They can't believe the E-rank student they look down on is now in the top 50, and some even wonder if it's just another person with the same name. Far from the fighting, officials and VIPs watch the exam on big screens. One of them says First High School is performing just as expected, filling most of the top 10. They point to Zhou Mingyang, now first with 412 points, and say he looks set to become Zhang Cheng's top student. Another wonders if he can even reach the provincial top 100, something no one from their city has done in years. Among them is Zhang Wenshun, director of the Zhongcheng Education Bureau. Smiling proudly, he agrees that Zhou Mingyang is the city's star, and says he's sure the boy can break into the provincial top 100. He then praises the principals of the first and third high schools, and they thank him politely. Then Zhang Wenshan turns to Zhao Yao, the principal of the second high school, and talks down to him. He says the school needs to do better, since its top student is only in 18th place. Zhao Yao bows nervously and agrees. Inside though, Zhao Yao is furious. Only 8 students from his school are in the top 50, and he silently urges his best students including Shu to do better. Then he stops. The name the protagonist doesn't sound familiar at all. Confused, he asks Chen Fan beside him who this student is, and why he's never heard the name before. Hearing that his weakest student is somehow in the top 50, Chen Fan is completely stunned. After a moment, he wipes the sweat from his forehead and tries to calm down. MC is supposed to be an E-rank awakened, so was he hiding his real strength all along? But he quickly throws that idea out. Looking up at the monitors, Chen Fan gets annoyed. Only the top 10 have their own camera feed, so he has no way to see how Xiaosh is earning points this fast. Back inside the exam zone, he has already crossed the outer area and entered the central zone, where things are far more dangerous. He moves down the street without a hint of worry. While eating an energy bar, he notices there are fewer fierce beasts here. He knows why. Ranked beasts are smarter and guard their own territory, which makes them harder to deal with. Then his senses twitch. Narrowing his eyes, he says his target is here. A second later, a striped beast crashes through a pile of wrecked cars. It's a first-rank fierce beast, an arm-blade tiger, named for the blade-like bones on its forelegs. Shu doesn't flinch. In fact, he's glad to meet a first-rank beast this early. Grinning, he lifts his spear and says, "This is the perfect chance to test his upgraded spear skill." The arm-blade tiger roars and lunges, swinging its claws to kill. The protagonist stays calm, spear raised in defense. With a smooth turn, he knocks aside the tiger's first leap and blocks the strike with his spear shaft. The impact knocks the tiger back a step. Shu barely cares. With a smug look, he mocks the beast, saying a first-tier monster should be stronger, and that only a tiger king might make him try harder. The taunt sets it off. MC says he'll put it down, then rushes in, his spear flashing forward. He drives a deep hit into the tiger's shoulder, drawing blood. The beast howls in pain and rage, but Shu gives it no time to breathe, keeping his focus sharp. If anything, the wound only makes the beast madder. Its eyes start glowing with a dark teal light. It rises onto its hind legs and roars, ready to fight at full strength. The arm-blade tiger slams both bladed paws down, but he reacts instantly and slips past the strike, using a lamppost to swing around and avoid the claws while lining up a counter. As he lands, Shu admits the first-tier beast is tougher than most. Even hurt, the tiger still wants one last fight. So the protagonist decides to finish it, telling the beast there's no point resisting anymore. He activates Lightning Gale Break, and blue energy starts swirling around his spear. With a shout, he unleashes the move, spinning so fast his body blurs. His spear sends out several cutting arcs of light. They hit cleanly, and the tiger cries out one last time before the attack tears through it. The huge beast drops dead. Right away, Shu's smartwatch confirms the kill of a first-tier armored tiger, and gives him 14 ability points. Satisfied, he notes that a first-tier beast gives almost twice the points of an unranked one. That makes him see this place differently. For everyone else, the exam hall is dangerous. For him, it's the perfect place to level up. With that in mind, he decides to rack up as many ability points as possible by hunting stronger beasts. Back in the viewing stands, the mood turns tense as the officials and teachers stare at the rankings. Shu is now tied for 32nd with 328 points. An official asks Chen Fan if this surprise student is from his class, and suddenly all eyes are on him. Other teachers praise him, amazed that the only students from their school in the top 50 came from his class. Embarrassed, Chen Fan brushes it off and says the credit belongs to the student. Then someone suddenly points at the screen. MC's rank jumps again, all the way to 25th. One official blurts out that he just gained 44 points in one shot. Director Zhang Wenchen quickly runs the numbers in his head, remembering that a peak unranked beast is worth 6 to 8 points, while a low-grade first-tier beast gives 14 to 16. Principal Zhao Yao follows the same thought, his face going pale. The rankings only update every 4 seconds, and a shocking idea starts forming. Director Zhang Wenchen finishes the math. Within just 4 seconds, Shu had to kill either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-grade first-tier beasts. Smiling, he says a showing like this hasn't happened in years. He turns to Zhao Yao and says, "This student looks very promising," then asks why he's never heard of him. Still rattled, the principal admits he only just learned about him too, and says they'll need to ask his homeroom teacher. He quickly calls over a nervous Chen Fan and tells him to explain the protagonist's situation to the leaders, especially his talent. Sweating in front of the city's top education officials, Chen Fan reveals the unbelievable truth. MC awakened an E-grade ability, weak electricity. The principal can't believe it, and asks if Chen Fan is sure. Chen Fan says he is, and even admits he told him not to join the exam because that ability ranked too low. Director Zhang Wenshan grows even more curious. If a student with an E-grade ability made it this far, then he must have something else special going for him. So he decides to wait, sure that with Shu's pace, he'll break into the top 10 soon. Once that happens, the protagonist will get his own camera feed, and they'll finally see how he's doing it. Still, Zhang warns that if there's cheating involved, he won't get away with it. The moment he says that, both Chen Fan and Zhao Yao suddenly stare wide-eyed at the board. The rankings update again. MC has done the impossible, and climbed into the top 10 at 9th place. Right below him in 12th is his cousin Tong. Elsewhere in the exam hall, Tong, now with cat ears and a tail, sits on top of a defeated beast. Looking into the distance, she smiles, now sure her cousin was the one behind the damage at the martial arts hall. Top-ranked Joe also notices the new name. With 6 hours still left, he's surprised a stranger has forced his way into the top 10, especially someone he's never heard of before. Now that Shu is in the top 10, a camera drone is sent to follow him. The live feed catches him easily killing another first-tier beast with his spear. As it falls, he gets another 14 points and notes that hunting in the central area is way more efficient. Then he spots the drone and realizes he must have made the top 10. Standing over the fresh kill, Shu thinks about what this exam really means. It's a test of strength and talent, and better scores bring more attention. Since that's the case, he decides there's no reason to hide anymore. Reaching the top 10 is only the start. Before heading into the core area, he chooses to power up again. His system panel shows his spear technique has reached the advanced level, and he has 312 ability points. A little disappointed, he notices his level still hasn't advanced past Awakened. That tells him becoming a true ability user needs a special cultivation method, something he can't learn during the exam. Since his rank can't go up yet, he decides to raise his base stats instead. He spends some points, adding 40 to physique and 22 to spirit. Feeling the boost right away, he clenches his fist and gets ready to enter the core area. Before long, he reaches the entrance to the core zone, the most dangerous part of the exam. There, he finds a brutal sight, a pack of 9 armored tigers feeding on a huge rhino-like beast. Keeping his distance, Shu studies the group and quickly spots the leader in the middle. It's bigger, stronger, and clearly the armored tiger king. Instead of backing off, he sees a pile of points waiting for him. Just as he's about to move, he feels someone else nearby. He calls the hidden person out. A moment later, Joe steps from behind a corner. Looking impressed, he praises Shu's sharp senses and admits he didn't expect the mystery student who broke into the top 10 to be him. Recognizing the number 1 student, the protagonist asks how Joe figured out who he was. Joe explains that he knows every strong student who could make it into the core area. Since MC came out of nowhere and climbed so fast, the answer was obvious. Then Joe says he's been watching the tiger pack and reaches for his sword. He immediately gets guarded and asks if he's trying to steal his prey. Joe says no. The armored tiger king is a mid-grade first-tier beast, and with 9 more tigers beside it, no one should be able to handle them alone. So he suggests they work together to wipe out the pack. The protagonist shuts that down with 2 simple words: no need. Totally sure of himself, he says he's enough on his own. Ignoring Joe's offer, Shu steps out into the open and faces the armored tiger pack by himself. His sudden move gets all their attention at once. The tigers growl, and the Tiger King roars from atop its kill to show who's in charge. MC studies them with narrowed eyes. Just as he expected, a pack led by a Beast King is smart enough to use a basic formation, with the stronger tigers up front. The whole group tenses, ready to attack together. One tiger suddenly breaks formation and charges, roaring as it leaps at him. From his hiding place, Zhou Mingyang watches in shock. He decides to stay put and see whether Xu Jingming is being reckless, or if he really has the strength to back it up. As the beast charges, he doesn't move. He calmly readies his spear. Then, in a flash, he starts spinning it at insane speed. The spear blurs into a nearly invisible ring as power gathers. He whips out a huge spinning strike, sending a brutal wave of force straight at the tigers. The blow lands with crushing power. His spinning spear tears through several tigers at once, and blood sprays everywhere. Right away, the system confirms the kills and gives him ability points. The dead tigers drop to the ground. One strike was enough to wipe out the first wave. The armored Tiger King explodes with rage after seeing its pack butchered. Xu Jingming, though, isn't fully pleased. He clicks his tongue and says his body still isn't strong enough. Otherwise, all the tigers would have died in that one hit. The surviving tigers close in with their furious king, surrounding him from every side. The Tiger King answers with a thunderous roar, using sound itself to shake its enemy. The blast is so strong it smashes nearby windows. Even Zhou Mingyang, far away, grabs his head from the pain. Xu Jingming doesn't flinch. Glass crashes around him, but he knows the Tiger King is trying to scare him, and flatly says that might work on others, not on him. When the remaining tigers rush in together, he meets them with smooth, deadly moves. He knocks aside one tiger's attack, then uses its body to kick off into the air, slipping past another set of snapping jaws. Seeing a chance, the Tiger King lunges in, but Xu Jingming is already waiting for it. Still in midair, he lines up the finish. Then he brings his spear down in a heavy overhead smash, splitting the Tiger King's skull and killing it on the spot. He lands lightly as the system announces the death of an upper-rank first-order arm-blade tiger, and rewards him with 20 ability points. Zhou Mingyang is completely stunned. Sweating and staring wide-eyed, he can't believe one person just wiped out the whole pack. All he can think is, what kind of monster is the protagonist? MC, on the other hand, is thrilled. He's amazed by how many ability points that pack gave him, and starts wondering how much more he can earn before the 12-hour exam ends. Since more points mean more strength, he decides to move fast and hunt the next group. Before he can go, Zhou Mingyang runs out and demands an answer. How did Xu Jingming crush those tigers with only a spear? He guesses it must be a reinforcement ability to explain that insane physical power. Without even slowing down, he jumps away and tosses back a short reply. He's lightning type. Zhou Mingyang only gets more annoyed. He clenches his fist, sure the protagonist is brushing him off. Then it hits him. After all those kills, MC's score might be right behind his. He hurriedly checks the leaderboard on his smartwatch and freezes. Xu Jingming hasn't just caught up. He's taken first place with 1,122 points, while Zhou Mingyang drops to second with 985. The shock makes him yell in frustration. In the stands, the officials burst with excitement. Director Zhang Wenshen rises and declares that his spear skill proves he's the real deal, a true genius. He pats the smiling principal Zhao Yao on the shoulder and says that with the protagonist Jing Ming, Zhang Cheng has a real shot at the provincial top 100. He even promises to commend the second high school after the exam. Principal Zhao Yao is so moved he nearly tears up. MC has become the surprise that finally lets his school have its moment. 3 hours later, in the core zone, Zhou Mingyang walks the streets in confusion, wondering where all the fierce beasts went. A voice behind him says he should ask the student in first place. He turns and finds Tang Qi with Wu Hao and Meng Di. Tang Qi points out the empty streets and explains that Xu Jingming already killed all the beasts here, so they had no choice but to team up. Zhou Mingyang is left speechless. He can't accept that one person cleared the whole core zone. Tang Qi says she can tell he hasn't been a ranked ability user for long. Then she tells him to check her cousin's current score. She pulls up the leaderboard on her smartwatch, and Zhou Mingyang's eyes go wide. Next to his name is an absurd number, 3,435 points, more than triple his own. He can barely get any words out. Tang Qi calmly breaks it down. Even if about 700 of those points came from the central zone, Xu Jingming still earned over 2,500 here, meaning he likely killed nearly 200 fierce beasts in the core zone by himself. Sweat runs down Zhou Mingyang's face as he finally understands. The protagonist wasn't worried about anyone stealing his kills. He meant to take the whole core zone for himself. Wu Hao explains what they're dealing with now. With only a few hours left, the top students have formed a team to enter the innermost core zone, where upper-rank beasts and even a second-order beast king are waiting. Going alone, he says, would be suicide. Meng Di formally asks Zhou Mingyang to join them. Having no better choice, he agrees at once. Count him in. Later, on a quiet rooftop, MC sits alone on a mountain of beast corpses, with his spear beside him. He's used up all his supplies, and the exam is almost over, but he's not done yet. He wants more ability points, so he decides to go deeper. Since the innermost core zone has second-order fierce beasts, he plans one last push to raise his strength. He opens his system panel and sees he's gathered a shocking 2,413 ability points. With a sly grin, he decides it's time for an upgrade. After taking in that new power, he lets out a relieved breath. Standing over the corpse of a huge bear-like beast, he feels sure this final boost should be enough for the exam's last stage. At the same time, the other top students make their final dash toward the last area. Deep in the innermost zone, the final beast appears from the ruins. It's huge, white-furred, with red eyes and dangerous red crystals on its back. Yu Shuimian arrives calm and ready, spear in hand, wondering what kind of second-order fierce beast this year's exam prepared for him. Just as he reaches the final challenge, the team of top students arrives at the innermost core zone too. They quickly recognize the crystal-backed monster as a bloodthirsty savage bear. The beast shows its strength by crushing a wrecked car with one swipe. That one display terrifies the group. Zhou Mingyang blurts out that they're in serious trouble, and Meng Di explains why. This rare beast's hide is as tough as E-grade alloy, something even missiles can't pierce. Worse, one hit from its paw could kill them all. Seeing how bad it is, Tang Qi says they should give up and retreat. Then they realize it's even worse than that. The compound isn't guarded by only the Beast King. There's also a whole pack of high-rank first-level beasts. One student grimly says they'd probably be torn apart by the horde before the savage bear even had to move. Faced with that, one team member quits on the spot, saying a high score means nothing if you die. Zhou Mingyang angrily tries to stop him, asking what's the point of being handsome if he's just going to run into a beast horde to die. The team's spirit falls apart. Then, Meng Di suddenly points toward the compound and shouts for everyone to look. A lone figure is walking into the danger zone. Team Qi stares, then recognizes him at once. It's Xu Jingming. He heads straight into the middle of the beast horde, then leaps into the compound while everyone watches in disbelief. Zhou Mingyang complains about the brutal test, while another student starts panicking. The student cries out that the protagonist Jingming has alarmed the whole horde, and now every beast is turning toward him. Furious at the intruder, the entire horde charges. Xu Jingming holds his position in the middle of the street, and in the next instant, the snarling beasts completely swallow him from view. Watching from above, the others are horrified. Tang Qi fears for her cousin, while Wu Hao says MC was too reckless. Tang Qi immediately says she has to help him. Meng Di grabs her arm to stop her, and Wu Hao calls it madness, a useless death. Tang Qi fights back, saying he is her cousin, and she can't just stand there and watch him die. But before she can move, purple and blue lightning explodes from the center of the horde. The flash is so bright the students on the roof have to cover their eyes. Zhou Mingyang stares in shock, wondering if this is the lightning ability Xu Jingming mentioned before. When the lightning fades, the result is pure slaughter. Every first-level beast is dead, their burned bodies scattered around one lone figure who stands untouched. The protagonist stands in the wreckage with purple lightning crackling around him. He admits his physical strength alone wasn't enough, so he had to use his power. A confident smile appears as he feels the might of his S-grade ability. With the weaker enemies gone, he focuses on the final challenge. The bloodthirsty savage bear towering over its dead underlings. The giant beast lets out a deafening roar. Xu Jingming stays calm and studies it. The savage bear is huge and probably slow, which means with his thunder ability, he should be able to handle it. Then he notices the Beast King isn't alone. There are still several smaller beasts with it. Since those things could get in the way, he decides to wipe them out first. His eyes light up as he says he'll clear the area before fighting the main target. He takes off at once, boosted by his S-rank lightning power, moving almost too fast to follow. He tears through the remaining beasts and drops a high-rank Shadow Cat. His watch confirms the kill and gives him 13 points. Grinning, he admires how much the power boosts his body, but he knows he can't stay in that state for long. Still, it's more than enough to clean up the minions. With one hard sweep of his spear, he finishes the last few beasts and earns 15 more points for killing a high-rank unicorn rhino. Now that the smaller beasts are gone, the real fight starts. The savage bear lets out a furious roar. It slams both huge paws down and sends out a shockwave that cracks the street apart. The beast charges, shaking the ground, and Shu meets it head-on with lightning around him. He leaps aside at the last second and slashes his spear across its back, smashing one of the big red crystals there. The fight keeps going fast. MC dodges cleanly, lands sharp hits, breaks more crystals, and keeps hurting the beast. His smartwatch keeps adding points as he tears through the Beast King's defenses. The savage bear roars louder as its side starts falling apart. Wrapped in lightning, Shu mocks it and asks if it's mad already. He says he'll deal with the bear after finishing the last minion, then rushes the final rhino. But the Bear King is watching closely. Right before he can land the hit, the Bear King moves far faster than expected and smashes its own minion apart to block him. That catches the protagonist off guard. This beast saw his move coming. Then the Bear King slams its paws together, sacrificing the last minion to unleash a huge shockwave that tears up the street and destroys nearby cars. The final rhino is ripped apart in the blast, but Shu isn't touched. Covered in lightning, he flips through the air and lands safely beyond the explosion. With every lesser beast gone, only the two of them are left. MC grins through the crackling lightning and says now they'll find out if the bear's armored hide can handle his thunder. He drives his lightning-covered spear straight into the savage bear's head. The hit triggers a huge burst of purple energy that swallows the drone behind him and cuts the camera feed. The shockwave reaches the students on the rooftop, making them cover their faces from the blast. In the viewing stands, the officials can only stare at the static-filled screen. Director Zhang Wenshan turns to Principal Zhao Yao in shock and shouts, asking if that is really what he called an E-class ability. Another stunned official says, Shu can one-shot a high-tier rank 1 beast and fight a rank 2 boss, something even many A-class users would struggle to do. Sweating, Principal Zhao Yao can only guess that it may be some rare mutation. Even so, Director Zhang Wenshan laughs and says that after today, his name will shake the whole Great Shao Nation. Back on the battlefield, the result is clear. The bloodthirsty savage bear is badly hurt, with a deep cut on its head, but it's still standing. The beast roars and swings a paw at Shu, sending him flying. He's stunned that his strongest hit only made a shallow wound. He crashes down, but uses his skill to recover right away. The protagonist quickly figures it out. The savage bear's hide resists blades and doesn't carry electricity well. At his current strength, taking it down in one blow won't be easy. The enraged savage bear starts gathering dark energy around its body. MC feels the huge power building and can only stare in shock. What? Dark energy wraps around the savage bear as it powers up and rolls forward like a giant boulder. It smashes through everything in its path, the ground breaking under the force. Shu jumps back onto broken debris, purple lightning dancing around him as he gets ready. He's surprised the beast used its berserk skill this early, which tells him it truly hates him. Berserk is a beast's version of a human combat skill. Covered in dark energy, the raging beast lowers its body. It unleashes a thunderous roar and charges again, faster and more savage than before. Shu admits the strength of a berserk beast is incredible, but berserk has a weakness too. It loses its mind and fights on instinct alone, so he makes a new plan. Avoid its attacks and use his speed to stay out of reach. He follows that plan at once, slipping past the beast's non-stop attacks with amazing speed. Now he just needs the right opening to stop it for a moment. As the beast lunges, he sends lightning into his spear and thrusts forward, firing a blast of energy into the beast's side. The shock locks up the huge body for a crucial second. That's the opening he wanted, and with the beast stunned, Shu's eyes glow as he gets ready for his strongest move. He lifts a hand and gathers a huge mass of purple-blue energy, calling on the full power of his S-rank skill, 9 Heaven's Divine Lightning. Blast it! A massive stream of divine lightning drops from the sky and crashes into the bloodthirsty savage bear, drowning out its roars with crackling power. When the light finally fades, the giant beast lies still, smoke rising from its burned body, standing over it with lightning dancing on his fingertips. Shu says that after half a minute under his purple divine lightning, even the toughest defense couldn't hold, but the fight still isn't over. The beast's eye suddenly snaps open, glowing red with fury. With one last desperate roar, it lunges and opens its jaws for a final bite. But the electricity still running through its body paralyzes it for a moment, stopping it inches away. Seeing his chance, the protagonist calmly says it's time. He pours all his remaining power into his spear, his eyes shining. Then he uses his final technique, Lightning Gale Break, and fires it. A huge sphere of lightning slams into the frozen beast's open mouth. The blast tears through it from the inside and leaves a huge crater in the street. That strike finally puts the mighty second-order beast down for good. Its huge body crashes to the pavement, defeated. A system notice confirms the kill and gives him 124 ability points. Kneeling beside the Beast King, Sho lets out a breath and says the final fight is over. He thinks back on the battle and notes that beating a second-order beast pushed him to improve Lightning Gale, and he's happy with the result. A proud smile spreads across his face. The battle lasted only 2 minutes, but to him it was the most exciting fight yet. Then he starts wondering how many points he got for clearing the core area. As night falls, the exam ends. Back in the stands, the final rankings appear and the whole crowd erupts. Sho takes first with an unbelievable 10,835 points. Far behind him is Zhou, with 1,103, then Wu Hao with 945. The officials jump up in celebration. Director Zhang Wenshan, Principal Zhao Yao, and Teacher Chen Fan cheer as they realize MC didn't just break the city record, he broke the Jiangnan province record too. They call him a genius, and point out that last year's provincial champion only scored a little over 8,000. With numbers like this, they say he has almost locked in this year's title already. Standing in the ruins, the protagonist looks up and says there isn't much time left. With a confident smirk, he thinks over what he's done. Every fierce beast in the inner and core zones is dead. Since there's still time, he decides to head back to the central area and hunt down as many as he can. On the way back, he passes the rooftop where the other top students are gathered. They can hardly believe it. Tiang is amazed her cousin killed a Tier 2 Beast King, while Zhou can't understand why Sho is heading back when he's already in first place. Meng Di figures it out right away. He's going back to the central area. Then the scary thought hits her, and she wonders if he plans to wipe out every beast left there too. The others are left speechless by how far he's willing to go. Zhou realizes that with MC's speed, he might actually pull it off. If they don't move now, they may not get a single point in the last hour. He ends the team up and leaves first. The others rush after him, scrambling to find whatever beasts are still left. An hour later, an official announcement echoes across the exam grounds. The 2037 Zhongqing Martial Arts College entrance exam is over. Beast kills no longer count, and all candidates must return. Around the venue, the students react. Worn out, Tang wipes the sweat from her face and says it's finally over. Somewhere else, one student groans over missing the passing line by a single beast, while another celebrates barely making it. Amid the wreckage, Sho stands over his last kill, looking unsatisfied. He mutters that the exam ended too soon. He wasn't done yet. As the students leave the exam grounds, guards greet them at the exit. Their faces show the same mix of relief and exhaustion. Outside, Tang's friend Xiaoya is still shaken by his strength. Clinging to Tang, she asks for the third time if he is really her cousin, and Tang tiredly says yes. Xiaoya's crush comes rushing back. Blushing, she begs Tang for his contact info. Tang reminds her that she wasn't interested before, but Xiaoya quickly says things are different now that he's first in the exam, and keeps begging. Their talk is cut off by a sudden shout. Sho is coming out. A huge crowd of students swarms the exit, all wanting to see the new champion. The protagonist walks out through the gate, calm as ever, with his spear resting on his shoulder. Cheers and congratulations greet him from all sides. Some even joke and ask him to share 100 of his points. In the crowd, Wu Hao and Zhou watch in silence. Wu Hao says that should have been Zhou's moment, but Zhou just smiles and says he's satisfied with his score. He never expected second high school to produce someone like Shu. Before MC can board the bus, Principal Zhao Yao stops him to congratulate him and introduce Director Zhang Wenshan, who offers to drive him himself. Seeing the mob around him, he figures it's the better choice. The bus would turn into non-stop questions. So he joins the officials in a black car, and they quickly leave. On the way, Director Zhang asks which superpower university the protagonist wants to go to. Shu admits he has been so busy getting stronger that he never really thought about it. The director tells him his score is high enough for any school. Still, he says the top 3 universities produce half the country's strongest superpower users, so MC should look there first. Zhang Wenshan starts with Qingjing Superpower University, the government-backed school. Its students can go straight into official service after graduating. Then he brings up Modu Superpower University, famous for great resources and top clubs. Last is Jincheng Superpower University, a school with deep history, strong teachers, and top cultivation methods others don't have. Shu listens closely. He knows awakened people need those methods to truly grow stronger, so he asks what makes a top tier one so different. The director says a basic method takes 3 or 4 years to break through, but a top tier one can do it in just half a year. He adds that with his results, even the top 3 schools would offer him special admission. After the ride and seeing the officials off, the protagonist gets back to his apartment late that night. The next morning, MC stands under the shower, finally feeling fresh again. Afterward, he checks his system and sees 2,534 ability points left, more than enough, in his eyes, for Superpower University. While drying off, he wonders if school will have beast hunting events. If not, he'll need to head into the wilderness to keep getting stronger. At the same time, his cousin Tongqi arrives with her mother, Shu Qingyun. Tongqi spots the broken door and decides to use it to sneak in and surprise him. Then she steps inside and happily shouts her greeting. The timing couldn't be worse. He has just come out of the bathroom with only a towel on. He freezes at the sight of his aunt and cousin. His aunt gets flustered too, and Tongqi can only blush in silence. Then the protagonist Qingyun notices the wreck department and demands to know what happened. A quick flashback reminds us that after the protagonist lost his parents, she stayed by his side and gave him real family warmth. She took care of him like her own, even making his favorite food now and then. Once things calm down, the three sit together. Shu Qingyun admits she was terrified when she heard he entered the martial arts exam, and now she's just thankful he came back safe. To her, his score doesn't matter. MC is confused and asks if Tongqi never told her the result. Tongqi just winks and says he should be the one to tell her. With a shy smile, he says he did pretty well, more than 10,000 points. The number is so wild that his aunt spits out her drink. Still coughing, she asks him to say it again. Tongqi jumps in and confirms it. 11,124 points. His aunt is stunned. Then tears start pouring out. She hugs him tight, crying that the Shu family finally produced someone great, and his parents must be proud in heaven. Elsewhere, university recruiters study the exam data in a high-tech meeting room. One woman points out the protagonist's age, his listed E-class ability, and his status as an unranked awakener. One recruiter says they need to grab him right away if that score is real. Another doesn't buy it, arguing someone at his level shouldn't be able to score that high. The room splits. Some think his talent must really be A-class or even S-class, while another coldly suggests he may have cheated. Before it gets worse, a senior person cuts them off. A strong-looking woman makes the call. For now, Shu will be listed as an S-class special recruit. As for whether his score is real, she'll go to Jiangcheng herself and find out. The day after the exam, MC gets a phone alert. The Jiangnan province rankings are out, and he took first place with 11,124 points. He stares at the screen in surprise, then slowly breaks into a happy smile as he sits down. After all that work, he's become Jiangnan province's top scholar. The news blows up online fast. People argue over how a nobody from Jiangcheng became #1 in the whole province. Some ask who he is, and whether someone with an E-class power could really do this. Others flat out deny it, and demand the exam footage. To answer the doubts, an award ceremony is held, and Principal Zhao Yao faces the media. One reporter directly asks him to explain whether Shu's score is actually real. Principal Zhao Yao answers with confidence. The official site has already uploaded the protagonist's results and exam footage, proving the test was fair. Once people watch it, they are stunned. MC pierces a Tier 1 rhinoceros skull in one strike, showing power beyond a normal Tier 1 superhuman. That leaves everyone asking the same thing. How can an E-class lightning user do that? Smiling proudly, Principal Zhao Yao says the video speaks for itself, and calls him the first student from Jiangcheng to win top scholar honors. Then Zhao Yao hands Shu a huge check for 1 million yuan, and congratulates him. He announces that the money and superpower training methods come from the City Education Bureau. On top of that, the city government will match the reward and give him a luxury villa. Cameras flash non-stop. Not far away, a stern woman waits by a car with 2 bodyguards and says the footage alone doesn't prove the protagonist didn't use performance drugs. What matters most, she says, is confirming his superpower level. Back at the ceremony, Zhao Yao asks teacher Chen Fan why the star of the day still hasn't shown up. Chen Fan smiles and says he just talked to MC, who is still training at the martial arts gym. The director laughs, amazed that the new top scholar is still training even after the exam. While he heads over, the scene cuts to a meeting room, where Principal Zhao Yao nervously pours tea for 3 intimidating guests he respectfully calls teachers. When one of them brushes the tea aside, Zhao Yao starts sweating, feeling the pressure coming off these high-level superhumans. They are recruiters from the country's top superpower universities, and the mood is so tense it feels like their powers could clash at any second. The silence breaks when Zhang Zhaoye, the short-haired admissions director from Modu Superpower University, lightly asks the others who they're here for. Su Yin from Qingjing Superpower University tells her to stop acting clueless. If Shu's result is real, she says, Qingjing will take him. A man with long black hair, Wu Xiaom from Jin City Superpower University, immediately pushes back and says Jin City will recruit him instead. Sparks seem ready to fly, and Zhang Zhaoye thinks this is how it always goes when schools fight over a top scholar. Right then, the door slides open, and Shu walks in with his spear on his shoulder, calmly greeting all 3 as teachers. His sudden entrance catches the recruiters off guard. Zhang Zhaoye studies him with interest. His energy is full, he's still carrying his weapon, and he clearly hasn't gone soft. What impresses her most is that he doesn't flinch at the pressure from 3 high-level superhumans. Principal Zhao Yao then introduces them properly. Director Zhang Zhaoye, of Modu University, Director Su Yin of Qingjing University, and Minister Wu Xiaom of Jin City University. Zhang Xiaoye speaks first, praising the combat skills he showed in the exam footage. Then she gets to the real question: why doesn't his power feel like weak E-class electricity anymore? And how does he explain that? Shay was ready for this. He calmly says that before the exam, while training at home, he was struck by natural lightning, and after that his power became much stronger. Hearing that, Wu Xiaom and Su Yin both conclude it sounds like a superpower mutation. Zhang Xiaoye says the protagonist probably still doesn't know his true level. Since she brought a superpower testing device, she asks him to try it. She takes out a glowing round instrument and tells him to channel his power into it. Shu places his hand on the device and releases his ability. Instantly, fierce purple-white lightning bursts out and engulfs the instrument. Even Su Yin is shocked by how violent the power is. The machine finishes scanning and identifies the ability as Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. But when it tries to rate the power, it starts beeping wildly and cracking apart. A burst of golden light follows. The device overloads and explodes. The blast throws lightning through the room, startling everyone there. A stunned Principal Zhao Yao asks what just happened. Wu Xiaom and Su Yin, though, look excited. They say it's obvious now. His power broke the tester, so his ability has to be at least S-class at the very least. With Shu confirmed as S-class potential, Zhang Xiaoye knows they chose the right target, and the recruiting war kicks off immediately. Wu Xiaom from Jin City moves first, yelling out an offer: 4 million as a signing bonus, a full set of C-class gear, and free access to every superpower training method for all 4 years. Su Yin dismisses that offer with a scoff. Turning to MC with a warm smile, she raises the bid: 5 million, plus 4 years of free access to all Qingjing S-class training methods and combat skills. Even Shu is stunned by how generous that sounds. Then Zheng Zhuangyu makes Moju's offer. She says they won't give cash or equipment, though they can match the others on cultivation methods. Then she reveals the real draw. Moju will also give him 1 S-class cultivation resource every year. The words S-class resource leave both Wu Xiaom and Su Yin completely shaken. Not knowing what that means, he asks what an S-class cultivation resource is. Zhang Xiaoyu asks if the protagonist knows about dragon-type fierce beasts. She explains they're born powerful, usually starting at tier 4 or 5. They stand way above normal beasts. Then, she reveals the real value of an S-class resource. An S-class resource can be the heart blood of an adult tier 8 dragon beast. After taking it, a person's body gets much stronger, and their raw power can rival a dragon-type beast. She makes it clear every S-class resource is this valuable. The other 2 recruiters are stunned. Su Yun admits even she feels tempted, and comments on how rich Moju is. Wu Yuan, clearly shaken, says S-class resources are normally saved for top students, so giving one to a freshman is almost unheard of. At that point, both know they've lost. With every offer made, the 3 recruiters look to Shu and tell him it's time to choose. MC doesn't hesitate. Smiling with confidence, he says he'll attend Moju Superpower University. He explains it isn't only because of the offer. Mojao also has the strongest combat training in the University Alliance, and many top founders came from there. Then he bows to Su Yun and Wu Yuan, thanking them for their kindness. Both of them can only hide their disappointment. Happy with his choice, Director Zhang Xiaoyu forms a glowing admission letter. She hands it over and welcomes him to Mojao. New students normally enroll on September 1st, but since he's a special recruit, he can register early and the school will arrange housing for him. Ready to begin right away, Shu asks if he can use the library's training methods and combat manuals before school officially starts. Zhang Xiaoyu agrees at once. She even says the school can give him a private study room, then hands him her contact card and tells him to call when he reaches Magic City. Holding the letter, the protagonist looks at the smiling director and says he can't wait to get there and sign in. Sometime later, MC arrives at the train station with his luggage. As boarding is announced for the G91 to Magic City, he gets ready to leave. At the station, his aunt Shu Qingyan tears up, while Tang comforts her. Proudly, he says the boy has grown up, and once Xiaoming leaves he'll really take flight. Tang then turns to Tang Shi and reminds her to start choosing her universities. Since her cousin is going to Modu, he suggests she try for a school in Magic City too. She agrees, saying it would be good if they could look after each other. Flustered, Tang Shi softly agrees. With 6 hours left on the train ride, the protagonist is already studying. He thinks the best reward from the exam was the Universal C training method. Just like superpowers, these methods are ranked: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. The higher the method's rank, the faster it trains and the more power it gives. During the trip, MC keeps studying the Universal C method. He figures out it's an intermediate technique, and with 180 spiritual power, it still took him half a day to memorize. He remembers that on his first day using it, he already sensed the world's special energy. That opened a new option on his system panel, a plus sign beside his level, showing he could break through from awakened to superpower user. Still, he chooses not to advance yet. The manual said the better the method used during a breakthrough, the bigger the gain. Since he'll soon have access to top-tier methods at the university, he decides not to waste the chance on an intermediate one. After arriving in Magic City, Shu is amazed by the size of the university. Even from the car, he can tell the campus stretches for hundreds of meters. Soon, Director Zhang Xiaoye arrives in a red sports car and greets him. She tells him to hop in so she can take him to finish admission. On the way, she brags about the campus size, saying Moju covers 40,000 mosh. She adds that even visitors can't see the whole place in a single day. He can only nod and say, seeing it for himself is way better than just hearing about it. After a quick registration, Zhang Xiaoye gives him his student ID, an all-in-one card that also opens the dorm. As they head to his new place, Shu remembers all kinds of dorms from his past life, from crowded rooms to apartment-style setups. Even so, nothing prepares him for this. His new dorm is actually a huge luxury villa. Zhang Xiaoye explains that every Moju student lives in a villa, and the better your score, the better your place. As the provincial top scorer, the protagonist gets the best one, over 800 square meters. It's meant for 2 people, with separate upper and lower floors, so he and his roommate each get a full floor. MC thinks having a roommate isn't bad at all. As someone who grew up an orphan, he still likes the warm feeling of living with others more than staying completely alone. Inside the villa, Director Zhang Xiaoye sits down with him and says she'll explain a few important things about the university. She focuses on 2 main systems, credits and mentors. First, she explains that credits run everything at Moju. Students use them for meals, gear, and pretty much all other expenses. 1 credit is worth about 10,000 Daxia dollars. There are several ways to earn them, including a yearly amount based on student rank. Since Shu is S-class, he gets 100 credits this year. To show him, she calls over a small floating robot named Eva, which projects a message showing the protagonist's balance is 100 credits. She introduces Eva as the AI assigned to every dorm. Its main body is the school's central AI, while the dorm version is just a subunit, but even that is a level 4 AI that can help with daily life. MC is shocked. To him, Blue Star's AI tech is far ahead of what existed in his past life. After that, Zhang Xiaoye moves to the mentor system. Every student can choose a mentor they admire and ask for guidance, as long as that mentor agrees. Shu is surprised and asks if a freshman can really get one-on-one guidance. She says yes, then adds that all mentors here are high-level superpowered experts. Most created their own combat styles and training methods, and they don't share those with outsiders. To learn those secret skills, a student has to become an official disciple. Because of his talent, she says the university has 4 lightning element mentors who fit him. Her top pick is Yang, the dean of the weaponry academy. At her order, Eva shows Yang's profile. He's 52, a tier 7 high-rank superpowered individual with an A-rank lightning ability. He's skilled with many weapons, especially the spear, which earned him the title Thunder Spear. The profile also says he once fought a tier 8 demonic whale alone for 3 days and nights before killing it. She also shows the other 3 possible mentors, but reminds the protagonist the final choice is his. After looking them over, Shu smiles. Since Yang is both a lightning user and a spear master, he decides that's the best mentor for him. With his choice made, MC heads to the mentor's residential area. When he reaches Yang's residence, he can tell a mentor's home is on another level compared to student villas. Before he goes in, a brown-haired young man leaning by a stone lion asks if he is there to seek a mentor too. The guy looks surprised after noticing the protagonist is still only awakened, then guesses he must be a specially recruited student. Once Yu confirms it, the student says special recruits in past years were usually already mid to high rank tier 1. He introduces himself as Tanming Yang, a junior from the weaponry academy. MC replies that he's a freshman who just enrolled. Tan seems impressed and says he moved fast coming here for mentorship. Most freshmen, he explains, don't even learn about this until after the freshman competition, which catches his attention. Tian says the freshman competition happens a few days after registration and is a long-time university tradition. All the teachers watch, and students who do well get noticed by academies. Some are even picked directly by mentors. He adds that while a special recruit can try early, becoming the dean's disciple right after enrolling is about as likely as winning the lottery. Shu thanks him for the explanation and asks if Tian is also here to seek guidance from teacher Yang. Tian sighs and says yes. He's come several times over the last 6 months, but every time he was rejected. He was almost ready to quit, but decided to try one last time. Just then, the front doors open, and a middle-aged man who seems to be the butler steps out, catching Tian off guard. The butler greets them kindly and says teacher Yang is waiting inside, then invites them to follow. Tian is stunned by how warmly they're received. If the dean is already waiting, maybe this time he finally has a shot. The butler leads them inside to a room where 2 men are waiting. Right away, Shu feels a terrifying pressure from the older one and recognizes him as Yang, dean of the weaponry academy. Another younger man with long hair stands beside him. Yang speaks straight to the protagonist, saying he must be the student director Zhang mentioned. Without even looking at Tian, he tells the protagonist to follow him to the training room. Once they're there, Yang says he already watched MC's martial arts exam video. He praises his fighting skill and spear work, but before making any decision, he wants to see the S-rank Purple Heaven Divine Thunder for himself. He calmly agrees. Under Yang's gaze, Shu releases his power, and purple lightning begins crackling around his arms. The protagonist releases a huge blast of purple-white power, and the whole room crackles with force. Yang is clearly impressed. Grinning, he recognizes the S-rank ability at once, and knows his own A-rank power can't compare. In his eyes, MC has huge potential. If he keeps growing, he might one day stand on the same level. After the display, Yang says someone with talent like this can easily become his disciple. Still, he gives one warning. He says he has plenty of allies and plenty of enemies too, so he can't promise those enemies won't go after his disciples. Even knowing that, does he still want him as a master? Shay doesn't hesitate. He drops to his knees with a firm, eager smile. He says yes right away. To him, the strongest ability users are the ones who fought through blood and danger, and the number of enemies his teacher has beaten only proves how powerful he is. That answer makes Yang burst out laughing. He accepts the protagonist on the spot, and announces that from today on, the protagonist is his 32nd disciple, and his first ever S-rank 1. Telling him to stand, Yang gives MC 2 gifts, a top-tier cultivation manual called the Extreme Ability Training Method, and a body-forging combat art called Thunder Indestructible Body, both created by Yang himself. Shu is shocked by how valuable they are. A body-tempering combat technique is far rarer, and more useful than an ordinary one. Yang explains that the training method is one of just 3 top-tier manuals in the school, but the real treasure is Thunder Indestructible Body, his life's greatest work. It was even approved by 2 major martial arts halls and rated S-rank. Hearing that, he is completely stunned. An S-rank combat technique is far beyond what he expected. Combat techniques, like abilities, are ranked from F to SSS. The higher the rank, the harder it is to learn, but the stronger it becomes. The protagonist realizes just how monstrous his new master's talent is. Most level 7 masters are already amazing if they can create an A-rank technique. For Yang to create an S-rank, one shows terrifying martial skill. Yang then explains the technique further. Thunder Indestructible Body is only for lightning element users, and it has 13 levels. Each stage changes the body in a new way. But there's one requirement first. Shu must become a true ability user before he can start. So Yang gives him his first task. Use the Extreme Ability Training Method to break through, then come back so he can personally help lay the foundation for Thunder Indestructible Body. Full of gratitude, MC bows deeply and thinks again how much easier things are with a master's guidance. Then Yang shares something personal. He says he himself only reached the 10th level, and looks at him with clear hope. If Yang can't reach the peak of a martial saint, then the protagonist may be his best chance to prove what this technique can truly become. Yang believes that if someone reaches the final level, their body may become eternal and impossible to destroy. When Shu leaves and says goodbye to the butler, he finds Tian slumped on the steps, holding his head in misery. MC walks over and asks what happened. Tian admits he failed. To become a disciple, he had to beat one of Yang's senior students while that senior used only a tenth of his strength. Even then, Tian had no chance and got beaten badly. Sitting there defeated, Tian assumes he failed too. He says getting under Yang isn't easy, and even offers to share what he learned from losing, but he calmly says there's no need, he already passed. Tian is hit with pure shock. Staring with his bruised face twisted in disbelief, he blurts out that he's never heard of a dean-level master taking a disciple before the freshman competition. Shu simply walks off, leaving Tian staring after him, still trying to figure out what just happened. With a new goal in mind, the protagonist heads back to his dorm training room and sits down cross-legged. He starts cultivating with the extreme ability training method his master gave him. The results amaze him right away. Compared to the mid-level method, he can sense far more energy. Since he already understands the basics, he decides not to train it step by step. Instead, he turns to his cheat system and tells it to spend ability points to raise his level directly. The change hits at once. A fierce wave of energy rushes through him. Pain makes him groan. He grabs at his clothes as wild power tears through his veins. Then the energy bursts out in a violent flash that shakes the whole room. A moment later, it settles. Breathing hard, Shu gets back up and feels the breakthrough succeeded. The system confirms he is now a first-tier lower-rank ability user. He looks at his hand, where strong blue lightning now crackles steadily. When he tests it, a much bigger stream of lightning pours out, proving his power has risen sharply. MC clenches his fist in amazement. His body feels at least 4 or 5 times stronger, and he's sure that if he faced the second-tier bloodthirsty tyrant bear again, his thunder power alone could kill it. Checking his system panel, he finally sees why every ability user wants better cultivation methods. With the mid-level one, his vitality and spirit might have gone up by only 30 or 40 points. This top-tier method raised them by nearly 100 in one breakthrough. The upgrade only costs 300 ability points, so he decides to save the rest. Learning Thunder Indestructible Body matters even more now. Since it's an S-rank technique, he expects it to cost a huge amount of points to master. With the breakthrough done, Shu starts thinking about his next step. Maybe it's time to visit the university library. The next day, he returns to his master's residence. Yang is stunned to see him back so soon, and asks how he advanced that fast. He paces in disbelief, saying that in 20 years of teaching, even the greatest geniuses needed real time to become ability users. The protagonist did it in less than a day after getting the manual. With an embarrassed smile, Shu says maybe his only real talent is advancing quickly. He adds that when he tried to start Thunder Indestructible Body, even the opening step was hard. Yang explains that the foundation is forged with lightning beast blood as a guide, mixed with the user's own lightning to temper muscle and bone. He also warns that the final power depends on the grade of beast blood used. Now that MC has broken through, Yang says they'll forge that foundation today. He explains that strong lightning beasts are rare. At first he planned to use the blood of a 7th tier storm giant bear, but then he learned he could claim one S-rank resource each year. So Yang made a special request. He combined those resources and asked the principal to approve something even rarer, an SS rank resource for the protagonist. Then he brings out a small vial of glowing red liquid, the essence blood of an 8th tier beast, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Deeply moved by what his master and the principal did for him, MC accepts it and silently vows to repay them many times over. Satisfied, Yang says they should start right away. In the training room, he kneels shirtless while Yang opens the vial and pours the glowing blood over his head and back. The moment it touches him, he grits his teeth and groans. Yang tells him to endure it. The blood is highly poisonous to low-level users, so this level of pain is normal. Next, Yang says he'll use his own A-rank Windfire True Thunder to help forge the foundation, and how much the protagonist can take in depends on the protagonist himself. A torrent of fierce red lightning pours from Yang into MC's body. Red marks begin spreading across Shu's back and chest. The pain is unbearable, and he throws his head back with a raw scream as the power forcefully tempers his body. 5 days later, senior disciple Yu is drinking tea with Uncle Fu. Liu comments that the new junior is incredibly tough to last this long. He admits, with some jealousy, that he only endured 2 days when he used weaker 7th tier beast blood. In his eyes, the protagonist really does deserve that 8th tier dragon type essence blood. Liu adds that with an S-rank lightning ability, he's eager to see how strong MC's Thunder Indestructible Body will become. Suddenly, a loud crash comes from the training room. Liu rushes upstairs, wondering if the foundation forging is finally over. He carefully peeks through the door and freezes at what he sees. Shu is covered in blood, his eyes glowing red, while dark energy and blue lightning twist around him. He looks less like a person and more like a beast. Liu goes stiff with fear because the aura coming off him feels like a top-tier monster. Lost in that savage state, the protagonist spots Liu in the doorway and lunges at him. Just before he can hit Liu, Din Yang Zhentian thunders at MC to wake up. That roar cuts through the madness, and Shu Jingming stops with his hand only inches from his senior. Sweating hard and still out of it, he asks what happened and why he suddenly wanted to destroy everything. The dean says the Thunder Tyrannosaurus essence blood likely affected his mind. Since that beast is known for being savage, and the protagonist absorbed it so well, the backlash hit him hard. Still, the dean tells him not to panic. If he avoids strong mood swings, he'll be fine, and the side effects should fade as he gets stronger. Relieved, MC stares at his hands and admits he's scared of losing control to his emotions. Now smiling, Din Yang Zhentian tells him to relax. The forging was a huge success, with a 98% absorption rate. The best anyone had ever reached with the Thunder Indestructible Body was 92%, so he just set a new record. Liu Ming walks over with a grin and congratulates his junior, saying his martial path should be much easier now. The dean introduces him properly as Liu Ming, a peak 3rd tier ability user, and tells Shu Jingming to go to him whenever he has questions about training. The protagonist greets him, and Liu Ming immediately pulls out his phone, saying he didn't prepare a gift, so he'll send credits instead. A second later, MC sees 200 credits hit his account and is stunned. By his math, that's worth 2 million Great Xiao coins. The dean brushes it off, saying 200 credits isn't much for Liu Ming, and seniors are supposed to look after juniors. One day, when he has juniors of his own, he'll need to do the same. He nods and accepts the lesson. Since the training is over, the dean tells him to go rest after 5 days without food or water. Then he gives his next order: come back tomorrow morning to learn fist and spear skills from Liu Ming. Shu Jingming thanks his teacher and heads out. Back at his villa, the protagonist sees a young man on the couch, busy playing a video game. The guy notices him, says he must be the new roommate, and introduces himself as Lu Wentao. The moment MC gives his name, Lu Wentao's eyes go wide. He blurts out that this is the top scorer from Jiangnan province. When asked how he knew, Lu Wentao proudly says people call him Mr. Know-it-all because he keeps track of most freshmen. He didn't look him up on purpose, but the news around him was too big to miss. He can't believe the famous dark horse top scorer is his roommate. Throwing an arm around Xu Jingming, he starts firing off questions. Was he really from Zhongcheng? Did he really awaken during the exam? And how could an E-rank ability look that strong? Even with all the non-stop questions, the protagonist finds himself liking the friendly chatterbox. He realizes it's because he's always hated being alone. Growing up in an orphanage, he never really felt he belonged anywhere, though school was better because he had friends. His best memories are from college, joking around and gaming with his roommates. He remembers earning his master's and PhD, never thinking one drunk graduation night would end with him waking up in another world. He didn't expect to still be an orphan after transmigrating, but with a roommate like Lu Wentao, maybe he won't feel so alone. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao proudly says he's a top student from Sichuan province, has an A-rank ability, and is already a mid-first-tier user. His dream is to study tactics, command a military region, and wipe out the beasts on Blue Star. Changing topics, Xu Jingming says he's going to the martial arts hall. Lu Wentao gets interested at once, and decides to come too, since he hasn't checked it out yet. Soon, they reach the Thunder Martial Arts Hall at the university. Inside, the place is loud and busy. Students are training everywhere and showing off their powers. AI Ava appears and tells them they're in the public training room, which can hold 300 people. She adds that the hall is built from C-rank alloy and memory metal, so it's tough enough to handle damage. Eva points out the private rooms too, but Xu Jingming is fine staying in the public area. Li Wentao, though, gets swept up in the competitive mood. He excitedly points out an A-rank enhanced werewolf user, and MC dryly notes that his roommate isn't exactly being quiet either. Then he asks Eva about the big numbered pillars in the middle. Eva explains they're punch power challenge boards. There are 5 rankings, one for each ability tier, and anyone who makes the top 3,000 on their board gets 50 credits. Li Wentao instantly wants in, thinking it sounds easy. Eva then explains the university has a little over 4,000 students. Still chasing the reward, he decides to try, and Eva tells him to swipe his student ID first. One more rule, no abilities or combat skills allowed. Li Wentao walks up to the pillar and swipes his ID. Eva announces his challenge to the room. That catches the attention of some older students, who start mocking the freshman for only being a mid-first-tier user. Feeling everyone watching, Li Wentao tells himself he can't afford to embarrass himself. With a shout, he throws his punch. The pillar takes the hit, and the number appears, 476 kilograms. Li Wentao feels pretty good about it, and figures getting into the top 3,000 should be easy. That confidence dies fast when Eva announces his rank is beyond 100,000. Li Wentao loses it, yelling that it makes no sense when the school only has around 4,000 students. Eva flatly explains the board includes every student since the university was founded 100 years ago. Only then does Li Wentao realize how badly he just got humbled. The crowd had clearly been waiting for this. The older students burst out laughing, with one saying it was absolutely hilarious. While his roommate dies of embarrassment, the protagonist tries to comfort him, reminding him that as a spiritual element user, raw punch strength isn't his strong point. Li Wentao quickly recovers and urges the protagonist to take a shot. Sure, he'll do much better. MC agrees, he wanted to test his strength anyway. He swipes his ID, Eva announces the challenge, and the crowd turns to watch him. This time the comments are even harsher. Since he looks like a low first-tier user, they doubt he'll even hit 400 kilograms. Still, one student thinks the name he sounds familiar. Xu Jingming stays calm. He thinks about becoming a first-tier ability user, and enduring 5 straight days of body tempering, to build the base of his new technique. A quick look at his system confirms his improved stats, including a stronger physique and the first Thunder indestructible body skill. He tightens his fist, ready to see how strong he's become. Then he drives a punch into the pillar. The blow sends a shockwave through the air. That force ripples across the room, leaving the whole hall stunned. Then the screen shows the result, 4,589 kilograms. Xu Jingming doesn't just take first place for first-tier users, he smashes the long-standing record too. The students who mocked him are speechless. One blurts out that the record was broken, another can't understand how a low first-tier user could hit that hard, and a third says a punch like that could turn someone into paste. No one can believe he's a freshman. 2 girls nearby are just as shocked. One says even the top 1,000 on that board are people who define their era, so the new number 1 must be insane. Her friend adds that the old record stood for more than 10 years, and says she has to record this moment. Li Wentao goes wild, grabbing the protagonist, and shouting that this is really his brother now, and he'll follow him from here on out. The protagonist just smiles and tells him not to overdo it. Looking at his fist, Xu Jingming is pleased. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus essence blood clearly matches him well, and the boost to his strength showed up right away. Eva floats over and officially congratulates him for breaking the record, adding that 400 credits have been sent to his account. MC asks if he can keep earning credits by breaking the same record again. Eva says no, the bonus is only for the first time, but he can still challenge the other tier pillars for new rewards. He glances at the other 4 pillars for 2nd through 5th tier users and decides he'll deal with those later. By now, Liu Wentao has turned into his personal promoter, bragging about his amazing roommate to a group of impressed girls. The girls rush over to him at once. Some offer to teach him how to use the equipment, while others try to pull him into their clubs. Overwhelmed, the protagonist gets dragged away by Liu Wentao, who says they should hide out in a private training room. Back at his master's residence, Din Yang Shentian sits down with tea while Lu Ming shows him the campus forums on his phone. Xu Jingming has already become a hot topic, and the dean is amazed by his ridiculous physical strength, then wonders why the boy went off to break records instead of resting. Li Ming thinks back to when he was a high first-tier user and had just learned the first layer of the Thunder Indestructible body. Even then, his punch power was only a bit over 3,500 kilograms. Looking at MC's result, he can only admit his new junior is far more than a little stronger than he was. Elsewhere, in a luxurious apartment, a young man stares down at his phone. A second later, he explodes in anger and slams his hand onto the marble counter. The nearby glass shatters as orange flames and blue lightning wrap around his hand. He curses under his breath. He is here in Magic Capital too. In his mind, he already stole his shot at being Jiangnan's top scorer and made him a joke back home. This time, he swears he'll take that glory back. Back in the training room, the protagonist sits quietly with a small knife, thinking about his new Thunder Indestructible body. After 5 brutal days of training without food or sleep, he still feels full of energy. To test his body, he runs the blade across his hand. It makes a metal-like sound and leaves only a faint white line. MC realizes his defense is now close to E-grade alloy, enough to shrug off normal knives. For an S-grade body technique, the result is amazing. Then, Wentao rushes in, excitedly calling for him. He says the whole campus forum blew up after the record was broken, and tons of students are posting because they want to challenge him. Instead of getting upset, the protagonist just smirks. Looks like the fighting spirit at Magic University is no joke. Wentao raises his phone and offers to deal with those overconfident guys online for him. MC lowers his arm and tells him not to bother. He has something more important to do. He's going to the Battle Technique Library, and Wentao should head back to the dorm. Shu heads to the university's Battle Technique Library. At the entrance, he reaches toward the scanner, and a glowing orange security array activates. The tight security surprises him. He remembers the rumor that the library is guarded by the vice principal, a legendary 9th-tier superpower user. With someone like that watching over the place, stealing anything here would be impossible. After swiping his student card, he steps through the gate, gets scanned one more time, and is allowed inside. A group of female librarians greets him as soon as he enters. The one in the middle welcomes him by name, calling him S-grade student Shu, and asking what he needs. Caught off guard, he asks how she knows who he is. She explains that students with S-grade authority are specially marked in the system, and his information appeared the moment he scanned his card. Privately, the librarian realizes what that means. Someone with S-grade authority is almost certain to become at least a grandmaster, so she decides getting on his good side would be smart. The protagonist says he's looking for lightning element battle techniques and asks where to go. She tells him B-grade and lower techniques are on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The rarer ones are kept in a special reading room on the 4th floor, and his card can open it. She personally takes him there. Inside, a floating AI over the table tells him that once he picks techniques online, the original manuals will be brought to him. It also reminds him to handle them carefully. Once he's alone, Xiao tells the AI to show every lightning element battle technique at B-grade or higher. Right away, dozens of blue holographic screens appear around the room, each showing a different technique. While checking them, 2 stand out. The first is the SS grade 10,000 Prisons Heavenly Thunder Guidance, which creates a huge thunderstorm domain, but it's locked unless the user is at least 5th tier. The second is another SS grade skill, Wrath of the Thunder God, which calls down terrifying thunder. That one also has a limit. It requires at least 4th tier. Shu is stunned by the library's collection. It even has SS grade techniques, but the entry requirements are far beyond him. His excitement cools when he sees the rules. Right now, he can only study A-grade techniques. There are so many choices that picking alone would be tough, but luckily, he planned ahead. He takes out the recommendation list his master Yang gave him. Using that list, he starts selecting techniques from the holographic screens. In the end, he chooses 4 A-grade skills: Thunder Spear for offense, Chain Thunder Gun for sustained attacks, Thunder Flash for movement, and Thunder Prison for control. He quickly fits them into his fighting style: range, pressure, speed, and control. With these 4 techniques and his S-rank Thunder Indestructible body, his build should have almost no weak points. Eva reviews his picks and says reaching the beginner level in one A-grade technique usually takes 6 months. It suggests adding some lower rank skills instead, but Shu ignores the advice. Not long after, the librarian comes back with the 4 original manuals. As MC reaches for them, he can already tell how valuable they are. Even C-grade manuals sell for millions, so 4 original A-grade manuals are beyond precious. When he opens the first one, golden light spills out. The deep intent and pressure inside hit him at once, and he understands why copies can never match the real thing. He sits down and starts studying with full focus. Hours later, that focus turns into frustration. Sweat runs down his face as the material pushes his brain to its limit. Still, he keeps going and reads through every page. After finally finishing all 4 manuals, Shu leans back and calls on Deep Blue to add points. The response comes at once. 4 notices appear. 200 superpower points were used for each technique, and all 4 have reached the elementary level. He checks his updated panel. Thunder Spear, Thunder Flash, Chain Thunder Gun, and Thunder Prison are now all at elementary level. Thunder Indestructible Body is still at the first layer, and his remaining superpower points have dropped to 1434. He stands and clenches his fist, power faintly gathering around him. Now that he's mastered so many strong techniques, he can only wonder who'll be the first to face them. That night, back at the villa, Wentao tells the protagonist that Eva sent a notice. The freshman assembly will be tomorrow at Training Ground 1. He also mentions a new freshman group chat and says the protagonist should join. The protagonist agrees without much fuss. Then Wentao asks what level of techniques MC picked at the library. MC casually says he chose 4 A-rank battle techniques. Wentao is stunned. Most students wouldn't finish learning 4 A-rank techniques until their 2nd or 3rd year. As usual, he clearly doesn't do things the normal way. That makes Wentao even more curious. To even view A-rank techniques, the protagonist must have A-rank permission, right? The protagonist corrects him. His authority isn't A-rank, it's S-rank. Wentao shoots to his feet in disbelief. Why would the school even have a level above A-rank? Then it clicks, and he stammers that the rumors online about MC being E-rank must be wrong. In shock, he asks if MC's superpower is actually S-rank. Shu just smiles and jokes that the know-it-all finally learned something new. That answer leaves Wentao completely amazed. He knew his rating had to be high, but S-rank? He never expected that, especially when even other provincial top scorers are only A-rank. Grinning from ear to ear, he gives the protagonist a thumbs up and feels even better about choosing to become his fan early. Later, MC trains on the 2nd floor with a practice spear, but it feels far too light. Now that he has the techniques, he also needs proper gear. His old F-rank obsidian spear is still back home, and it won't suit his current strength anymore. So he decides to buy new equipment, and asks Eva to open the school mall and search for spears. Eva pulls up a list from F rank to D rank. Shu sees he can customize the length and weight, and he quickly notices the pattern. The higher the rank, the heavier and pricier the weapon. He picks an E rank spear weighing 210 kilograms, plus an E rank combat suit and boots. The total comes to 237 credits, leaving him with 382.6, and delivery is set for the next day. Watching nearly half his credits vanish hurts a little. Even so, he grips the practice spear with determination. Until the new gear arrives, this one will have to do. With a small grin, he says tonight is for training all 4 of his new A-rank techniques. The next day, the freshmen gather for assembly at Modu Superpower University. As soon as he arrives, people start whispering. They recognize him as the student who broke the punch power record, and as Jiangnan Province's top scorer, praising both his strength and looks. Before he can even sit down, a tall young man steps in front of him. It's Zhou, and he loudly throws down a challenge. The crowd quickly recognizes Zhou as Jiangnan Province's 2nd place scorer, with a score above 9,300. People also know his family is powerful. Both his parents are 4th-tier superpower users. Some even say it makes sense he's upset. No one remembers 2nd place. Even after the public challenge, Shu stays calm. He turns Lei Zhou down without a care, which leaves Wentao stunned. Lei Zhou just smiles and tells him not to answer so fast. Then he brings up the protagonist's aunt and the rare plant business her family runs. With a nasty grin, he says his family is her biggest buyer, and that they also loaned her a lot of money. Then he hints that if the debt isn't paid on time, her family could have a hard time. That one line changes everything. MC's face goes cold, dark blue energy bursting from him, as he quietly asks if Lei Zhou is threatening him. The pressure alone makes Lei Zhou stumble back. Shaken and sweating, Lei Zhou can barely handle that beast-like aura. He hurriedly says it wasn't a threat, just a warning. Once he has made his point, the aura fades. He calmly asks when and where. Pulling himself together, Lei Zhou sets the duel for 7 days later at noon on Broadcast Platform 3. He agrees and tells him not to regret it. The students around them erupt with excitement, already looking forward to the fight. Soon, the freshman assembly begins. An older official with a gray beard steps up and welcomes everyone. He explains this meeting is mainly for questions about how the university works. But first, he wants to go over the school's combat rankings. Students will use virtual dive pods for hologram battles, and their rank will depend on how many stages they clear. He tells them to give it everything they've got. The rewards are huge. An hour later, the meeting finally ends. Shu lets out a big yawn, pretty bored by most of it. The only part that caught his attention was the virtual dive pod, and he figures he'll try it later. For now, he plans to keep training every day with Ming and his mentor. For the next 7 days, the protagonist throws himself into hard training with Ming. He also keeps training under Yang Jintian. After a full week of that, Ming walks over in shock. MC has already reached the mid-level of the first tier, and Ming can't believe how fast it happened. MC just smiles and calls it luck, but that's not the real reason. He had waited a few days before using his system, which cut the cost to only 380 superpower points. Any faster, and he figured even Ming would be scared. Then, Ming remembers the duel, and asks if he is still fighting at noon. He says yes. Grinning, Ming pats him on the shoulder and jokes that he'll hold 3 minutes of silence for the poor guy on the other side. Then he goes along to watch. At Broadcast Platform 3, a huge crowd is already waiting. Lei Zhou arrives with his group. One friend says this is the perfect chance to test the top scorer. Another calls the protagonist's score a fluke and bets on Lei Zhou instead. When someone brings up the protagonist breaking the punch power record, Lei Zhou brushes it off. Raw strength means nothing if your superpower is weaker. A moment later, Shu shows up with Ming. In his new black coat and carrying a new spear, he immediately draws attention. Watching him head to the ring, Ming thinks with a laugh that once MC really makes a name for himself, plenty of girls on campus are going to fall for him. From the ring, Lei Zhou senses that his rank has gone up. Even so, he stays sure of himself. He came prepared. Trying to raise the pressure, Lei Zhou suggests a bet. All their credits. The protagonist accepts right away and says he has 370. Lei Zhou says he'll make up any difference with cash. He suggests they both send the credits to Old Master Zhou as a neutral holder. The match judge is Zhou Yun, a tier 6 mid-level healing superpowered being. As he finishes the transfer, Shu notices Zhou Yun and understands why she's here. Fights between superpowered people can get deadly, so the school clearly planned ahead. He agrees, and the crowd gets even louder when the bet of 3.7 million is confirmed. Zhou Yun steps in to start the match. She confirms she has the credits and tells both sides to get ready. Then she states the rule clearly. If someone surrenders or passes out, the other fighter must stop at once. MC and Lei Zhou both say they understand. The two face off. Shu readies his spear, while Lei Zhou pulls out his sword. With a hard stare, Lei Zhou activates his A-rank firepower, Dense Pine Industry Fire. Orange flames whirl around him as he vows to take back the honor he cost him. The crowd is impressed by how fierce that fire ability is. Wrapped in flames, Lei Zhou rushes in, jumps, and slams his sword down in a blazing strike. The protagonist doesn't move from his spot. He simply lifts his spear in a basic upward swing. To everyone's shock, that plain counter wipes out the flaming slash. The audience is stunned. Shu didn't even use a technique, yet he still shut down such a big attack. A normal move just crushed a special one. Lei Zhou can only grit his teeth in disbelief. MC looks at him with icy calm as purple lightning starts crackling around him. Then he says nothing is impossible. Lei Zhou only thinks that way because he's too weak. Before Lei Zhou can answer, he strikes. Covered in purple lightning, he shoots forward and drives a brutal hit into Lei Zhou's chest, launching him backward. Lightning tears through Lei Zhou's body, and he cries out in pain. The blow knocks his sword away, and blood sprays as he's sent flying. He crashes to the floor and collapses, smoke rising from his body. The crowd can't believe how fast it ended. Lei Zhou's supporters stare in shock. The protagonist only needed 2 moves. Others angrily drop the idea that Lei Zhou was stronger, and the students around them start to see it clearly. The protagonist is on a whole different level from the rest of the freshmen. At ringside, Ming isn't impressed at all. To him, the fight was boring. MC didn't even need a tenth of his real strength. Back in the ring, Zhou Yun starts to call the winner, but the injured Lei Zhou forces himself back up and shouts to stop. Through clenched teeth, he insists he hasn't lost yet. In one desperate move, he pulls out a small red pill. Zhou Yun recognizes it at once and yells for him to stop. It's a rampaging blood pill, and she warns him this is only a match, not something worth risking his life for. The crowd knows what it is too. The pill can boost someone's strength several times over for a short while, but the side effects are brutal. He could end up stuck in bed for months. With a major university tournament only a month away, they can't believe he'd risk it. Lei Zhou ignores all of them. He says he'll bear the cost himself, and he'll only accept defeat if he still loses after this. From the crowd, some students, including Wen Tao, protest and ask if using drugs like that is really allowed. Zhou Yun answers that this isn't an official match, so the rules are loose. Weapons, combat suits, and drugs all count as usable resources. While she explains that, Lei Zhou swallows the pill. She adds that if Shu had the same kind of item, he could use it too. The pill kicks in fast. Lei Zhou's fire aura flares even harder, his eyes glow orange, and he roars as power floods his body. Watching closely, Zhou Yun grows worried. The pill is high grade, and it has pushed Lei Zhou up to the lower level of the 2nd tier. That puts him in real danger. But instead of backing down, the protagonist's fighting spirit rises even higher. Purple lightning pours off him in waves. From the side, Zhou Yun watches with approval, thinking his will to fight is only growing stronger, the kind of mindset a great general would have. Shu grips his spear and smiles, thinking the fight has finally stopped feeling like an adult beating a child. He steps forward once, and lightning bursting from his boots cracks the ring floor. Then he explodes toward Lei Zhou at blinding speed. Lei Zhou is stunned by how fast he is. The two collide in the middle of the ring, their powers crashing together. Lei Zhou manages to block the first thrust, but the force behind it is too much. He staggers back and drops to one knee, just to take the hit. His flames flicker as he stares in disbelief. Even after being pushed into the second tier, he's still getting overpowered. At this point, he can only wonder what kind of monster Shu really is. Realizing a direct clash won't work, Lei Zhou switches plans. He jumps back and starts firing powerful fireballs from a distance. MC treats it like nothing. One easy sweep of his spear sends out a vortex of lightning that knocks every fireball away, and he mocks Lei Zhou by asking if that's all he's got. Sweating with frustration, Lei Zhou curses his perfect control over lightning. He knows getting close won't work anymore, so he clings to one last hope, stall until he runs low on power before the pill wears off. Shu decides he's done dragging this out. Purple lightning gathers in his hand and hardens into a spear, his A-rank skill, Thunder Spear. Then he throws the lightning spear straight at Lei Zhou. It shoots forward and slams into Lei Zhou's shoulder, punching right through his guard. Lei Zhou staggers back, grabbing the wound. In that moment, he realizes the protagonist has a deadly ranged attack too. MC doesn't give him time to breathe. A ball of lightning appears overhead, and purple bolts pour down on Lei Zhou, shocking him again and again. Reeling in pain, he stares up and wonders what skill this is. With a cold look, he points ahead and names it, Thunder Prison. Purple lightning closes in around Lei Zhou and locks him inside. He curses when he realizes it's a trapping skill. In panic, he burns the rest of his power to form a spinning wall of fire around himself. Even trapped, he keeps talking big. If he can't get out, then Shu can't get in either. So let's see who lasts longer. The protagonist isn't worried at all. To him, that fire shield looks flimsy, and he doubts it can take many hits. Rather than force his way through, he jumps high and easily passes over the flames, ending up right above Lei Zhou. Still in the air, MC launches his strongest attack. Dozens of huge purple lightning spheres appear above, all aimed at the trapped Lei Zhou. The storm of lightning starts to fall, like an even deadlier version of his chain thunder gun. Lei Zhou looks up and is terrified. He knows that if those attacks land, he's dead. With his life on the line, his pride finally breaks, and he screams that he surrenders. At the last instant, just as Lei Zhou gives up, the tip of the first lightning spear stops inches from his eye. The lightning spheres vanish, and Shu drops back into the ring. Then to make the result final, he drives his real spear into Lei Zhou's chest, making it clear who won. He pulls the spear back out, leaving Lei Zhou on his knees, beaten on the floor. The protagonist stands over him, while Instructor Zhou officially names him the winner. The whole crowd is stunned. To them, it was a total blowout. They can't believe Shu linked 4 different skills in just a few seconds, something no normal freshman should be able to do. 2 students talk about what they just saw. One figures those skills had to be at least B rank, and the other admits the best thing he knows is only C rank. Ming hears them and looks tense. They have no idea how far off they are. MC had chosen 4 A rank skills, and already trained them well enough for real combat. Ming thinks back to his own first year. He only dared to learn 1 A rank skill, and that still took more than 4 months. Having a junior like him puts real pressure on him. Back in the ring, Lei Zhou stands up and sincerely thanks the protagonist for not killing him. He admits total defeat, says the wager is the protagonist's now, and promises to pay what's owed to his aunt's business on time. Instructor Zhou walks over and confirms the payout. 50 credits and 3.2 million have been sent to MC's student account. MC can't help thinking this kind of bet is a fast way to make money. Once it's over, Wentao rushes to the ring, thrilled. He congratulates Shu, says he's rich now, and invites him out to the city center that night to celebrate. He starts to turn it down because he has training with his senior, but Ming tells him to go. A good balance between work and rest matters too. Taking that advice, the protagonist agrees. As they get ready to leave, Wentao excitedly points out Ming, praising him as the vice president of the Ash Club and an A-rank lightning user. Walking off with MC, Wentao says the famous senior is even more impressive in person. On the way out, Wentao tells Shu to leave everything to him. He already planned the whole night. He glances back, a little wary, and asks what exactly he planned. Wentao turns with a huge grin and reveals it. The one college event you can't miss. A mixer between the boys' and girls' dorms. Soon, they're at a social gathering with a table full of food. Wentao walks over to the protagonist at the table and excitedly tells him he's become really popular. He put up a mixer invite on the campus forum, and the response was huge. More than 100 people signed up, and it was hard for him to decide who to invite. Shu laughs at how much effort he put in and asks who made the cut. Wentao just says it's a secret, they'll see in a second. Then he notices the guests arriving and calls them over. 2 girls walk up. The one with glasses introduces herself as Dongxia, the invited guest. Her roommate steps up next and says her name is Song. Wentao proudly introduces them to Shu and talks up their talent. Dongsha has an A-rank beast-type power, while Song is a high-level first-tier user with an A-rank light ability and was the top scorer in her province. MC politely gives his name, and when Song hears it, she immediately looks surprised. Right away, she asks if he'd be willing to spar, and says he can choose the time and place. Dongsha calls her a battle maniac for trying to start a fight the moment they meet, and reminds her they came to hang out. Song admits that sparring with him was the main reason she came. The protagonist quickly eases the tension and invites them to sit. Wentao adds that tonight is just for fun, eating, hanging out, and shopping. Later, the group spends the evening at Huaihai Commercial Street. Song is amazed by how grand the city feels. As they walk, Dongsha stops to admire some clothes in a shop window, while Shu notices all kinds of high-end gear for superpowered users, even A-rank weapons. Seeing the blades and elixirs, he realizes this place has far more to offer than Jiangcheng. After that, they grab some street food together. Later on, they check out a clothing store. While the girls shop, MC offers to carry Song's bag, and their hands brush for a moment when he takes it. Afterward, Shu watches the two girls move ahead to look at jewelry. By the end of the night, he's carrying a pile of shopping bags. Shocked they spent several million in just a few hours. Wentao says that even though Shang dresses simply, she's actually very rich. When he looks interested, Wentao leans in and says her family is powerful too. Just then, Dongsha cheerfully calls for help with one last bag, while Shang says it's probably time to head back. The night wraps up with the protagonist and Wentao walking the girls to their villa. Shang tells them she had a really good time. Shu and Wentao wave as the girls head in, but before leaving, Song stops and turns to MC with a serious look. She says she meant what she said earlier, and one day she'll challenge him to a real spar. That catches him off guard for a second, but he quickly smiles and accepts, saying he's looking forward to it. Song seems satisfied, then heads inside. Once they're in, Dongsha starts teasing her. She says she's never seen Song look kindly at any guy since school started, except Shay. To her, bringing Song tonight was a great idea. Song explains why she's usually so distant. Her A-rank light ability lets her sense what people are thinking, so she's always picking up the dirty thoughts of the boys around her. But the protagonist was different. What she sensed from him was only simple admiration, nothing impure. That's why she thinks he's special. Hearing that, Dongsha grins and teases that Miss Song has a crush. Meanwhile, on the walk back, Wentao sighs happily and says it feels good to relax sometimes. MC quietly agrees. Still, Shu keeps thinking about Song and how strong she is. Realizing he still has a long way to go, only pushes him to train harder and get stronger. 15 days later, he sits in meditation in his training room. Feeling ready, he tells Deep Blue to spend his points and break through. Purple lightning bursts from his body. The system confirms a double upgrade. He advances from mid-level to high-level first tier, and his thunder indestructible body rises to level 2. When it calms down, the protagonist thinks over the change. His new rank gives him a big power boost, and the second stage of his body technique focuses on strengthening his muscles and bones. He checks the manual next and learns that level 3 will unlock a special state called Thunder Extreme State, which can greatly boost his power and speed for a short time. He checks his system and likes the upgrade, but only 62 ability points remain, nowhere near enough for the next breakthrough. So he decides to ask his master for leave and head into the wilderness to hunt beasts for more points. Later, MC visits his master's home. Dean Yang Zhentian is stunned by how fast he's improving and asks if he broke through again. MC calmly says yes. Last night he advanced, and his body tempering art also reached level 2. The dean is secretly amazed. He talks about hard breakthroughs like they're nothing, and Yang can only think that with an S-rank ability and this kind of drive, there may be nothing his student can't do. Liu Ming can only call his junior brother a monster. Getting this far took him half a year. Yang reminds the protagonist that leveling up matters, but real combat training matters too. To test his new power, he sets up a spar with Liu Ming, and the protagonist agrees right away. They head to the training room. There, Liu Ming says he'll hold himself down to the level of a low second-tier user, and tells Shay to go all out. After the count, the spar starts. Both of them rush in at once. Their spears crash together in the middle, setting off a fierce burst of purple and green energy. That first clash catches Liu Ming off guard. Even with his power held back, MC's strength feels almost equal to his own. Wrapped in purple lightning, Shay feels excited. Since gaining the system, this is the first time he's faced someone on his level. Wanting to keep the pressure on, he gathers lightning into his hand and fires off Thunder Prison. The huge electric orb shoots forward, making Liu Ming block. He doesn't give him time to breathe. He jumps in and throws a rain of lightning spears, like his chain thunder gun move. Liu Ming recognizes the combo right away. With a grin, he says this may be the same attack that beat Zhou, but he's not some helpless freshman. Then he answers with his own move, a massive stream of teal lightning called Jade Pivot True Thunder. 20 minutes later, the fight finally ends. Tired out, Shu braces himself with his spear and admits defeat. His divine thunder energy is gone, but Liu Ming tells him not to take it as a skill gap. The protagonist only lost because his energy reserves were lower. Their master walks over, praising the match as a great show. MC did far better than expected. Yang thought Lu Ming would win easily, but instead it came down to who could last longer. Then Lu Ming asks if he understands what level his combat power reached in that fight. The protagonist turns back, confused, and Lu Ming gives him a shocking answer. Within the second tier, his strength is unmatched. The protagonist goes quiet, taking that in. Still fired up from the spar, MC listens as Yang calls training over and tells everyone to rest. Uncle Fu brings spirit fruits, saying they're perfect for recovery. He uses the chance to speak to his master. He says he plans to leave the university and make a trip into the wilderness, which catches the dean off guard. Yang asks how long he'll be gone. The protagonist says a little over a month. He'll be back before the freshman tournament. That long trip clearly worries the dean. He warns MC that the real wilderness is much more dangerous than the exam grounds. Out there, there's no army protection, and beasts don't move in any safe pattern. You could run into a high-level monster at any time. Staying over a month is extremely risky, but seeing his resolve, the dean finally gives in. Yang says he won't stop him if his mind is made up. He gives Shu one hard rule: if things turn bad, run without hesitating. The road to real power is full of life and death danger, and since his student aims high, he won't hold him back. The protagonist bows and thanks his master for understanding. Then Yang asks where he's going. As MC takes a spirit fruit from Lu Ming, he says he's heading to the wilderness near Yunshui City. That answer eases the dean a little. Since it's close to Magic Capital, the beasts there only reach around tier 4 or 5, so it's a safer pick. He says Lu Ming will share some useful field experience later, and he agrees. As one last bit of support, the dean says that if he can't help much once Shu leaves, he can at least give him a weapon fit for the trip. The ring on his finger starts glowing teal. He takes the protagonist's hand to pass on the gift. Later, back in his dorm, MC sits on his bed with his new spear beside him, and his bag already packed. He asks Eva to open the university mission system. As the holograms appear, he remembers Lu Ming's advice. Before heading into the wilderness, it's smart to take a few missions and earn extra credits. He scans the list: beast materials, rare herbs, even fugitive captures. The rewards rise with the danger. C and D rank jobs pay less, while A and S rank missions pay a lot more. Shu quickly notices that the best-paying missions all involve fighting. To him, that's clearly Moju University's training style. Push students into danger so they grow stronger. He recalls a saying: the strongest students aren't on campus, but out in the wild. With everything ready, he puts on his combat gear, grabs his backpack, and gets set to leave. Eva wishes him luck, and he tells himself there's no time to waste. His trip brings him to the Yuanshui City supply base, a busy town in the mountains, where people gather before entering the wilderness. The streets are packed with adventurers looking for hunting partners. Arriving there, Shu feels satisfied. He's finally made it. He heads through the streets and steps into a large Rishunhinspert insurers, already crowded with armed people. A receptionist in red welcomes him and asks what he needs. The protagonist says he wants to register as an adventurer and shows his ID, since anyone entering the wilderness needs an official adventurer identity first. After seeing his university ID, the receptionist is impressed that he's from Modu Superpower University. She says it's rare for a first-tier user to come out this early, then tells him registration will take a little time, and invites him to wait in the hall. While waiting, Xiaoba looks around at the other adventurers. Then, a stir breaks out near the entrance. Several men excitedly recognize the newcomer as Chu Xuan, praising her looks and strong aura, and saying that kind of presence makes sense for a Modu University student. She walks in with total confidence, followed by 2 bodyguards and a cameraman. It's Chu Xuan, a second-year student from Modu Superpower University. People around the hall start gossiping, guessing she's here to shoot new content for her videos. They rave about how famous she is. One says she has at least 10 million fans, and another insists it's over 15 million, even joking he'd give up 10 years of his life to date her. From a distance, Xiaobei watches and realizes she's from his university too. To himself, he notes that her beauty is on the same level as Song's. His thoughts are cut off when the receptionist calls him over. She gives him his adventurer card and a satellite smartwatch, explaining that it includes a wilderness map with beast activity and danger zones. MC thanks her. As he turns to go, a shady man stops him. The man guesses this is his first wilderness trip, and warns that going in unprepared is dangerous. Then he offers to sell him some must-have elixirs. The protagonist asks the price. The man quickly opens his coat to show the goods. First-grade healing elixirs for 20,000, antidotes for 15,000, and even stronger second-grade ones for more. Shu casually says the prices sound pretty cheap, and the seller proudly claims that's because he's known for affordable, effective elixirs. But MC instantly knows something's off. A normal first-grade elixir should cost at least 30 to 40,000, so those low prices mean only one thing: the guy is scamming rookies. Instead of backing down, he calmly asks how many he's trying to sell, then openly calls him out and asks how many newcomers he's already cheated. Caught red-handed, the man drops the nice act and gets in the protagonist's face, asking if he'd been messing with him the whole time. The protagonist doesn't flinch, he just asks what he thinks. The merchant's smile turns ugly. He says Shu is the first person bold enough to provoke him inside the supply base. Before it can get worse, a young woman with short dark hair cuts in. She yells at him by name, Zhao Chunyan, and accuses him of tricking new adventurers again. As she walks over, Zhao Chunyan clicks his tongue and mutters that MC got lucky this time. Before leaving, he leans close and warns him not to step outside the supply base for the next few days, or he'll regret it. As Zhao Chunlin walks off, people nearby start whispering. They say the protagonist picked the wrong guy to mess with. Word is, Zhao Chunlin is a mid-second tier user, way above a high first tier like the protagonist. The woman who stepped in comes over and tells MC to stay inside the base. Zhao Chunlin holds grudges. MC thanks her, then asks why the officials let a scammer like him keep doing this. She says Zhao Chunlin has strong backers, so nobody wants to touch him. Then she tells Shu to buy only from official shops and warns him again not to go out. As she leaves, he watches her and thinks she seems genuinely kind. The protagonist puts the whole thing aside and focuses on what matters. He plans to buy everything he needs for a month, healing elixirs, antidotes, and the rest of his gear. Once he's done planning, MC heads to an official counter to make his purchases. After packing everything into his backpack, he walks out of the adventurer hall, fully prepared for the wilderness. The second he steps outside, Zhao Chunlin and his men block the way. Furious, Zhao mocks him for coming out after being told not to, and demands to know if Shu is openly disrespecting him. He doesn't flinch, he just asks what Zhao wants. That calm answer only makes Zhao angrier. With a nasty grin, he says the protagonist insulted him, so he'll smash both his legs and leave him in a wheelchair for life. The woman who warned MC spots the scene and gets annoyed that he ignored her. She says she has to help, but her companion stops her and says maybe he needs to learn a lesson. Meanwhile, Zhao Chunlin gets ready to act on his threat, dark energy wrapping around his arm as he uses his power. He brags about his C-rank metallic skin, then adds that with his D-rank combat suit, Yahello won't even leave a scratch. His final offer is simple, pay 1 million and kneel, or get crippled. He answers at once. Purple lightning flickers around him as he spits out one word, shameless. That sudden burst of power makes Zhao freeze, his eyes going wide. Before anyone can react, the protagonist vanishes in a flash of purple lightning, appears behind Zhao, and drops him with one crushing hit. The single strike sends Zhao flying, beaten and coughing blood. He crashes straight through a stone wall, shattering it on impact. The crowd, especially the woman who warned Xiaobei and the people with her, can only stare in stunned silence at that burst of power. MC stands there calmly in the wrecked courtyard, completely unfazed as everyone backs away. The whole crowd is shaken. Some say they never even saw him move, while others admit they thought the newcomer was done for. Now everyone knows the same thing. Zhao Chunlin messed with the wrong person. The woman and her friend are just as shocked. She admits she couldn't track the protagonist's movement at all, while her blonde companion studies the damage and figures Zhao's legs and pelvis are probably shattered. Even if he lives, he'll be crippled. The kind woman says Shu is not just powerful, but ruthless too, a real student of Modu Superpower University. When her friend asks how she knows, she says his combat suit gave it away, since only that university has gear like it. Impressed, the woman, called Xiao Chen by her friend, suggests recruiting him because their team still needs one attacker. Her teammate quickly reminds her their group was supposed to stay all-female. The others tease Xiao Chen, saying she only wants him because he's handsome, though they admit they wouldn't mind if he joined. That leaves her red-faced. MC ignores all of it and heads for the wilderness gate. He scans his adventurer card, gets cleared to enter, and passes through into the Yunshui wilderness. Not long after, he stops when a powerful beast roar echoes through the trees. He recognizes it as a territory warning from beasts that are likely at least tier 4, but stays calm. They aren't what he came for today. He starts mapping out his hunt. Yunshui has 2 main zones, a ruined city and a mountain forest. Since the city beasts are usually weaker, he chooses that as the best place to farm ability points. Using the holographic map on his smartwatch, Shu finds a nearby spot called Ping and County. The data says it's mostly tier 2 beasts, only a few tier 1s, and nothing stronger. With an estimated 500 to 600 beasts, it looks perfect. With that decided, he bursts forward, wrapped in a faint blue aura as he races through the forest toward Ping and County. He soon reaches the ruined streets of the county, and almost at once, a wolf-like beast locks onto him. As it pounces from the shadows, Shu calmly identifies it as a tier 2 shadow cat. To him, it's basically free ability points. But just as he's about to fight, pain hits his chest. The thunder Tyrannosaurus blood inside him starts raging, flooding him with violent emotions and a wild urge to kill. The more he resists, the worse it gets. A savage grin spreads across his face. Tired of holding back, he releases a blast of purple lightning and gives in to the bloodlust, and the shadow cat is so terrified by the change in him that it freezes on the spot. 1 month later, 4 adventurers move through the same county. One asks their bald, red-bearded captain why the place is so empty. They've searched all day and still haven't found a single beast. The captain snaps that he doesn't know, but the whole thing feels wrong. A city this big should have hundreds of beasts, and even a migration shouldn't leave it this empty. Then a large arm-blade tiger suddenly appears, startling the group. Glad to finally see prey, the captain tells everyone to take it down together. But before they can move, a giant spear of purple lightning drops from the sky. It hits the beast dead on and wipes it out in a huge blast of purple energy and debris. The team is stunned. One nervously asks if that was some kind of new laser weapon, but the captain says no. A laser would be much faster. He realizes it was an extremely strong lightning combat skill. The captain quickly puts it together. That attack wasn't random. It was a warning. Someone powerful has claimed this whole county. He orders everyone to leave right now. His men rush after him. One still shaken by the lightning spear, while another finally gets why the area was empty. This lightning user already wiped the beasts out. The captain keeps yelling at them to move before they anger whoever did it. The source of that warning is the protagonist Jing Ming, sitting calmly atop a high structure. A system notice confirms the Tier 2 Armblade Tiger kill and gives him 19 ability points. The protagonist is pleased that his Thunder Spear can now reach over 1,000 meters. Next, he checks his status panel. In just 1 month, more than 8,000 ability points pushed him from high first tier to high second tier, and his Thunder Indestructible body reached the 3rd level. He's also raised several A-rank combat skills to the intermediate level, something he doubts anyone else could do this fast. Since Ping'an County is cleared out, MC decides to head back to the supply base for the night and go deeper into the wilderness tomorrow. Back at the Yuanshui supply base, adventurers stare as he returns with an absurdly stuffed backpack. Some joke that the bag must have grown legs, while others guess he dragged back an entire beast. Shay quietly thinks it was smart to buy the reinforced backpack. A normal one never could have carried more than 400 kilograms of beast materials. He goes to the adventurer hall and walks up to the receptionist to sell everything. She asks what he's brought and points him toward a large scale. The protagonist opens the pack, revealing a huge pile of valuable beast materials. He tells the stunned receptionist there's over 400 kilograms of Tier 2 materials inside, and asks her to price it. Still amazed, she checks the items and sees they're all the best parts in excellent condition. Tiger tendons, claws, rhino horns and more. Overwhelmed, she apologizes and asks MC to wait. There is just too much for her to handle by herself, so she needs to call for help. A little later, a well-dressed man arrives with 2 attendants in red dresses. He introduces himself as Zhao Yi, the manager who handles acquisitions. After he gives his name, Zhao Yi shakes his hand and says he's impressed someone so young gathered this much. He offers to let his staff sort the materials while he sits with him and waits. While the protagonist sits with manager Zhao Yi, the hall staff uses scanner drones to sort through and price his huge haul of beast materials. Clearly impressed, the manager decides to build a good connection with him. He gives MC a platinum member card for the base, with discounts on anything he buys, and asks him to take it. MC thanks him and accepts. Not long after, a worker brings the final report. They counted 89 high-grade, 107 mid-grade, and 221 low-grade Tier 2 materials. Even Zhao Yi is shaken, wondering if he cleared out a whole beast nest by himself. The manager then gives the final total, just over 24.76 million. He offers to round it up to 25 million, and Shu gladly agrees. A second later, the protagonist gets a message on his phone, confirming the transfer. His account now has more than 29 million, and he can't help smiling at how rich he just became. As MC gets ready to go, Zhao Yi hands him a business card and invites him to tea sometime. The MC politely agrees, then heads out. Watching him leave, the manager thinks this young man has almost no limit to how far he can go. Right after he leaves, Zhao Yi's phone starts ringing. He picks up and hears Zhao Chunlin on the other end. Calling from a hospital bed, wrapped in bandages and stuck in a wheelchair, the furious merchant says the man who attacked him has come back to the base. He demands help getting revenge. Now shown as Zhao Chunlin's powerful backer, Zhao Yi calmly asks if he means that high-level first-tier user, then asks what he wants done. Zhao Chunlin snaps back that he wants the Tiger Shark squad sent out to ruin Shu's life. The manager agrees to lend him the elite team, but sets one condition. Their ties end after this. Zhao Chunlin accepts at once, and swears he'll leave the city after his revenge. After the call, Zhao Yi suddenly feels uneasy. He brushes it off as nerves, telling himself the Tiger Shark squad is made up of elite Tier 2 users, and should be more than enough for one first-tier target. Meanwhile, the protagonist is walking through the supply base when he suddenly sneezes. He rubs his nose, puzzled, and jokes to himself that someone must be talking trash about him. At the same time, Zhao Yi calls his boss and excitedly reports on a new ability user named She, whose beast haul beats what more than a dozen teams brought in combined. His superior, base chief manager Wang Chuan, hears the name and says he'll check the records. As he pulls up MC's file, his eyes widen in shock. Wang Chuan calls back right away and urgently tells Zhao Yi that he is extremely important. The moment he comes back, he must be told at once. Zhao Yi agrees, confused by his boss's strong reaction. He figures he must have a powerful background, and feels relieved he treated him well. Looking over the protagonist's profile, Wang Chuan realizes he's another student of the famous Yang. He also notes that the protagonist's talent may be even greater than Ming's. To him, that settles it. The protagonist is a genius nobody should offend. Elsewhere, Shu strolls through the shopping area and spots a store selling storage rings. He quickly learns even the basic ones, only about suitcase-sized, cost over 10 million. Even so, the idea of a space ring sounds really useful, and he starts wondering how much a bigger one for his spear would cost. Then his phone rings. He answers and hears his roommate Wen Tao speaking in a bright voice. Wen Tao asks when he'll be back at the university. MC says about half a month and asks if something happened. He has no idea he's being watched. Hidden in a nearby alley, Zhao Chunlin waits in his wheelchair with the Tiger Shark squad around him. Their leader, a blonde man with one arm in a sling, points out him as the target. He orders the team to break his arms and legs, then drag him over to Zhao Chunlin. One of the women in the squad calmly says she understands. While the protagonist keeps talking on the phone, Wen Tao starts telling him about a cocky new freshman at school. Then MC suddenly stops. He's sensed hostile eyes on him. Wen Tao asks what's wrong, but MC glances back, already aware of the setup, and calmly says it's nothing. Then he tells him to keep talking. As he steps into the empty alley, the Tiger Shark squad is ready. Their captain signals that the target is in place and tells Heiji to check his strength. Another member mutters that he's being overly careful with just one upper first-rank user. The moment Heiji scans the protagonist with her psychic power, her face changes. Staring in shock, she says what she's seeing can't be real. Sensing trouble, the captain asks what happened. Instead of answering normally, Heiji shares her psychic vision with the whole team. In that view, their own auras are tiny sparks, but Shu's is a huge whirlpool of purple power, towering over all of them. The squad is horrified. His strength is far beyond an upper second rank, and he could wipe them out with ease. The leader's face hardens with rage as he realizes the intel was false, and Zhao Chunlin nearly got them killed. He cancels the mission on the spot, orders everyone to fall back, and promises this won't be forgotten. From the alley, MC sees the squad suddenly jump away and disappear, leaving him confused by the retreat. It doesn't take long for him to figure it out. The only person in the base who would target him is Zhao Chunlin, so this had to be a revenge move gone wrong. He brushes it off, thinking people like that never learn, and next time, he'll make sure they do. The furious Tiger Shark squad returns to Zhao Chunlin, and their leader marches up and slaps him hard across the face. The hit sends Zhao Chunlin flying out of his wheelchair. Dazed and hurting, he demands to know why they attacked him. Looking down at him with disgust, the leader shouts that his bad intel almost got them all killed. The truth is far worse than promised. The target wasn't upper first rank at all, but an upper second rank powerhouse. Zhao Chunlin is left speechless. He can't understand how Shu became that strong in just over a month. The captain coldly says he doesn't care. The mission is over, and he leaves Zhao Chunlin sprawled on the ground, while the squad walks away. The Tiger Shark captain then reports back to Zhao Yi, who is surprised they returned so quickly. The leader says the mission was cancelled because Zhao Chunlin's intel was wrong. The target was an upper second rank user. Actually, even worse, their scanner showed combat power of at least third rank, so they had no choice but to pull back. Hearing that, Zhao Yi is furious and can't believe Zhao Chunlin made a mistake this big. Then dread starts creeping in. He asks for the target's name, but the leader says Zhao Chunlin only gave a description. A tall, muscular man around 1.9 meters, carrying a long spear. The moment he hears that, Zhao Yi's face goes white. He instantly realizes who they went after. The scene shifts to Wang Chuan's office, where he slams both hands onto his desk and sends books flying. He roars at Zhao Yi, demanding to know who gave him the nerve to ambush Shu. Terrified, Zhao Yi weakly argues that the protagonist is only an upper second rank kid, and asks if this kind of reaction is really necessary. Wang Chuan calls him an idiot, and has a drone pull up MC's records. As Zhao Yi reads them, the truth hits like a hammer. He is only 18, already an upper second rank user, the top student of Jiangnan province, and a freshman at Modu Superpower University. Worst of all, his teacher is the legendary Yang. Wang Chuan grimly asks if he understands now. A master like Yang could flatten the whole base, and the government wouldn't stop him. Shaking with fear, Zhao Yi bows and promises he'll take care of it. On Wang Chuan's order, 2 guards drag in the beaten Zhao Chunlin. They throw the terrified merchant to the floor, where he begs for his life. Zhao Yi's expression turns icy. He says a beating isn't enough. The one who caused all this has to die. Zhao Chunlin only has himself to blame for messing with someone far beyond him. Without saying another word, Zhao Yi snaps his neck and kills him on the spot. Back in Wang Chuan's office, Zhao Yi stands there nervously after killing the merchant, but the chief manager isn't satisfied. Coldly, he asks if Zhao Yi really thinks that's enough to calm someone like Shu. With a hard stare, Wang Chuan says he's ignored Zhao Yi's dirty business for years, but this time the mistake is too big. He orders heavy punishment for everyone involved, including the Tiger Shark squad, so no rumors get out. Zhao Yi can only stand there in shock. Later, the entrance to the Adventurers Hall is lined with the base's top officials. A crowd gathers to watch, including Chen and her team. They spot Wang Chuan at the front, along with every department head, and guess this welcome must be for someone very important. Then, one of Chen's teammates notices a familiar face and points out the young man from Modu Superpower University. Coming back from his errands, Shu stares at the group in confusion, wondering why the whole management team is waiting at the entrance. The man in front steps up with a warm smile, welcomes the protagonist, and introduces himself as the base chief manager, Wang Lun. Seeing the highest-ranking person in the base greet MC in person leaves Chen and her friends stunned. They realize this young man is much more important than they thought. Wang Lun then formally apologizes. He tells him that Zhao Chunlin has already been punished, and everyone else involved has been arrested and will spend the rest of their lives in prison. He adds that the base has also prepared compensation. Shu is impressed, thinking this chief manager handles problems fast and cleanly. A female attendant steps forward with a box and presents the base's top-level black gold membership card. Wang Lun explains that it includes free lodging and at least a 20% discount on all purchases. Another attendant brings a second gift, a small box holding a 1 cubic meter space ring. The value of it leaves the protagonist completely stunned as he realizes what they're giving him. Holding the space ring, MC says it's worth at least 50 million on the market. Seeing the base's sincerity, he accepts it. Wang Chuan smiles and says that kind of nerve is exactly what he'd expect from Yang Zhentian's student. He also mentions his senior, Liu Ming, once trained at this base. Before the protagonist Jingming leaves, Wang Chuan tells him to call if he ever has trouble in the city. His reach here is huge. The protagonist Jingming knows all this respect comes from his master's name. Back in his high-end room from the Black Gold membership, MC finally gets a chance to unwind. After a full month of non-stop training, the break feels great. He then decides to claim the space ring by leaving his spiritual mark on it. His spiritual power is far beyond others at his level, so the binding is easy. Then he tests the ring. With one thought, he can pull items out, and with a touch, put them back in. It can't store living things, but it's still incredibly useful. His short rest ends when Yang Zhentian calls. Xu Jingming tells his master he just got back from the wilderness and has something important to share. The moment he hears mercenaries were sent after his disciple, Yang Zhentian explodes. He growls that a space ring is nowhere near enough for an assassination attempt, and says if he had been hurt, he would have torn the whole base apart. Once he settles down, he asks why the elite squad backed off. The protagonist guesses they figured out he was much stronger than expected, and mistook him for an upper-tier second-rank user. That answer leaves Yang Zhentian stunned. He blurts out that MC reached that level in only 1 month. Then the shock turns into laughter. Proud of him, Yang Zhentian says Xu Jingming is growing even faster than he did, and asks when he'll come back, so they can celebrate. He says he'll return right before school starts because he wants to spend the rest of his time exploring more dangerous zones. Yang Zhentian tells him to stay careful, and the protagonist promises he will. After the call, Yang Zhentian is still smiling. Uncle Fu says it's been a long time since he's seen him this happy. The dean can't stop admiring MC's insane growth, thinking that life or death danger seems to push this gifted disciple forward like a cheat code. Sticking to his plan, he heads into the forest mountain range, a tougher part of the wilderness. The place is full of beast roars, and he quickly notices it has far more resources than the ruined city he cleared before. His sharp senses catch danger at once, but the snap of a twig under his boot gives away his position. A moment later, invisible slashes rip through the air at him. Xu Jingming reacts instantly and slips past the attack. The blasts barely miss him and cut straight through the trees. Then the attacker shows itself, a huge Gale Dreadwolf. The protagonist Jingming calmly judges the beast. Most third-rank monsters have special traits, and this one is clearly wind-based, likely mid-tier third rank. What really interests him is how many ability points it'll give. As he gets ready to fight, Xu Jingming senses another group coming closer. It's the well-known streamer Zheng Chuxuan, with bodyguards and a cameraman. One guard spots the Gale Dreadwolf and says it would make perfect footage for Miss Zheng. Their leader tells someone to cut off the wolf's escape so they can take it. MC immediately sees what they're doing, trying to steal his prey, which breaks the wilderness rule that the first finder has the claim. But Zheng Chuxuan shuts that down. She says she won't take someone else's target just to make content. Though the leader tries to call it a heroic rescue for the stream, she isn't buying it. Fake praise means nothing to her, and he looks calm enough that he clearly doesn't need saving. Grumbling under his breath, the leader gives in and tells the team to move out and find another beast. Watching them leave, Xu Jingming admits Zheng Chuxuan seems surprisingly decent for such a famous streamer. He also notices the team leader didn't seem to have much say, but drops the thought and turns back to the hunt. Annoyed that the protagonist Jingming won't back down, the Gale Dreadwolf lunges hard. He avoids the charge without any trouble. The beast's failed strike only makes it angrier, upset that its prey isn't taking it seriously. Xu Jingming quickly answers back. He pours lightning into his spear and slams it down, driving the charge tip straight into the wolf's skull. The wolf drops dead. A system message awards 34 ability points, and MC is pleased. More than 30 from one third-rank beast is a solid haul. Smirking, he looks ahead to the last 10 days of the trip, ready to kill as many beasts as he can. 7 days later, the hunt is still going strong. He finds a group of giant ape-like beasts, and a bright flash suddenly drops from above. He unleashes a long-range move, a huge spear made of pure energy falling from the sky. It crashes down and erupts in a violent explosion. When it clears, a crater is left behind, with one ape beast badly wounded inside. Xu Jingming is surprised the thunder spear didn't kill the leader in one hit. Still, that kind of toughness fits a third-rank beast leader. Not wanting to waste time on the weaker ones, he decides to end the whole group fast. Wrapped in lightning, he rushes into them, slips through their attacks, and cuts them down with his spear. With the 8 beasts defeated, the protagonist Jingming knows this hunt paid off. He checks his system and smiles. He's now past 3,000 ability points. That should finally be enough to learn the S-rank combat skills he's been waiting for. Just as he's about to leave, his smartwatch starts beeping. A holographic distress signal appears. Elsewhere, Zhang Chuxian is running for her life, jumping through the trees as fast as she can. A huge armored beast is chasing right behind her. From her panicked thoughts, we learn her team was broken apart by a 4th-rank beast. Then, in the middle of that chaos, she ran into another monster, a low-tier 3rd-rank ground-digging dragon. She knows anything with dragon blood is vicious. As a mid-tier 2nd-rank user, she has no chance against it, even with a strength pill. Her only hope is that another superpowered fighter sees the distress signal and comes to help. Things get even worse when she bursts out of the forest into open ground. Without cover, she knows the beast will catch her, and just like she feared, it closes the gap and traps her. Right before it can strike, a giant spear of purple lightning drops from the sky and slams down in front of it, cutting off the attack. Xu Jingming appears in a flash of lightning and stands between her and the beast. Zhang Chuxuan freezes in shock as she recognizes him. Seeing him stay put, she urgently tells him to run. That monster is a low-tier 3rd-rank ground-digging dragon, way too strong for him, or so she thinks. MC ignores the warning. He plants his spear and faces the beast calmly, leaving her stunned. Frustration hits her fast. Dying alone would be one thing, but she can't stand the thought of dragging an innocent person down with her. So she makes up her mind and dashes past him, yelling for him to escape while she holds the monster back. The ground-digging dragon roars and charges at both of them. Zhang Chuxuan braces herself to fight, but before she can move, power erupts behind her. Xu Jingming forms a huge lightning spear, then he throws it straight over her head at the charging beast. She can only stare, too stunned to speak. The energy spear drops with terrifying speed. It punches through the beast's armored skull and explodes in purple lightning and blood. The monster crashes down, its head completely destroyed. Zhang Chuxuan drops to her knees, unable to believe that terrifying beast was killed in a single hit. Looking up at Xu Jingming, she finally understands the sonic boom she heard earlier came from him. Now she can't figure out how someone supposed to be only upper-tier 2nd rank could be this strong. A notification confirms the kill and gives him 36 ability points. He smirks, thinking a beast with dragon in its name really does pay better than normal monsters of the same rank. After the fight, the protagonist walks over and asks if she's okay. Zhang Chuxuan says she's fine, just shaky, and thanks him for saving her. He brushes it off, saying anyone would have done the same, then helps her to her feet. Once she's up, Zhang Chuxuan says he saved her life and can ask her for anything later. Xu Jingming politely refuses and jokes that an autographed photo for his roommate would be enough. That catches her off guard, but she agrees. She doesn't have one on her now, though she can give it to him back at the supply base. Then she notices his weapon. Recognizing the famous Dark Cloud Gale spear, she asks if he's from Modyu University, and MC says his master gave it to him. Zhang Chuxuan explains that the spear is famous because it's so heavy only strong users can handle it. She introduces herself as a 2nd-year student from the Elemental Academy. He greets her as a senior, and she quietly assumes he must be a very low-key upperclassman since she's never heard his name before. The protagonist realizes she mistook him for a senior because students usually don't reach his level until their 3rd year, but he doesn't bother correcting her. Still amazed, Zhang Chuxuan says she can't believe he one-shot such a strong upper-tier 3rd-rank beast. As Xu Jingming gets ready to leave, she stops him. Blushing a little, Zhang Chuxuan shyly asks if she can travel with him for a while. She was separated from her guards and can't survive alone out here. MC agrees to escort her back to the ruined city so she can return safely, and she happily thanks him. While they head out, Zhang Chuxuan says the beast's cave might have something valuable. That's probably why it attacked her. He agrees they should check. On the way, she asks what academy he's from. When the protagonist says Weaponry Academy, she mentions their dean, Yang Zhuantian, has a scary nickname. The protagonist casually says Yang is his master. That throws Zhang Chuxuan off. Flustered, she quickly apologizes for badmouthing his teacher. MC is a little surprised. Online she seemed cold and distant, but in person she talks a lot. Zhang Chuxuan brings him to the ground digging Dragon's Cave. Once inside, he warns her to stay behind him since they don't know what might be waiting. She agrees. She stays close as he moves ahead, spear ready and covered in lightning. But their caution soon turns into shock. Farther in, they find a hidden oasis. Around a clear spring grows a patch of rare flowers and herbs. Shu is stunned when he recognizes several top-grade medicinal plants. Then he realizes the spring itself is an S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, a legendary healing treasure. He turns to Zhang Shushuan and asks if she's sure. She confirms it, and explains the spring feeds the plants around it, turning them into rare, powerful herbs. The protagonist is impressed by how much she knows. Jiang Shoshuan proudly says she's a certified second-grade pharmacist, and Shu knows that's not easy to earn. After checking everything, she estimates the spring has enough water for at least 5 doses of S-grade healing liquid. To thank him for saving her, she offers him the whole treasure. MC refuses to take it all. Instead, he suggests a fair split. 4 shares of the spring water for him, 1 for her, and the herbs divided evenly. Happy with that, she agrees. As they start splitting the treasure, her bodyguards reach the cave entrance. One of them doubts there's anything valuable in a cave with no beast inside. The leader shuts that down, saying the signs show this was a third-rank ground-digging dragon's nest, and dragon lairs often hide rare treasures. When they come in, they're surprised to see Zhang Shushuan and Shu already there. She immediately worries. If this squad of elite third-rank fighters notices the S-grade spring, things could go very bad. The leader says they've been looking for her, then turns his attention to him. Thinking fast, Zhang Shushuan introduces the protagonist as a senior from her school she just met. Then she points to the herbs and suggests everyone can share. The leader smiles and agrees, but one guard quietly tells him the spring may be the legendary S-grade Earth Spirit Spring. The mood changes at once. Greed fills the bodyguard's eyes when they grasp how much it's worth. Shu and Jiang Shushuan both feel that shift right away. The leader drops the friendly act and grins coldly, saying she hasn't been very honest. Seeing the danger, Jiang Shushuan decides to give everything up. She says they can take it all, and tries to pull MC away, but he doesn't budge. In a low voice, she warns him they're all peak third-rank fighters, and they can't win. He calmly answers that he doesn't think he's weaker than them. He adds that even if they hand over the treasure, these men still won't let them leave alive, and she realizes he's right. The leader laughs and says Shu guessed correctly. Arrogant or not, he got it right. Zhang Shushuan is famous. If she survives, she could expose them online and destroy their future. So the leader decides it's safer to kill them both and leave their bodies hidden in the cave. Zhang Shushuan refuses to stay a burden. She quickly pulls out a red bloodburst pill and swallows it, ready to fight beside the one who saved her. The medicine works at once, making her A-rank ice power surge. She strikes first, spreading frost across the ground and freezing the bodyguard's feet. Unbothered, the leader gives orders. He tells Zhou to kill Shu first, mocking him as Jiang Shushuan's lover, while the others guard the cave entrance. Then he faces Jiang Shushuan. His body changes as his C-rank power turns him into a huge saber-toothed tiger. He tells her this is where she dies. His men make disgusting jokes about recording everything before killing her, showing just how vile they are. Jiang Shushuan is horrified. These men are beasts wearing human skin. She can't accept dying here, and what hurts most is dragging Shu into it with her. She turns to warn him, then freezes. In an instant, the fight changes. The tiger leader senses movement, and his eyes widen. Before anyone can respond, the protagonist is already behind Zhou, his spear through the man's chest. Zhou drops on the spot. Looking down at him, MC coldly says a third-rank fighter isn't much trouble. The leader is shocked by his speed, and can't believe a mid-third-rank fighter went down that easily. With a dark look, he realizes he judged this all wrong. Shu is the real danger. Roaring in anger, he swings his giant axe and unleashes a tiger roar slash. The protagonist slips past it with ease, moving like a streak of purple lightning. As he dodges, he gauges the man's power. The captain's raw strength is clearly above his, and MC knows he can't keep holding back. The tiger leader and his men can only stare in confusion at what Shu is showing. Knowing this enemy is tougher than expected, he finally releases his hidden strength and enters Thunder Extreme mode. Violent purple lightning bursts from his body, tearing his shirt as his muscles swell. Zhang Shushuan can only stare, stunned and worried at the same time. Even the tiger leader is shaken, staring at the dark, swirling power, and wondering what kind of monster the protagonist is. MC's eyes turn bright blue, his pupils narrowing into slits, and 2 huge demonic horns rise from his head, finishing the terrifying form. He enjoys the massive rush of power. It feels incredible. After the first shock, the leader forces himself to calm down, telling himself it's just a flashy mode meant to scare people. With his confidence back, he gets ready to attack again. Grinning fiercely, Shu charges first. They collide head-on. The leader uses Lying Tiger Stone. Sure, his defense can block anything from a lower-rank fighter, but his Lightning Gale slash crashes into his weapon and proves him wrong. The blow is too much for him. His heavy armor breaks apart. The huge tiger man is blasted backward and defeated. Standing tall in his new form, Shu says his body is now 3 to 4 times stronger, far more than that beast hide could handle. But the fight still isn't done. Another guard rushes in and uses a B-rank skill, Flame Claw. Even in this state, the protagonist's control stays perfect. He blocks the flaming strike with lightning like it's nothing. The bodyguard is stunned. He can't understand how his advanced move was stopped so easily by someone supposed to be lower rank. Standing over him, MC admits the man is tough, what you'd expect from a peak 3rd rank fighter, but says the next hit will finish it. Terrified, the guard begs to live and offers the Earth Spirit Spring plus all his savings. He coldly tells him begging won't help now. Zhang Shuxuan watches in disbelief. The expensive team she hired, the one led by a captain rumored to be unbeatable, has been completely crushed. She's never heard of any student at her university this strong, and starts wondering if Shu's ability might even be S rank. After beating the others, the protagonist looks at the last 2 guards. In this form, the savage bloodlust from the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood starts rising again, and he tells them they're next. The men freeze and call him a demon. MC snorts and says, compared to killers like them, he's far more human. Knowing they can't run, the last men make one desperate move. On their leader's order, they swallow bloodburst pills too, and prepare to fight to the death. What follows is fast and brutal, and the scene jumps to the aftermath. Shu stands victorious among the fallen guards, back in normal form, but with his shirt gone. Thunder Extreme Mode has drained him badly. Leaning against the wall and breathing hard, he thinks about how strong it is, but using it for a little over 10 minutes takes more out of him than hours of normal fighting. After the battle, Zhang Chuchuan hurries over and asks if he's okay. Though exhausted, he says he's fine, and tells her they should gather the spring water and herbs before resting. At the spring, Zhang Chuchuan says she's relieved the fight didn't ruin it. Together, they carefully fill several glass bottles with water from the Earth Spirit Spring. When they're done, Shu notices they got more than expected. He gives Zhang Shuxuan 1.5 bottles, saying she earned her share too. She thanks him happily, thrilled by his generosity. But the calm doesn't last. Suddenly, Zhang Shuxuan stumbles and cries out. She falls against the protagonist, finally realizing the side effects of the bloodburst pill are hitting her. The backlash crashes over her all at once. MC is caught off guard, but he catches her before she hits the ground. Lying there, she realizes she has no strength left. She can't use her energy, and she's too weak to even take medicine from her space ring. Shaking and red-faced, she feels deeply embarrassed and worries about how awful this must look. Seeing how bad the side effects were, Shu says she needs rest and says he'll move her somewhere safer. Before she can answer, he scoops her up, leaving Shuxuan startled and red-faced. As he carries her, Shuxuan's heart starts racing. She can't tell if it's the pain or because she's never been this close to a man before. He brings her to a patch of grass and gently sets her down. Then he tells her to rest while he gathers the herbs they missed. Before walking off, the protagonist removes his black shirt and hands it to her so she can cover up. Shuxuan takes it, touched by how thoughtful he is. While she rests, Shu goes through the defeated bodyguard's things and takes a space ring from one of them. After checking inside, he's let down. For an elite squad, all they had was some money, beast parts, herbs, and a C-rank combat skill. Looking at the 2 rings, MC hopes he can trade them for one with more space. Carrying his long spear around is a real pain. From where she's lying, Shuxuan calls to him. She says the Earth Spirit Spring should help with her weakness and shyly asks if he can spare her a little. He hands her a vial of the spring water, and she quickly drinks it. The effect is immediate. She lets out a relieved breath as some of her strength comes back. Shuxuan says she's feeling much better, but full recovery will still take 3 or 4 more hours. She can't believe the pill's backlash can be eased at all, and says the S-rank Earth Spirit Spring really is amazing. Hearing that, Shu figures night will fall before she's fully recovered. To stay safe, he suggests they spend the night in the cave. The idea of being alone overnight with a man in a dark cave shocks Shuxuan on the spot. When the protagonist asks what she thinks, she blushes and quietly agrees, saying she'll go with his plan. The next morning arrives. Now fully recovered, Shuxuan stretches and says she feels great. She jokes that the forest is so nice she could live there for a month, if it weren't full of dangerous beasts. She looks at Shu and remembers all the worries she had the night before, then silently scolds herself for overthinking. He wasn't that kind of person at all, though for some reason, that leaves her a little disappointed. Her thoughts end when MC says it's time to go, and that he'll take her to the edge of the forest. Caught off guard, she quickly agrees. The 2 start running through the woods, with him ahead. Then he suddenly stops, and throws out an arm to keep her from going any farther. A huge flaming beast jumps over them, and Shuxuan freezes in fear as she recognizes it. A 5th-tier blazing tiger. It lands in the distance and keeps running. From behind cover, Shu wonders if it never noticed them. But Shuxuan sees the fear in its movements, and says it's not hunting, it's fleeing for its life. Then her eyes go wide, as she realizes what's behind it. A giant wave of gray, red-eyed beasts rushes past. In a low voice, Shuxuan says they're iron-toothed rats. Alone, they're only 1st tier, but in a swarm they're deadly enough to bring down even a 6th-tier fighter. Realizing that's what scared off the tiger, she panics and tells the protagonist they need to run. Shu reacts at once, grabs her hand and bolts. The rat swarm charges after them. As they race forward, MC knows these rats can keep going for a long time, so they can't just outrun them normally. With the supply base still 90 kilometers away, they need more speed. His spear is slowing him down, and he says he'll have to ditch it. Chu Huan quickly stops him, saying her space ring is big enough to store it. So instead, she puts the heavy spear away with ease, taking the burden off him. Now lighter, he realizes even holding hands is still slowing them down. He says it would be faster if he carried her on his back, leaving Chu Huan too stunned to answer. Before she can protest, he lifts her onto his back and takes off even faster. At last, they burst out of the forest and reach a ruined city, but the relief doesn't last. They spot the swarm tearing apart another beast, and Shu realizes the worst has happened. The rat tide has spread through the whole area. With nowhere left to run, he says they'll have to fight. The protagonist enters Thunder Extreme mode, purple lightning bursting out as demonic horns grow from his head. He tells the frightened Shu Huan to hold on tight, then charges straight into the swarm. He turns into a streak of lightning and destruction, tearing through the rats and gaining ability points with every kill. Elsewhere, at a military outpost, Wang Chuan and his team track the disaster. An officer reports the rat tide has passed 300,000. Grim-faced, Wang Chuan says the local ecosystem is going to be hit hard. Another man points to a map showing trapped ability users and says most of them will probably be eaten. Wang Chuan worries about Shou, thinking that if he's caught in the swarm, only Yang Zhentian might be able to save him. Then a soldier notices a huge ball of purple lightning on the monitors. Wang Chuan immediately orders his men to get ready, and another report says the target is moving at 80 meters per second. The troops open fire, but the bullets do nothing against the powerful energy shield. Pushing Thunder Extreme mode to its limit, MC, still in that demonic form, jumps high into the air with Zhang Chuhuan, clearing the military blockade in one leap. He lands among the stunned soldiers, and his transformation fades away. The troops just stare. One says he thought that Lightning Mass was a beast, not a person. Another comments on the terrifying aura, while someone else says the girl looks strangely familiar. Back to normal, shirtless and drained, Shui tells Chuhuan they've made it to the supply base and are finally safe. Relieved, she grabs his arm and thanks him. Just then, Wang Chuan rushes over after recognizing him and asks what he can do. He says he ran from the mountain area for more than 40 minutes and is completely worn out, so all he wants is a room to rest. Inside, Wang Chuan is shocked. Those mountains are over 90 kilometers away, and even a 4th-tier ability user would have trouble forcing a way through that swarm. Wanting to help, Wang Chuan says he'll arrange a room, but Chuhuan steps in and says she'll handle the protagonist herself. As she supports the exhausted Shu, nearby soldiers start whispering. They recognize her as Goddess Zhang, talk about how lucky this guy is, and wonder what their relationship is. One even complains that his goddess has been taken. After 2 full days and nights, MC finally wakes up in a comfortable bed. He sees Chuhuan beside him, smiling brightly. She says he's been out for a long time, and that she was just about to give him some Earth Spirit Spring to help him recover. Surprised he slept that long, he asks about the wilderness. Chuhuan says the rat tide still hasn't gone away, so the whole area remains locked down. Once it's over, she adds, there probably won't be many beasts left. Since there's no point staying, the protagonist decides to head back to the university before the new term starts. Chuhuan says she's returning too, and suggests they go together. MC agrees right away. While they're talking, Chuhuan remembers something she owed him. She gives him the signed photo he asked for, and Shay is completely stunned. Instead of a normal picture, it's a very bold shot of her in revealing lingerie. Red-faced, he explains he asked for it for a friend, not himself, and says this version might be a little too much. He awkwardly asks if she has a more normal one, and Chuhuan finally realizes she got the wrong idea. Inside, Chuhuan is dying of embarrassment, and scolds herself for thinking he wanted that kind of photo because he liked her. Flustered, she says she'll give him another picture, and asks for the revealing one back. But Shu looks at it, then shyly asks if he can actually keep this one for himself, surprising her. That instantly puts a smile on her face, and she tells him of course he can. Trying to move past the awkward moment, the protagonist says that since he's been asleep for 2 days, he should book train tickets for the trip back. Chuhuan brushes that off, saying she drove there herself and can take him back with her. Later, the two head out in a flashy yellow convertible sports car. On the way, MC says only a huge internet celebrity like her would own a limited edition car like this, adding that it's his first time riding in a self-driving vehicle. Chuhuan casually says it's easy to use. Before long, they return to Modu Superpower University. After changing into casual clothes, they step out of the car, and Shu has his spear over one shoulder again. People notice them right away. Some students admire how handsome he is, then sigh when they assume the beautiful girl beside him must be his girlfriend. As they walk across campus, the protagonist thinks about how much stronger he's gotten in just a month and a half away. Chuhuan asks which district his dorm is in. He says District 3. Since she stays in District 2, she says they'll probably split up there. Before they part, Chuhuan tells Shu to come to her if he ever needs anything, and he agrees. Just as they're about to separate, Chuhuan suddenly steps closer, catching MC off guard. She leans in and gives him a quick kiss on the cheek. With a playful grin, she says it's a small thank you for saving her life. Then she waves and walks off, leaving him blushing behind her. He touches his cheek, still trying to process what just happened, and thinks that he really just got kissed out of nowhere. Later, back in her dorm, Chuxuan sits on her bed, thinking someone as strong as Shu shouldn't be a nobody, so she opens her laptop to look him up, noting that most of the recent talk on campus has been about the freshman. Soon she finds his file, and her face fills with shock. The protagonist is actually a freshman, and an upper second rank user. Pouting, she realizes she kept calling him senior the whole time, calls him a big liar, and decides she'll tease her junior brother the next time they meet. Back in his dorm, MC checks what he got from the trip. He finished his missions, picked up 2 space rings, and now has over 25 million in the bank. His only regret is that the rat tide stopped his hunt early, so he missed out on more ability points. His system shows he's now an upper second tier user with an S rank ability and 3,712 ability points. That should be enough to learn some strong S rank combat skills. Then Liu Wentao rushes in, happy to see him back. He complains that he disappeared without warning and says he got really worried after hearing about the rat tide. He confirms it happened, but says the military has it under control now. While they're talking, Liu Wentao suddenly notices something different. He stares at the protagonist in shock and realizes he's broken into the second tier. MC casually corrects him. He's already at the upper second tier. Liu Wentao is stunned, and MC explains he nearly died a few times out there, but that danger helped him break through. Impressed, Liu Wentao says he really is different, and jokes that maybe he should risk his life too if he wants to get stronger. He shuts that down right away, warning that his case was special, and the wilderness is far too dangerous for him. Liu Wentao drops the idea, then remembers something else. Song came by looking for the protagonist several times, so he tells him to get in touch with her. Shu says he will, then remembers the gift he brought back. He hands Liu Wentao the signed photo, leaving him confused for a second. That confusion vanishes fast. Liu Wentao practically explodes with joy, staring at Goddess Zhang's photo with hard eyes and screaming in excitement. Later, MC heads to the Battle Technique Library. He thinks about the 4 missions he cleared. They earned him 871 credits, which is a pretty fast way to build them up. Sitting down, he calls out to Eva and asks for every available S-rank lightning combat technique. At once, holograms pop up with one powerful skill after another. Among them are Thunder Mark, which deals huge lightning damage, and Thunder Prison, which forms a nearly unbreakable lightning barrier. As he looks through them, he's surprised that even a top school like Madu University only has a little over 20 S-rank lightning techniques. Since this choice matters for his future, he knows he has to be careful. He keeps comparing the options until 2 of them stand out. One is Heavenly Thunder Art, a long-range move that calls down natural lightning. The other is Thunder Armor, a defensive technique that creates a shield. Together they give him offense at range and solid defense. Most people would have to choose one path, but Shu just smirks. Thanks to his system, he plans to learn both. He also finds out Heavenly Thunder Art is required for an even stronger SSS rank technique, called Myriad Heavenly Thunder Guide. Once he starts reading the manual, he realizes how hard it is. It's even more complicated than Thunder Indestructible Body, and the material is so tough it reminds him of trying to understand doctoral level writing in his past life. After 6 straight hours, he slumps over the desk, worn out. He finally has the basics down, but that's enough studying by hand. Now it's time to let the system do the rest. He tightens his fist and calls on Deep Blue, telling it to spend the points and raise the skill. Purple lightning bursts out as the system forcefully blends the technique into his mind and body. It works, but the price shocks him. Just getting one S-rank technique to the elementary level cost 1,600 ability points. All those hard-earned points are barely enough for 2 skills. Just then, Eva floats over and reminds him it's already 1 in the morning. It tells him to use his time wisely and not fire off powers in the library. A little embarrassed, Shu agrees. Since it's too late to start another technique that big, he decides to come back later. Late that night on campus, a young man runs past a girl out jogging. The girl is Song. While running, she thinks about how hard she's been pushing herself. For more than a month, she's kept up late-night training, all because she wants to challenge the protagonist when he gets back and prove she's the real #1 freshman. Her run stops when she notices a huge bird in the sky. One look at its red eyes tells her what it is, a white-ringed black feather eagle. Song quickly judges the danger. This kind of beast hunts in cities with speed and camouflage, and from what she can tell, this one is around the 3rd tier. That makes it a very hard fight for her. Then a sudden sound from above makes her jump. She looks up, confused. There's thunder, but the sky is clear. A second later, a giant ball of purple lightning appears and explodes overhead. It slams into the eagle and rips it apart. Song stares in disbelief at that overwhelming power. Whoever used lightning like that killed the beast with ease, and since the attack came from campus, she assumes it had to be a strong senior or maybe even a university instructor. But the real source is Shu, standing alone in a quiet wooded area as the last sparks fade around him. He wears a confident grin while purple lightning still coils around his body. To himself, he decides this little test already proves how terrifying Heavenly Thunder Art really is. A system message confirms he killed a mid-third tier white-ringed black feather eagle and earned 34 ability points. MC is impressed. Heavenly Thunder Art is even stronger than he expected, with amazing power and a range close to a kilometer. Satisfied, he turns to leave, not knowing a mysterious young man is watching from the trees and taking interest in the famous freshman. The next morning, as he gets ready to head out, Liu Wentao asks why he's leaving so early. He says he's going back to the battle technique library to prepare for the freshman contest in a few days. Watching him leave, Liu Wentao is amazed. The protagonist just got back from the wilderness and is already training again. Fired up by that, he decides he'll start training too after he eats. As MC walks across campus, Song calls out to him. He turns, and she says she's glad he made it back safely from the wilderness. Then she gets right to it and reminds him he promised to spar with her. When Shu asks if she's sure, Song plants her hands on her hips and tells him not to look down on her. She was the top scorer in her province. He agrees to spar later, but Song grabs his hand and says no, they're using his dorm training room right now. As she drags him along, the protagonist can't help being amused by how direct she is. He also starts wondering why she's this eager to fight. Meanwhile, Song thinks about how shocked he'll be when he learns she reached the second tier too. Soon they reach the training room, where Liu Wentao and Shi Dongsha are watching. MC steps forward with his spear, ready. While loosening up, Song smirks and tells him not to lose too badly. Shu calmly answers that she can't beat him barehanded. That only makes her smile wider, because she did bring a weapon. She pulls it from her space ring. A flash of light appears, and she catches a huge decorated halberd with practiced ease. Shu is a little surprised. A Fang Tian Hui is a rare weapon, especially for a girl. Holding the halberd, Song declares she'll beat him. He simply accepts the challenge. From the side, Liu Wentao grins and says Brother Ming already won, which makes Shi Dongxiao laugh. As the fight begins, the protagonist feels her aura and realizes she's reached the lower second tier. So that's where her confidence came from. But he's not worried. Purple lightning erupts around him as he says he hasn't been standing still either. The burst of power leaves Shi Dongxiao staring in shock as she blurts out that it's impossible. He's an upper second tier user. Liu Wentao smugly reminds her he already said Song had no chance. Song is stunned. Her plan to surprise him completely failed, and she can't understand how he advanced so much faster when they were both top scorers. Wrapped in lightning, Shu asks if she still wants to continue. Flustered but stubborn, she says yes, then quickly asks him not to hit too hard. Amused, MC praises her for adapting fast. He tells her he won't make the first move, and she can attack whenever she's ready. With a serious look, Song warns him not to regret that choice, and activates her A-rank ability, Light of Dawn. He watches the bright power gather, and notes that, like his lightning, it's a natural type ability. Now he wants to see what it can do. She leaps in, her halberd wrapped in a glowing flame-like aura. Shu is interested. It's his first time seeing a weapon enhancement technique. He swings his spear to meet her, and lightning crashes against light in a brilliant blast. Still smiling, the protagonist easily knocks her strike aside. His raw strength completely crushes her attack. The impact sends Song stumbling back in shock. MC calmly tells her the technique itself is good, but it doesn't have enough force behind it. Watching from the side, Liu Wentao excitedly praises the exchange, thrilled that he blocked her famous move so easily. Song refuses to give in and says she'll try again. She launches a storm of attacks, moving so fast her weapon leaves after images from every direction. Shu stays calm and bats every strike away. While defending, he coolly points out her speed is lacking, her power isn't enough, and she still needs more practice. The non-stop assault quickly wears Song out, leaving her breathing hard. In the end, she gives up in shock. The protagonist just shut down her A-rank combat technique, a move that throws out over 100 strikes in seconds, without even using a special skill. Leaning on her halberd, she guesses his spear skill must be beyond advanced level. MC confirms it. He's at master level. That hits her hard. She's trained since she was 8 and only reached advanced, so she can only stare at him and call him a monster. Turning away, Song admits defeat. With his S-rank ability and that kind of talent, she says there's no way she can surpass him. Shu asks if she wants to see his other techniques too, but she refuses. She says his power is already too much, so her techniques wouldn't get through his defense anyway. Instead, she thanks him by inviting him to lunch, and he agrees. Song says she'll see him at noon, then leaves with Shi Dongxiao, who comments that he really does seem stronger. After they leave, Wentao gives the protagonist a thumbs up and calls him the strongest. He brushes it off, saying Song wasn't all that strong, but her growth rate really is. Wentao laughs and says Shu only thinks that because he's too strong himself. Then he drops a bomb. Song is the great-granddaughter of Song Dao Yuan, the legendary S-rank grandmaster from the history books. That leaves MC speechless. He remembers Song Dao Yuan was important enough to get a whole chapter in the records from 80 years ago. Wentao explains that Song's family is based in Sichuan, and since she's her great-grandfather's favorite great-granddaughter, her fast progress makes sense. He finally gets her background and how she can afford such pricey gear. Feeling the pressure, the protagonist says he needs to get back to training and heads off right away. Back at the library, MC learns his second S-rank skill, Thunder Armor. He tries it out, wrapping himself in purple lightning. The skill cuts incoming force by 90% and strikes back on its own, making it an amazing defense. 4 hours later, he checks his system and sees that after learning both skills, he has a little over 700 ability points left. He reminds himself to head into the wilderness later and earn more points. Now that his prep is done, Xiao sets his sights on the freshman tournament. On September 1st, he and the others head to the competition. He notices the unusual weapons his female friends are carrying, and Dongxia, using huge mechanical claws, says a special style helps her win faster. Her goal is to place in the top 50. Song says she's aiming for second place. The protagonist asks if that means she's given up on challenging him again, and she admits it. She can't beat him, so there's no point. Wentao brings up another threat. Li, Shanghai's top scorer, who has also reached the second tier. Song gets excited to see how strong this rival really is. Just then, Dongxia points ahead and says they've arrived. The group reaches a huge arena. In the stands, Chuxuan is sitting with Teng. Teng is surprised to see her taking interest in the freshman competition. Chuxuan smiles and says she's here for someone she's been watching closely. When Teng asks who, Chuxuan reveals it's a boy, and points out that he just arrived. As Shu's group walks in, Wentao stares at the giant stage and wonders why the school built something this over the top. MC says his teacher already told him why. The event starts with a 100-person battle royale, so they need the space. That only makes him more excited. A fierce grin spreads across his face as he thinks about how fun this is going to be. Once the freshmen gather below, Wentao looks up and is shocked by how many big names came to watch. He spots the presidents of the Ash Flame Society and the Starfall Society, then guesses a lineup like this must be here for the protagonist. Shu is surprised and asks if superpower universities really have clubs. Wentao says they do, but these aren't normal school clubs, they're combat teams made up of strong ability users. He explains that they often go into the wilderness to hunt beasts, give members monthly resources, and can even help them join their guilds after graduation. Then he mentions that MC's senior, Ming, is vice president of the Ash Flame Society. He finds it weird that Ming isn't here for such an important day. That makes him uneasy. Since coming back, he hasn't been able to reach either his senior or his master. He knows they went to the southwest, and he can't stop wondering if they're safe. At the same time, in a private box, a subordinate updates his president on the fierce fighting in the southwest, and thanks him for returning. The subordinate says they can handle recruiting new members themselves, but the silver-haired president, Wei He of the Ash Flame Society, shuts that down. He says he came back for one reason only, to recruit Shu no matter what. Looking around, he notices another major figure, and wonders why Wu Lan from the Starfall Society is here too. Elsewhere, Wu Lan watches the arena with a confident smirk, clearly after the same person. Suddenly, a huge glowing magic circle appears in the sky, signaling the start of the tournament. A grand floating balcony descends from the circle, and the crowd breaks into excited whispers. People wonder if a powerful space-type user made it as a golden portal opens. A figure steps out onto the balcony. The woman who appears carries herself with quiet power, drawing everyone's attention. Wentao recognizes her as the vice principal, who oversees the battle technique library. Shu is shocked by how young she looks, but Wentao explains that strong ability users age more slowly, though he still figures she's at least 40. From the floating balcony, the vice principal introduces herself as Ling Shuang, one of the university's 3 vice principals, and the one in charge of the battle technique library. Since the principal is away, she'll oversee the opening ceremony. She welcomes the new students to Madu Superpower University, and announces that this year's class has 1,024 students, including 6 provincial top scorers. Then she gives the breakdown. 56 A-rank users, 832 B-rank, and 135 with C or D-rank abilities. After that, she casually adds that there's also one very rare S-rank awakened student in the class that instantly grabs Shu and his friend's attention. Ling goes on to explain that the university gives out resources each year through a 5-level rating system, from D to S. She says this freshman competition will decide each student's first-year rating and treatment, and the freshmen immediately feel the pressure. Hearing the talk about fairness, Ling scoffs. A dark aura bursts out as she coldly asks when she ever claimed Madu University was fair. She says the school's goal is to raise true powerhouses, and that can only happen through brutal competition. Her words leave the freshmen completely silent. Shu, though, isn't shaken at all. If anything, this only proves he chose the right school. Ling tells them not to hide their strength, because more power means more resources. Then she explains the rules. The first stage is a 100-person battle royale. Floating drones will count each student's knockouts, and there will be 10 rounds, with the top 5 from each round moving on. Next, she shows the rewards. First place gets a 10 cubic meter space ring, A-grade cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. Second and third place get A and B-grade combat suits, B-grade resources, and plenty of credits. The prizes are so valuable that the students are left stunned. Ling adds one last thing. The results will also decide their access level inside the university, from C rank up to A rank. She explains that S rank permission is granted separately. With that, she turns things over to another dean and leaves in a flash of golden light. The next person to step up is the dean of the Elemental Academy. Sun Ching-sui announces the official start of the freshman competition. To fire them up, she says anyone who performs especially well may be chosen as a personal disciple by a teacher, and tells them to give it everything they've got. That sends a wave of excitement through the students. They all know this is a huge chance. Sun Ching-sui says the first stage will have 10 rounds, and the AI Ava begins randomly choosing the first group. As Shu's group watches in their matching combat suits, they notice that Li, Qinghai's top scorer, is in round 1. From the stage, Li looks their way and gives them a smug little grin. Dongsha points it out, and Song calls him arrogant. Wen Tao, meanwhile, thinks Li just made a very bad mistake. The 100 selected students gather on the arena floor. Sun Ching-sui tells them not to worry about dying. If anyone's life is in danger, Ava will create a protective shield, and the medical team is ready nearby. Then the countdown hits 0, and the fight begins. The arena instantly turns into total chaos. Before long, the crowd locks onto one standout fighter, a swordsman tearing through the field. They quickly identify him as Li, the top scorer from Qinghai, and note that he's already in the second tier. On the field, Li cuts through opponent after opponent with ease, mocking the ones he drops as weak. Round 1 ends fast. An AI drone announces that Li took first place with 36 defeats. As he leaves the stage, Li looks up at the protagonist and throws out a challenge, clearly wondering if the protagonist can beat that score. Watching Li act so cocky, Wen Tao starts sweating and says the guy is hopeless. He's never seen anyone try this hard to invite disaster. In the stands, someone from the Starfall Society points out Li's breakthrough and asks Wu Lan if they should focus on recruiting him instead. Wu Lan calmly says no, their top target is still MC. When the subordinate asks if that's based on inside info, Wu Lan says it isn't a secret, he saw it himself. A little later, Ava announces the second round and calls the next group forward. To his friend's excitement, Shu is one of them. Wen Tao and Song cheer for him and tell him to show Li what real strength looks like. He calmly says he will. The moment the protagonist steps onto the stage, the other contestants panic. They complain about their awful luck and give up on first place right away, deciding to fight over the other 4 spots instead. MC just stands there, thinking they're fools if they really believe distance alone will keep them safe. From the VIP section, the deans watch closely. One asks Sun Qingxie if he is Yang Zhentian's new disciple. She confirms it and says he's the S-rank user, and the dean notes how strong his aura feels. But when the protagonist fully releases his power, another dean is so shocked he spits out his drink. He can't believe the protagonist already reached the second tier when he only awakened a month ago. The other deans are just as stunned by his terrifying speed of growth, while Sun Qingxie quietly thinks that Young is very good at keeping secrets. The count starts, and the second the match begins, Shu unleashes a huge vortex of purple lightning that swallows a big chunk of the arena and leaves the other students stunned. At the heart of the storm, he whips his spear around at crazy speed and grins like a hunter. To him, fighting people is still more fun than killing beasts. His power shocks everyone. The burst throws students backward, and one of them realizes in horror that this is the aura of a second-tier user. Wrapped in purple lightning, MC makes it obvious they were right, and the students cry out in disbelief that he's really second tier. The other contestants can only complain about how unfair this is. A freshman already stands a whole tier above them. From the stands, Wulin watches without much reaction. When a subordinate asks if he already knew his real strength, Wulin says yes. Now everyone can see his talent for themselves. Elsewhere, Choshun smiles, realizing she'd been calling her junior a senior, and jokingly swears she'll pay him back for it. Meanwhile, Lili Chengzhe grinds his teeth. He wanted to use the protagonist's fame to boost his own name, but that plan just fell apart. Annoyed by his luck, he curses being placed in a different round and starts wondering what he's supposed to do now. On the field, one student jumps on the moment. He tells everyone MC is too strong to fight alone, and says they should team up and take him out first. The others quickly agree, knowing that's their only real shot. Inside the lightning storm, Shou picks up on a strange force in that student's voice, and realizes he's dealing with a spiritual-type user. A purple-haired student named Xia Ying steps forward and uses his A-rank psychic power to pull the group together. He tells them that if they follow his lead, they might actually beat an S-rank user. Fired up by his words, the others rally behind him. In the VIP box, the deans comment on it. Wu Wen notes that Xia Ying has brought the freshmen together, and Sun Qingxie recognizes him as Dean Longkei's disciple. Dean Longkei smiles with obvious pride, though even he knows the students only united because Shou was that dangerous, not because Xia Ying was such a great leader. Even so, Sun Qingshui feels he could be in trouble. If an S-rank user got knocked out in round 1, it would be a huge embarrassment. Below them, the protagonist watches the group gather. Shi Ying mocks him, saying he missed his chance to strike first, then asks how he plans to handle 102 enemies. MC just smirks. He asks why Shi Ying thinks he's the one at a disadvantage, then calls up his power, and forms a lightning spear in his hand. Shi Ying immediately orders everyone forward, putting melee fighters in front, while the ranged and support users get ready behind them. With a chance to bring down an S-rank user, the students rush in together, shouting as they charge. From the rear, Shi Ying raises a wall of rock and taunts Shu, telling him to worry about surviving this attack before thinking about reaching him. He isn't impressed at all. To him, numbers don't matter against this kind of power. He makes his move and throws the giant lightning spear, not at the crowd, but straight at Shi Ying's wall. It hits with brutal force and blows the rock barrier apart in one shot. Purple energy erupts from the impact, and the shockwave blasts the nearest attackers backward. The power keeps spreading across the arena floor, and everyone caught near it freezes. Shi Ying and the others stare in terror, screaming that the energy is about to blow and they'll all die. A second later, their fear comes true as the energy peaks and explodes across a huge section of the battlefield. The crowd is left speechless by how big the blast is. One student swears it looked like a mushroom cloud, while others fear Shi Ying's whole group was killed. Then the university's safety system activates. An AI drone says the defense grid was triggered by a life-threatening strike, sealing several students inside protective bubbles, before announcing that all of them were eliminated by Gaisho. Protected but out of the match, Shang clenches his fist in rage. He can't believe he got eliminated without beating even one person, just because he went after the protagonist. Another student who got taken out yells for the rest to keep attacking, and under Shi Ying's influence, a female student shouts that she'll drag MC down with her if she has to. The remaining fighters, eyes glowing red, obey and launch one last desperate charge from every side. Shay stays calm in the center, as dozens of weapons come down on him. Instead of looking cornered, he smiles, cool, and a little dangerous, as he gets ready to answer their attack. Watching from the side, Xing tells himself that even if they all get eliminated, it's worth it if he goes down too. Then, Jing Yudoan that confidence breaks instantly, and his face twists in shock at what he sees. The protagonist shuts the whole attack down with ease. One spin of his spear creates a vortex of purple lightning that blows every attacker away. With the danger gone, he lets out a small sigh, almost like he's bored. Xing stares in disbelief. He can't understand how one simple move blocked all their elemental attacks, and starts to wonder if this is what an S-rank user's true power looks like. Then Xing drops to his knees, crushed by the gap between them. Even with all those students together, they were nothing but ants to Shay. The audience erupts, amazed by how terrifying MC's lightning is. People point out that every other elemental attack got shut down, and even one lightning user can't figure out why MC's power is so much stronger. In the stands, Chuxuan cheers, saying she knew her senior would be fine. Next to her, Song smirks, thinking those students were fools if they believed a plan that basic could beat him. From the VIP section, the deans break down the fight. Dean Long K says Shu's Thunder Spear skill must already be at an advanced level, and another dean adds that the throw caused a sonic boom, showing both insane speed and a powerful body. Sun Shensui watches in thought, wishing Yan Zhentian were here so she could ask about his unbelievable disciple. Back in the arena, the few students left are stuck in panic. They know they can't break through the protagonist's defense, and one of them says the only choice left is to run. Seeing how scared they are, MC turns with a smug grin and asks if they're too afraid to come at him. If that's the case, he'll come to them instead. Then, he leaps forward, cracks the ground, and turns into a streak of purple energy. In an instant, he's among them, moving like a ghost and dropping students one after another with blinding speed. Panic spreads fast. One student yells for a defensive formation, while another insists they need to stay together. They follow that advice, bunching up tight with a shield user in front to brace for Shu's next hit. He sees their setup and smiles wider. Now, he thinks, this is finally getting interesting. He tears through their formation in a storm of lightning and steel, calmly pointing out every mistake. One's angle is off, another is too slow, and a third is simply too weak. One student tries to stop him with a wave of ice, but the protagonist lands right in the middle of it. Ahmad completely unfazed. Seconds later, the fight is over. Every other contestant is down. Standing over the last one, Chase coldly says they were all too weak, then drives his spear into the ground to end the one-sided match. The defeated students lie there in despair. One groans that MC beat them with no effort and still called them weak, while another curses his luck for ending up in the same group as him. Eva floats above and announces the round is over. He rests his spear on his shoulder with a confident smile as the drone declares him the only student to advance after defeating 102 opponents. The drone starts to announce the other qualifiers, then suddenly stops. Sun Qingshui steps in and explains that since the protagonist was the only one to advance, the rest will need an extra round to decide the other 4 spots. The crowd keeps buzzing. One girl says it was a total blowout, and the first time she's seen a round where only one person advanced. And her friend says the school clubs will probably fight over Shu now. The deans are just as amazed. Long K says that in more than 40 years of this event, the old record was 87 eliminations by another S-rank user in a 7-minute match, and they agree MC's new record may never be beaten. Long K then wonders how young Juntian trained his spear skills all the way to master level. Sun Qingshai is stunned, admitting his weapon talent is incredible. She once wanted him in the Elemental Academy, but now she sees there's no point. A faint smile appears on her face as she thinks that with a student like the protagonist, the coming 3-school freshman research trip should be nothing to worry about. Down on the floor, Song and Dongxia run over to congratulate MC. Wen Tao excitedly points out Li Qingji's face, saying it turned purple after MC took out Shi Ying. He jokes that Li Qingji should learn face changing. Shi glances at his rival and thinks he's just a paper tiger who only knows how to bully weaker people. He still can't stand that arrogance, but he decides not to deal with Li Qingji yet. Instead, he'll challenge him properly in the second stage. Then he turns to his friends, pats Wen Tao on the shoulder, and tells them it's their turn next. Reaching the top 50 should be easy, and Wen Tao eagerly agrees. The protagonist bumps fists with Song, and she tells him that even if she can't beat him, she'll still prove she's the strongest freshman after him. The tournament moves on. In round 3, Wen Tao takes 4th place after beating 9 opponents. Later, in round 6, Dongxia uses her claws to claim 3rd place with 12 wins. Then round 8 arrives, and it's Song's turn. She steps into the arena with her huge halberd and boldly says her time has come. Song steps out, and the crowd reacts right away. A lot of students know her as Sichuan's top scorer, and people are already calling her the new freshman goddess. The fight starts, and Song instantly uses her A-rank skill, Light of Dawn. Golden light wraps around her halberd as she charges in, dropping one contestant after another with clean, fast blows. The others are stunned when they realize she's another second-tier user. One student feels better knowing she's only low second tier and not on Shu's level, but his friend says that hardly matters. Up in the stands, Wallen, president of the Starfall Society, is impressed and tells his man to mark Song as their second target. Song keeps pushing forward and uses Dawn Light's second dance. Spinning like a storm, she cuts through several opponents at once. Then she pulls her power together for a stronger move. Light Flame Gravity Slash. She jumps up and drives the halberd down with crushing force. One of the last students can't take it, yelling about the insane weight before dropping. With the final opponent defeated, Sung takes 1st place. The AI drone announces 45 eliminations. After the win, she dismisses her weapon. Then she happily waves at Shu in the stands. When she comes over and asks what he thinks, MC tells her the mix of magic and close combat was incredible. He adds that he's looking forward to facing her in round 2. 2 hours later, the second stage begins, a free challenge round on floating platforms above the arena. Each student gets 3 chances to challenge someone ranked above them, but only the top 50 can be called out. Now it's Hugh's turn. He thinks about challenging Song for second, then drops the idea and tells the AI he wants 3rd place. Li Chungji. Li Chungji is stunned, then furious. Pointing at him, he demands to know why the 1st place student is targeting him. He calmly says the rules never said he had to challenge someone higher, then reminds him coldly. Did he really think he could provoke him and get away with it? The crowd is confused until one student explains that Li Chungji had earlier made a throat-slitting gesture at the protagonist. Eva assigns them an arena, and a furious Li Chungji accepts, eager to test an S-rank user for real. The two take their places on the floating platform as the countdown begins. The moment the fight starts, Li Chungji goes all out. His body swells, red fur spreads across him, and his head becomes that of a lion. The system names it A-rank Berserk Blood Lion King. He roars at the top of his lungs. Wrapped in red energy, the Lion Man charges and shouts that Shu made him do this. Purple lightning flickers in MC's eyes as he stares back. He says none of this was forced. Li Chungji brought it on himself with his own arrogance. In a flash, he vanishes. He appears above Li Chungji, with his spear already coming down. Startled, the Lion Man sneers at a lightning user trying to meet him head-on. He swings his huge sword and fires back with Wild Lion Slash. Their weapons crash together in a burst of power. Li Chungji can't handle it, and gets blasted backward by Shu's strike. Trying to steady himself, he stares in shock. Even in his powered-up form, the protagonist is still far stronger physically. MC doesn't let up, and pours out wave after wave of purple cloud divine lightning. The lightning swallows Li Chengjia's transformed body, and he screams in pain. The crowd is horrified. If even a second-tier enhancement user can't bear it, the pain must be awful. Then someone realizes the scary part. He is controlling the lightning just enough to make him suffer without finishing him, so the AI can't stop the match. Everyone comes to the same conclusion. Anger anyone you want, just not him. A few moments later, Li Chengji finally collapses, and his beast form fades. The AI drone declares the protagonist the winner. MC stands there without a trace of warmth. He thinks it's a shame he couldn't drag it out longer, but 10 seconds of agony should be enough to teach Li Chengji some humility. On the ground, a battered Li Chengji gasps, shocked that he lived through what felt like certain death. He watches him leave and only relaxes once he's gone. But that relief lasts only a second. Song steps forward, levels her halberd, and tells Ava she wants to challenge third place too, Li Chengji. A new wave of fear hits him as he realizes it still isn't over. The match ends almost instantly. Already beaten down, Li Chengji is launched away by Song's attack, and his transformed body can't endure it. With her halberd planted, and a confident grin on her face, Song takes the win as the AI names her victor. Not long after, the medical team carries the unconscious Li Chengji away on a stretcher. Song proudly walks over and asks the protagonist if he saw how she crushed their rival. The protagonist simply tells her she really is strong. They tap fists, showing how much closer they've gotten. That little moment crushes a lot of male students. One groans that the freshman goddess is already taken, and another complains MC worked way too fast when school hasn't even properly started. His friend quickly hushes him, whispering that he doesn't want to end up like Li Chengji. 4 hours later, Dean Sun Kingshui steps forward and announces the freshman competition is over. The rankings appear on a huge hologram. Shu is first, Song is second, and Li Chengji is third. Liu Wentao also makes it in at 39th. With the event finished, the students are told to log into the school site and choose their academies. After that, Song asks him what class he got. He shows her his phone, Weaponry Academy. She says she was placed in the Elemental Academy. Watching them, Dongsha tells Wentao they've gotten pretty close. Wentao jokes that if she's calling him Jingming today, she'll be calling him darling tomorrow. Dean Sun Qingshui closes the ceremony with one last message. The top performers will get notices from their personal mentors later tonight. In the VIP seats, the deans talk over the results. They agree this freshman class is much stronger than usual, and one says Shu may rule the whole student body in a year or two. They all know the clubs will fight hard to recruit him. As everyone starts to leave, Wentao suggests getting food to celebrate. Dongsha agrees and teases that since the protagonist is the new king of the freshmen, and rich enough to own a space ring, he should pay. The protagonist gladly says yes. Wentao cheers for Brother Ming's generosity as the group heads off campus. Before they can celebrate, 2 young men walk up. The one in front calls out to student MC, leaving MC confused since he doesn't know him. With a confident smile, the man introduces himself as Wulan, president of the Starfall Society, and invites him to join. Wulan says his club wants to show real sincerity to the school's only S-rank student. If Shu joins, he'll become vice president, get 100 credits each semester, and receive B-rank resources. The people nearby are stunned. One student says regular members have to pay dues and grind for everything, while another points out that Starfall is a top club, and vice president is basically a fast track to an elite guild after graduation. Before the protagonist can answer, someone else cuts in. Weeha, president of the Ash Flame Society, shows up and mocks Wulan for being cheap with just a vice presidency. Then he makes a bigger offer. Join Ash Flame and become president in training right away. Once Weeha graduates, MC would take over as full president, plus other rewards. The crowd is shocked again. Ash Flame is clearly spending huge resources to win him over. Wulan stays calm and says he can't match that because his guild has strict rules for choosing presidents. With 2 major offers in front of him, Shu thinks it over and says he needs a few days before giving his answer. Inwardly, he remembers being student council president in his past life. It took too much time, so this time he'd rather be careful. Wulan and Wei, he both agree, hand over their contact cards, and tell him to reach out once he decides. Before leaving, they also invite his friends to join their clubs. As the 2 presidents walk off, Shu tells his friends they should go, then realizes getting away from the crowd won't be easy. He was right. Recruiters from other clubs swarm them at once, each trying to outbid the others. One brags about having lots of girls, another sells future opportunities, and a third pushes its money and resources. After finally escaping the mob, the group gathers again, and the protagonist says they can at last go eat. Just as they're about to leave, he notices a pair of stylish boots coming toward him. A beautiful woman with long silver-white hair stops in front of him and greets him with a playful smile, calling him her junior. It's Chushan. Caught off guard, MC awkwardly says hello. Beside him, Song eyes the newcomer and asks who she is. Shu explains that Chushan is the senior he met in the wilderness. She introduces herself as a second-year student from the Elemental Academy and reaches out to shake Li Wentao's hand. Wentao completely freezes up, blurting out, "Goddess Zhang." He can't believe the famous ice goddess is actually smiling in person. Song then politely introduces herself as his classmate. When Zhang Chuaxuan looks at Song Chuchu, she's caught off guard by how charming she is and suddenly wants to get closer to her. That thought throws her off, and she jokingly decides Song Chuchu must be a dangerous girl if she can draw everyone in so easily. Then Xu Jingming asks if she wants to have dinner with them, and she gladly says yes. Soon, the group settles into a restaurant to celebrate. They raise their glasses together to celebrate the end of the competition. Partway through dinner, a slightly flushed Zhang Shuxuan clinks glasses with the protagonist Jing Ming and teasingly calls him Junior. Not long after, an equally red-faced Song Chu Chu lifts her glass and calls him Jing Ming, which makes him blush too. Picking up on the tension, Li Wentao leans over and whispers to Qidong Xia that both girls seem interested in Brother Ming, so they should get out while they can. He quickly comes up with an excuse. The two wave goodbye and hurry off. That leaves Xu Jingming alone with the two girls, totally confused about why his friends bailed so fast. After a few more drinks, neither girl seems able to walk. Zhang Shuxuan asks for his help first, and Song Chuche quickly says she needs help too. With both of them hanging on to him, MC awkwardly asks if they're serious. They both say yes, so he has no choice but to help them back. As he takes them to their dorms, people nearby stare in pure envy at his luck. Once he finally drops them off, Xu Jingming gets back to his villa and lets out a long breath. But when he walks in, he finds a woman he doesn't know sitting on his couch. Confused, he asks who she is. She introduces herself as Su Yu, his new class counselor, and says she's here to deliver his freshman competition rewards. He greets her politely. Su Yu hands him a wooden box that opens with his fingerprint and tells him to contact her if he needs help with anything school-related. After giving him the reward, she leaves right as Lu Wentao comes downstairs. Lu Wentao immediately asks if things got intense between Song Shushu and Zhang Shuxuan. The protagonist just looks puzzled and asks what conflict he's talking about. Lu Wentao is stunned that nothing blew up into a fight. He quickly decides Brother Ming must have handled everything like a pro. While he's still impressed, Xu Jingming sits down, unlocks the box with his fingerprint, and checks the rewards with a pleased look. He starts going through the freshman competition prizes and tests the 10 cubic meter space ring he won. With one command, the ring lights up and his big spear vanishes inside. Watching nearby, Li Wentao is amazed. He points out how much the ring can hold and jokes that with 3 rings, MC looks rich. Then Li Wentao thinks about his own top 50 reward, just 400 credits, and can't hide his envy. Xu Jingming agrees he has more rings than he needs now, so he decides to return the extras to the equipment department. Next, he pulls out a small orange pill. Since there are no instructions, he wonders what it does. Li Wentao says that's easy and calls for the dorm AI, Eva. Taking the advice, he holds up the pill for Eva to scan. The AI identifies it as a 5th grade Ningxian pill, an A-grade cultivation item that greatly boosts spiritual power for anyone below the 5th tier. The protagonist Jingming is surprised Eva can do that, and Li Wentao proudly says the AI can also identify beast materials and rare herbs. MC admits that's really handy, though he wishes he could bring Eva into the wilderness. Li Wentao says there might be store-bought versions, and MC says he'll check later. Later, in the training room, he decides to measure his spiritual power before taking the pill. He knows physique and spirit are core stats for ability users, but they're also the hardest to raise. Worse, spending ability points on spiritual power is getting less efficient, so it's becoming expensive. Hoping for a good result, he swallows the pill. As he meditates, strong energy starts swirling around his body. A moment later, he checks his panel and is thrilled to see his spiritual power jumped by 50, pushing it past 1,000. That means he saved 500 ability points, so the pill worked even better than expected. Feeling energized, he decides to train for a few hours and pulls his spear from the ring. The next day, Xu Jingming heads out on campus. He has already sold his extra space rings, bringing his total money to over 100 million, and he can't help thinking being an ability user really pays well. After that, he goes to the university pharmacy and takes a number. Seeing the wait will be over an hour, he sits down and starts cultivating. While he waits, a familiar voice calls out. He looks up and sees Chu Xuan. Caught off guard, he jokes and asks if she's recovered from last night. She says she woke up early and is fine now. Then she asks if he came to sell the rare herbs. With a sweet smile, Chu Xuan asks if he really doesn't notice there's already a beautiful and talented pharmacist right in front of him. Xu Jingming doubts her, asking if she's only a hobbyist. Chu Xuan shoots back that she's a certified 2nd grade pharmacist, and making 1st and 2nd grade pills is easy for her. She adds that she doesn't plan to go back into the wilderness and wants to become a full-time pharmacist instead. The protagonist Jingming is completely shocked by that. As they wait together, Chu Xuan explains why she changed her mind. After everything they went through and those close calls with death, she realized wilderness missions aren't for her. She'll keep making videos, but now they'll focus on her life as a pharmacist. Xu Jingming points out she might lose fans by changing her content, and she quietly admits that's true. Then she reveals she's an orphan. Her parents died in a beast tide. After awakening her A-rank ice ability, money was tight until her beast fighting videos blew up online. That popularity helped her earn money, but she says making pills has always been what she truly loves. She reminds him that he saved her before, but she knows luck won't protect her forever, so she's choosing a new road. MC sincerely wishes her well. Still curious, he asks how someone with an ice ability can become a pharmacist. Chu Xuan says that question just shows he doesn't know much about alchemy yet. She explains that special tools like enchanted cauldrons can turn any elemental energy into flame, so even his lightning ability could work. Now convinced, the protagonist Jingming hands over the box of rare herbs and formally asks her to refine them for him. She looks a little surprised and asks if he really trusts her with it. Then she smiles brightly, accepts the herbs, and promises the pills will be ready within a week. Right then, his phone starts ringing. The story then cuts to a large estate. Inside, a young man tells a woman that the school forums are full of posts about his junior brother, calling him a monster. She asks if their junior brother is really that strong. The purple-eyed man smirks and says she'll find out soon enough, and she'll definitely be surprised. The green-eyed woman looks interested and says she'll judge it herself. Not long after, Xu Jingming arrives and is greeted by his master, Yang Zhentian. He respectfully says he came over as soon as he got the call. Then he notices his senior Liu Ming and freezes in shock. Seeing him in a wheelchair with both legs wrapped up, MC urgently asks what happened. Yang Zhentian explains that an 8th-tier grandmaster named Wang Lin used Liu Ming as bait to draw out a powerful monster. Their guild took major losses, and Liu Ming was badly hurt. Liu Ming adds that he fought Wang Lin and lost, but at least he made sure the man didn't get away clean. Yang Zhentian also apologizes for missing the freshman competition. Furious, he clenches his fist and says it's disgusting for an 8th-tier grandmaster to act like that. He then thinks about how weak he still is. Against someone like that, a first-tier user like him would be nothing. That only hardens his resolve to grow stronger, because the weak get crushed. Seeing how shaken he is, Yang Zhentian pats his shoulder and tells him not to dwell on it. Then he introduces the other disciples there. They are his senior brother Sai Wei and senior sister Tong Yue. Both greet the protagonist warmly. As a welcome gift, MC transfers 200 credits straight to MC. He bows and thanks both his senior brother and senior sister. Then, Liu Ming speaks up, saying Tong Yue seemed doubtful earlier. He asks the protagonist to confirm whether he really mastered 4 A-rank lightning combat skills, and the protagonist calmly says it's true. That answer shocks both Xu Saiwei and Tong Yue. They can't believe someone who has only reached the upper 2nd tier could do that. Tong Yoshe explains that A-rank skills are incredibly hard. She says she only recently reached the upper 2nd tier herself, and that was after struggling to master just 2 of them. So hearing that he's on her level with even more A-rank skills feels impossible. When they ask how he did it, MC modestly says he's just a fast learner. The vague answer leaves them helpless, while he knows he can't tell them about his cheat system. Then Yang Zhentian praises his hard work. He says Xing Shui has spoken highly of him, and promises they'll celebrate his win later. He brushes off the praise and instead asks his master to help test a new combat skill. Liu Ming jokingly offers to do it, but the protagonist ignores him and looks only at his master. Then he reveals the skill, an S-rank technique called Thunder Armor. The words S-rank technique leave everyone stunned. His master and all 3 seniors go silent. Yu Wei even stumbles back, admitting that as a low 3rd-tier user, he still couldn't break that technique's defense. Realizing this needs a proper test, Yang Zhentian tells everyone to head to the training ground. They all make their way to the octagonal training arena and wait. MC asks if MC really learned an S-rank skill. Liu Ming says his junior isn't the type to brag, and Tong Yue finally admits she gets why Liu Ming called him a monster. A grin spreads across his face as purple lightning bursts out of him. He activates Thunder Armor, and a glowing set of lightning armor wraps around his body. Eyes shining, he tells his master he's ready. Yang Zhentian gets ready to test the skill. He warns Xu Jingming that he'll begin with power equal to a peak 3rd-tier attack. Then he fires a red energy sphere that explodes over the protagonist's spot. When the blast fades, MC is still standing. The lightning armor took the hit without a mark. Smirking, he says that wasn't enough and asks for more power. Pleased by his student's defense, Yang Zhentian agrees. He tells him to speak up if it gets too much. The attacks keep coming, stronger each time, as Yang Zhentian calls out the increase. Double, quadruple, then 6 times the first shot. By the time it reaches 10 times the starting power, Yu Xingming is gritting his teeth to hold on. At last, the assault ends. Worn out, the protagonist drops his thunder armor and falls to his knees. His master laughs and praises him. That last strike, he explains, matched a low 4th-tier attack, about 10 times a peak 3rd-tier's power. To break that armor, he'd need at least a 4th-tier A-rank user. The senior disciples are stunned. With an S-rank skill and an S-rank ability together, their junior brother blocked an attack 2 tiers above his level. Calling him a monster doesn't even seem like enough anymore. Yang Zhentian is ready to celebrate, but Yu Xingming struggles up and tells him to wait. He shouts that he still hasn't hit his limit. A burst of power sends him into the air. His hair turns pure white, and wild lightning erupts from his body, catching his master off guard. His seniors recognize it at once. The Thunder Extreme State. It's the special power unlocked when the Undying Thunder body reaches its 3rd layer, and they can only stare at how fierce he looks now. Yang Zhentian is impressed. Now he understands how MC endured that attack. His Undying Thunder body has already reached the 3rd layer. wanting to see the limit. He forms another huge red energy sphere. Yu Shengming stays in his powered-up state and braces for the next test. 3 minutes later, it's over. He kneels on the ground, drained, his transformation gone, while Yang Zhentian reveals the result. It took power equal to a middle 4th-tier attack, 20 times the starting force, to finally break his defense. Looking at his student proudly, Yang Zhentian admits the protagonist has gone beyond every expectation. Even exhausted, MC thanks his master. At least now he knows exactly how strong his defense is. Yang Zhentian helps him up and jokes that, out of all his students, Yu Xingming is the easiest one to teach because he learns everything on his own. In high spirits, the dean says it's time to eat and tells everyone to order the priciest dishes. Then the group heads out together. Later, during the drive, he asks Lu Ming which university group he should join, the Ash Flame Society or the Starfall Society. Lu Ming instantly says Starfall. The protagonist, Xiaobei, who's driving, is surprised, but Lu Ming explains that Ash Flame is in serious trouble, so Starfall is the safer pick. Yang Zhentian gives his own advice. He says MC should join a club for a year or two to gain experience, then create one of his own. The people he recruits will become his main force after graduation. He doesn't quite get it, and asks if building his own faction is really that important. His master says that exact problem is why he still hasn't reached Grandmaster. Without a faction, he has to handle too much alone. If Shi Jingming wants to focus on cultivation, he needs people who can take care of the rest. The protagonist Jingming gets the point, thanks his master, and decides he'll think about it once he's stronger. The next day, classes officially begin at Moju Superpower University. Walking through campus, MC feels like everything is finally falling into place. Once classes start, he attends lecture after lecture. In one of them, a professor goes over world history, explaining how origin energy turned animals into beasts and awakened powers in humans. He also learns that ruins from ancient civilizations were found, and most of Blue Planet's advanced technology came from those discoveries. His schedule covers all kinds of subjects, from anatomy and weapons to courses at the Elemental College. In an Elemental College class, Xu Jingming casually shapes his lightning into a detailed dragon around his arm. The professor is stunned, praises his control, and regrets that a student like him isn't in her department. That weekend, he heads to the Yangshun Wilderness to train. There, he cuts through waves of beasts with ease using his new Azure Black Dragon Spear, a weapon that cost 1,000 credits. After the fight, he thinks about how fast he's grown. New knowledge, better techniques, and stronger gear have all pushed his combat power way up. Checking his system panel, he sees more than 13,000 ability points. He's annoyed there's still no plus sign next to his S-rank ability, since he thought it should be upgradable, so he decides to spend the points on other improvements. Still, he's sure that one day he'll raise Purple Sky Divine Thunder to SS rank. Back at school, he's with Cho Xuan. She's amazed, saying his control already beats what she managed after a month of practice. Xu Jingming smugly claims he just had a sudden breakthrough, while privately thanking his cheat system. Chu Xuan tells him about a coming event with other top universities. When she asks if he's joining, the protagonist says yes right away, especially since it'll take place in the wilderness. He's excited for the event, seeing it as the perfect chance to earn ability points and measure himself against the best students from the other top schools. A week later, MC and his friends meet before the trip. Everyone is feeling good when Tao says that with Brother Ming there, they can take it easy, and Shushwan adds that their university has already won 4 straight years, so a 5th should be simple. Then a shimmering portal opens. Vice Principal Ling Shuang steps out and says she'll explain the trip. She has the AI Ava project, a hologram of a mountain region, and says their destination is the number 7 Devil's Den Wilderness area. That name alone scares the students, since Devil's Dens are known for being deadly. Xu Jingming can already tell this trip won't be easy. Ling Shuang goes on to say she'll lead the team herself, and rewards will be handed out based on performance. Rankings depend on how many beasts each student kills and how strong those beasts are. Only the top 50 get anything, and first place earns 24. She makes it clear that taking first matters for both honor and resources. Then she turns to him and puts the job of leading the school to victory on his shoulders. He accepts without hesitation. But Ling Shuang has one more important update. With a sly smile, she says Qingjing Superpower University has brought in a foreign exchange student with an S-rank ability too. The crowd is stunned, and Ling Shuang adds that this new rival came from Jidu Nation. Eva displays Kiren Rao, a man with an S-rank enhancement ability. Worse, he's already a low 3rd-tier user. Hearing that his S-rank rival is a whole tier above him wipes the smile from Xu Jingming's face and leaves him dead serious. The students can hardly believe a freshman S-ranker at low 3rd tier really exists. Ling Shuang confirms it does, but points out that Kiren Rao is already 20 years old. That only brings more complaints, since 2 extra years of training sounds unfair. Still, another student notes that in Kiran's country, university starts at 20, so he still counts as a freshman. Nearby, Shaishuan worries that she'd never beat a 3rd-tier S-ranker, But when she looks at the protagonist, she sees he doesn't look concerned at all, and he really isn't. As an S-ranker himself, Xie Jingming is used to facing stronger opponents. With a confident smile, he thinks about his 3 S-rank skills, 4 A-rank techniques, and master-level spear arts. He has no reason to be scared, and since the contest is based on beast kills, he doesn't believe any freshman can beat him. Ling Shuang notices his confidence and is pleased. To her, he's the best S-rank student their school has had in years, and giving him the SS-rank Tyrannosaurus blood was clearly worth it. She figures Qingjing brought in foreign talent just to grab first place, and the resource priority, but she's sure they'll be disappointed. After that, Ling Shuang ends the briefing, gives everyone 7 days to prepare, and leaves through a glowing magic circle. 7 days later, Chu Xuan hands Xu Jingming a big batch of pills she made for him. Proudly, she lists them off: antidotes, healing pills, ability recovery pills, and mind awakening pills. They're all tier 2, and she made 20 of each. MC thanks her, notices the dark circles under her eyes, and tells her not to stay up all night making pills for him. He says he could have just bought some. Blushing, she insists that pills she refined herself are much better than anything from a shop. Then, a little nervously, she says she also prepared another set for him to pass on to Xu Xuan. Caught off guard, he asks when the two got so close, but she only blushes harder and refuses to say. She wishes them both luck and a safe trip, then says goodbye. Back alone in his room, Xu Jingming looks at the huge pile of pills and realizes she must have stayed up for several nights to make them. Holding one vial, he quietly understands how she feels. Even so, he reminds himself that getting stronger comes first. Romance can wait. On the day of the trip, a huge crowd of freshmen gathers on the university playground. The protagonist is shocked to hear that almost all 856 freshmen joined the trip. He also wonders why everyone was told to gather on the playground, instead of at a train station. Wentao eagerly tells them they're leaving by aircraft. Song looks confused and points out there's no runway here. Right then, someone yells for everyone to look up. A giant futuristic aircraft starts coming down from the sky. Its huge shadow covers the field, as the ship settles down softly on the grass. The freshmen can only stare in awe. As the ramp comes down, one student says the airship is a relic from an ancient civilization, and its anti-gravity tech still hasn't been fully figured out. Ling steps out onto the ramp and orders the freshmen to board. Before takeoff, Ling releases her power. A bright blue magic circle appears. She calls it her spatial yin-yang domain. The power spreads around the airship. Inside, the students are shocked when the walls turn transparent. Wentao explains that a Tier 8 Grandmaster's domain makes a safe zone around the ship and keeps flying beasts away. Seeing that, Xu thinks about how amazing high rankers are. He wonders if his indestructible thunder body will one day let him fly too. Once everyone is aboard, Ling tells the AI to depart, and the transparent airship shoots into the sky. Not long after, they reach the Shunan supply base in Qian province. A guide welcomes the students, shows them where the dorms are, and mentions there's also a cafeteria and training area nearby. After getting their room cards, MC and his friends compare numbers. MC ends up in room 504. Song smiles and says she's in 505, which makes them next-door neighbors. Since he has a space ring, he says he doesn't need to unpack first. He wants to check the training room, and Song quickly says she'll come too. The protagonist and Song head to the training ground, where students from all 3 universities are already packed inside. Song points out a heavily built man nearby and identifies him as Kiran, Qingjing University's S-ranker. Other students are staring too, shocked by the dumbbells he's lifting. They whisper that each plate weighs 200 pounds. While training, Kiran notices the crowd and seems to recognize Xu. He lets go of the massive weights, and they slam down hard enough to crack the floor. Then he heads straight over and greets MC like an old friend. Some Qingjing students confirm Xiao's identity as Magic University's top freshman. They're stunned that he's already a high-ranked second tier at 18, and they say Kiran may be their only real shot at winning. Thinking Kiran seems surprisingly polite, he reaches out for a handshake, but Kiran ignores the hand and turns to Song instead, stepping in too close as he calls her beautiful. The strong smell of sweat makes Song recoil, and she covers her nose in disgust. Before Kiran can move closer, the protagonist grabs his wrist and stops him. MC looks at him coldly and says it's rude to reach for a lady when he's dripping with sweat. Kiran's friendly mask vanishes at once, replaced by an angry glare. Tension fills the training ground as red and blue auras flare from Kiran and Xu. Everyone watching gets nervous, thinking the 2 S-rankers are about to fight, but he lets go first and calmly tells him that if he's a guest here, he should learn the customs of the country he's visiting. As the protagonist and Song leave, Kiran stares at his wrist, still feeling the pressure. He's shaken by the fact that he couldn't budge the protagonist at all, and starts wondering where that kind of raw strength came from. Then his eyes shift to Song. Realizing she's a genius from the powerful Song family, he thinks that if he could win her over, he'd never lack resources again. After they leave, Song thanks MC and admits the smell was unbearable. She suggests sparring somewhere else, and MC gladly agrees. An hour later, after training, He, Song, and two other girls leave a restaurant. As they walk, a creepy man in glasses watches them and mutters about beasts ruining the world and a supreme heavenly god. The protagonist notices the man and his followers trying to pull people in, but nobody cares. He remembers hearing about doomsday cults, so seeing one here doesn't surprise him. The cult leader gets angrier and angrier as people ignore him. Then a twisted idea pops into his head. Grinning darkly, he pulls out a knife and decides pain will make people believe. With a crazy smile, he says pain is what makes people value being alive. Then he charges at a nearby mother and her little child, ready to stab them. From a distance, purple lightning flashes in Shu's eyes. In the next instant, MC appears between them like a streak of lightning and knocks the cult leader flying, stopping the attack with ease. Spear in hand, he watches the shaken mother hug her crying daughter, Yin Yin, and calm her down. The woman keeps thanking him, saying her family wouldn't know what to do without his help. The protagonist just brushes it off and says it was nothing. Standing over the cultist, Shu wonders why these fanatics would kill someone in public. Song finds it strange too, since they usually only preach and don't turn violent. MC's face hardens as he scans the crowd, unsure whether this was random or if the man had help. Without them noticing, a man in a dark hoodie pulls up his hood and slips away. A little later, he arrives at a large estate. Inside, the hooded man reports to a shadowy figure he calls Archbishop, and says the one who stopped the killer was him from Magic City Ability University. Holding a red orb, the Archbishop asks if he means the S-rank student who's already a high-ranked second tier. The man confirms it, and adds that the protagonist reached that level in less than half a year after awakening, which is frighteningly fast. The Archbishop realizes a monster like that will become a major threat if he's allowed to keep growing. He tells his subordinate to pull back for now, because God's blood is about to appear in the Devil's Cave. Handing over 2 God's blood indicators, he orders him to retrieve it, and warns him not to use their sect's name, the Heavens Mandate sect. Holding a crystallized heart, the Archbishop says that in 1 month his sect's mandate will be revealed, and Shu, along with the other S-rank talents, will be used as sacrifices. The story shifts back to the supply base, where students from the 3 major universities gather for the joint research trip. From a balcony, a man introduces himself as MC Ping, vice principal of Qingjing University. He announces the month-long trip has officially begun, and says smart wristbands will be handed out first. As the students receive them, he explains that the wristbands will track beast kills in the Devil's Cave and record footage. He also lays out the rewards. The top 1,000 students get prizes. The top 3 may choose any technique from the 3 school libraries, and first place gets an extra reward from their own university. Some students already think first place is out of reach, while others are excited to see whether Kiran or Shu will come out on top. The protagonist Ping ends by saying there are no limits on team formation, and encourages everyone to hunt as actively as they can. The area explodes with noise as students rush to build teams. Some want a support user for a 5-person squad, while others look for an A-rank partner for a 2-person team. A student named Ding Yu asks MC to join a squad from their class for the outer edge of the Devil's Cave. He smiles and politely refuses, telling the class monitor to team up with someone else. Song asks if he really plans to go in alone. He says yes. His target is the central area, and bringing others would only slow him down. His reason is simple. The outer area only has tier 1 to 3 beasts, while the center has tier 3 to 5. Since he believes he can beat low-tier tier 4 beasts and still escape from tier 5 ones, the center is the best place for him to hunt. Song worries because the central area would be a dead end for her. Still, she says it takes a day or 2 just to get there, and shyly asks if she can travel with him until then. She agrees. Flushing with happiness, Song quickly accepts, and the two plan to head out together. Their talk is cut short when Kiran walks over and calls the protagonist's name. With a serious, smug look, Kiran says he's looking forward to MC's performance, and hopes he doesn't fall too far behind. Shu answers calmly, and says he's 100% sure of himself, which catches Kiran off guard. He repeats it plainly. He will definitely win, then turns and walks away. Furious, Kiran glares after him and swears he'll use his overwhelming strength to teach that stubborn guy, and all of Great Sha, a lesson. Soon after, Ping officially declares the trip underway. The huge crowd surges toward the cave entrance, shouting their goals as the mission begins. 7 hours later, deep in the Devil's Cave, the protagonist and Song move carefully through a dense forest. Their way is suddenly cut off by 5 armored pangolin-like beasts. Song warns him they're tier 2 iron fur pangolins, and their hide is tougher than E-class alloy, making them hard to fight. Shu stays calm and says he'll handle it. Without pausing, MC charges straight at the roaring beasts. They answer by curling into spiked balls and rolling at him at full speed. He meets the attack with incredible precision. He slips between the rolling beasts and drives his spear into one of them. Then he follows with a heavy sweep and a clean thrust, taking them down one after another with ease. Watching from the side, Song is stunned. Every strike hits a weak point perfectly, as if he never misses. She realizes this isn't just raw power. It takes scary instinct and real battle experience. She's also amazed by how perfectly he controls his ability without wasting any energy. After dropping 12 Tier 2 Iron Fur Pangolins, Shu checks the rewards: 276 ability points and 1,200 competition points. Not bad. Putting away his spear, he figures the stronger beasts deeper inside could earn him at least 30,000 ability points this month. The real question is whether that will be enough to push him to SS. Song walks over and offers to help deal with the bodies. Then she points out that he fights nothing like other lightning users. The protagonist asks what she means. She says most lightning users burn through power in a reckless way, but he keeps tight control. MC tells her that's on purpose. He fights that way to last longer. He could have wiped out those pangolins at once with Purple Cloud Divine Lightning, but that would have been overkill. Saving energy means he can hunt more beasts. Song gets it, though part of her feels let down. She wanted to see his full strength, and now she's not sure she will. As evening gets close, Shu says they should stop and find somewhere to rest, then move again in the morning. Song agrees. Checking the map on his smartwatch, he spots a nearby pool. He notes that water like this usually draws beasts in. Seeing one last chance to hunt before dark, he tells Song to follow him, and they head out. They soon reach the pool and stop to watch it for a moment, but the silence bothers the protagonist. A water source like this shouldn't be empty. Then a big tiger steps out from the trees, its forelimbs lined with blade-like bones. Carefully, it moves to the edge to drink. Without warning, the water explodes and a giant armored crocodile with glowing green eyes bursts out. The tiger doesn't even get a chance to react. The crocodile's tail slams into it, kicking up water and hitting with crushing force. That one strike sends the tiger flying and finishes it on the spot. The giant crocodile stares after the body like it owns the whole area. Hidden in the bushes, Shu understands right away. A source water giant crocodile has claimed this pool. That's why almost nothing else comes near it. Song grabs his arm in horror. That's a Tier 4 beast, and they should never have run into one in the outer area. She urges him to leave now, afraid it may have already sensed them. MC stays calm. With a small grin, he tells her not to panic. A Tier 4 beast is strong, sure, but not beyond him. Purple lightning starts running over his body as he gets ready to fight. This isn't his first Tier 4 kill. He's already taken down more than one in the Yangcheng wilderness. Watching him power up, Song wonders if this is a technique Dean Yongzhentian taught him. Shu smiles to himself. His indestructible thunder body is strong, but for low Tier 4 beasts, he has something even better. A huge spear of lightning forms overhead and starts dropping toward the pool. Song glances up, confused for a second, thinking it might rain, then realizes this lightning is coming from him. Power pours off him as he releases his S-rank skill, Heavenly Thunder Technique. The lightning spear crashes into the source water giant crocodile and blows up in a violent burst of energy. The beast roars as lightning rips through its hide. Then it's over. The giant crocodile drops after a single hit. A system notice appears. 213 ability points and 10,000 competition points. With lightning still flickering around his fist, Shu thinks over the reward. A Tier 4 beast gives more than 5 times the ability points of a Tier 3. More and more, it feels like his deep blue system is meant to force him past his limits. Once the danger is gone, the protagonist looks at the stunned Song and tells her they should go check the body. Song is still shaken. She's met plenty of geniuses, but never anyone like MC. A high-ranked Tier 2 crossing 2 whole tiers to one-shot a low-ranked Tier 4 beast. It's absurd. As they walk over, she quietly admits to herself that this is his real, terrifying power. Looking over the remains, Sho feels a little annoyed. The crocodile's hide alone should have been worth at least 20 million, but his attack ruined it. Song adds that every part of a Tier 4 beast is valuable. Then she offers a fix. Her space ring is big enough to store the whole corpse. She'll keep it for now and give it back at the supply base. After she stores the beast, he says they should find a cave and rest for the night. With this place now claimed by danger, no other beast should come close. As they get ready to settle in, a blushing Song shyly asks him to wait. Since they're by a pool, she wants to wash up quickly. Careful as ever, the protagonist tells her to hold on while he checks whether anything else is still in the water. He sends a surge of purple lightning into the pool, but the result catches him off guard. Shu stares as the clear water slowly turns red with blood. Then a strange sweet scent rises from the pool, so tempting it feels dangerous. He quickly realizes the bloody water is waking a deep craving inside his body. Elsewhere in the forest, the Blood Moon sect moves through the shadows. One follower asks their leader, the Archbishop, whose god's blood they're here to collect. The Archbishop reveals it, the blood of the ancient dragon god. Another cultist gets excited, saying the sect is about to gain another powerful god's blood envoy. The Archbishop snaps at him, yelling that they are the Blood Moon sect. At that moment, the glowing red blood indicator in his hand shines much brighter. The god's blood has appeared early. Realizing it's nearby, the Archbishop orders everyone to move at full speed. Back at the pool, the water has turned fully red. Song asks what's going on, and Shu asks whether she can feel the blood calling to her too. She can't, but her Light of Dawn ability tells her the bloody water carries a thick beast aura, one that feels a lot like his. That makes everything click for MC. He remembers absorbing the SS rank Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood, so this blood water must come from a powerful dragon-type beast, which is why his body is reacting so strongly. Choosing to risk it, he tells Song he's going into the pool to absorb the energy. If anything goes wrong, she has to drag him out. With that, he steps into the blood-red water. The moment he enters, swirling red energy wraps around him, but instead of pain, he feels incredible relief, like someone dying of thirst finally finding water. The energy surges upward, coils around his body, and forms a huge glowing red cocoon that lifts him off the ground. From the shore, Song calls out his name in worry. She realizes he's stumbled into a rare chance, and that means he's wide open. Tightening her grip on the halberd, she steels herself. Now it's her turn to protect him. By the next day, Song is still standing guard. The clearing around her is strewn with bloody beast corpses. She wipes sweat from her forehead, relieved the strongest thing she had to fight was only a low-rank Tier 3 beast. Looking back at the pool, she sees the red color fading. That should mean Shu is almost done absorbing it. But then cloaked Blood Moon sect members appear on a ridge. Song instantly tightens her grip on the halberd. The Archbishop stares at the scene, confused that the god's blood is in liquid form. One of the others recognizes Song as Magic City University's second-ranked freshman, and wonders why another student is here too. Facing the strangers, Song sees right away that they aren't from any major university. She warns them there are no beasts left here, and the water is contaminated, so they should leave. One cultist bristles at hearing the supreme god's blood called contaminated, but the Archbishop cuts him off. Ignore her, take the blood cocoon behind her. Song now knows exactly why they came. She judges their strength fast. The leader is Tier 4, and even the weakest among them is Tier 3. Against odds like this, she grimly decides she'll have to use that move. Facing the Blood Moon sect, Song activates the glowing talisman hanging at her neck. As the cloaked figures rush in, the talisman raises a large golden barrier around her and the cocoon. The cultists slam their attacks into it, but nothing happens, not even a scratch. The Archbishop recognizes it at once, a guardian talisman from an ancient civilization. He tells his followers those treasures are both rare and extremely powerful. From inside the shield, Song mocks them and asks why they're still wasting time. The Archbishop only smirks. He knows the guardian talisman won't last forever, so since they're in no rush, they'll just wait it out. The cultists spread out and surround the barrier. Inside, Song grows more tense by the second. She knows the talisman lasts only about an hour, then needs 12 hours to recharge. Her only chance is for Shu to wake up before then. An hour later, just like the Archbishop expected, the shield breaks apart. The cult leader smugly tells her to be smart and hand over the talisman, or die badly. With no other option left, Song gets ready to risk everything and pulls out a small red pill to boost her strength. Before she can swallow it, a cold voice cuts in, asking why he gets the feeling they're the ones about to die. At the same time, the red cocoon behind her starts to crack. It bursts open in a wave of energy, and Shu steps out through swirling red strands, his transformation complete. He opens his eyes and fixes the shocked Blood Moon sect members with a fierce stare. As the protagonist comes out of the cocoon, the last blood energy from the pool gathers behind him into the ghostly shape of a huge red dragon. The Blood Moon sect Archbishop freezes in shock, recognizing MC as one of their sect's targets. Even as a Tier 4 fighter, he's shaken by the massive aura coming from this Tier 2 student, so much that his heart starts pounding. Forcing himself to steady down, the Archbishop points forward and angrily orders his followers to kill them. Xu Jingming's eyes flash with purple lightning, and before the cultists can get close, he releases his power. Thunder crashes down and slams into the Tier 3 members. They drop on the spot, wiped out in one hit. The Archbishop is shocked. He knew his 5 Tier 3 men might lose, but not this fast. Still, he tells himself he's Tier 4, and he is only Tier 2, so he should still win. That confidence doesn't last. The protagonist Jingming bursts forward and leaps in with his spear at terrifying speed. The Archbishop finally understands what's happening, and panic hits him. He barely gets his arms up in time to block. Even then, the blow is too strong. It sends him flying through several trees. Slumped against a trunk and gasping, the Archbishop can hardly believe it. He didn't even see the attack. Then Xu Jingming is suddenly there, spear at the man's throat. Calmly, he says he'll ask the questions, and the first one is about the blood water in the pool. Under pressure, the Archbishop tells the truth. It was God's blood, the blood essence of a legendary rank 9 beast emperor. MC asks why something like that would be here. The man explains that long ago, humans and beast emperors fought a huge war, and powerful blood essences were scattered all over the world. Keeping a serious look, he asks one last thing, who he is, and why his group is gathering this blood essence. Instead of giving a real answer, the man smirks and only says they belong to the Blood Moon sect. Before Xu Jingming can stop him, the cult leader kills himself, blood spilling from his eyes and mouth. Looking down at the body, the protagonist confirms this is another dangerous cult. Since he won't learn more here, he decides to ask Vice Principal Ling later. He turns and sees Song hurrying over, worriedly asking if he's okay. but as she reaches him, exhaustion makes her stumble, and he quickly catches her. MC reassures her that he's fine, and thanks her for protecting him. When he pats her head and holds her hand, Song blushes. He explains that the attackers were after the blood and claimed to be from the Blood Moon sect. That leaves Song stunned. She says the liquid was rank 9 Beast Emperor Blood Essence, an SSS-grade resource that normally needs careful refining. Then she stares at him and asks how he absorbed it directly. Checking his system screen, Shu admits he doesn't get it either. He says he felt no side effects at all, and the blood even pushed his indestructible thunder body to the 4th stage. He guesses the benefits may be bigger than he knows, so they'll have to ask a teacher later. Seeing how drained Song is, he tells her to rest since she can barely walk straight, and she quietly agrees. They stop to rest, and Song lies down on the grass. That night, at a large estate, the main archbishop of the Blood Moon sect stands on a balcony with a subordinate. The subordinate reports that Bishop Joe's God's Blood indicator lost its signal. He asks if they should send more people, but the archbishop refuses. He thinks a powerful ability user got involved, and says to leave it alone for now. Staring at the crescent moon with a dark smile, he says their real mission 1 month from now matters most. When Song wakes up, Xu Jingming is already roasting meat skewers over a fire. He smiles and says she woke up at the perfect time. She gladly takes a skewer, says it smells amazing, and is surprised he can cook so well. He just jokes that practice makes perfect. After one bite, Song is so impressed she says he should open a barbecue shop, and she'll invest. The protagonist laughs and asks if backing from the powerful Song family means they should open stores all across Blue Star. About half an hour later, after they finish eating, Song asks if she can bathe in the nearby water. Shu agrees and says he'll wash up after her. She says she'll go first and heads over. Using her ability, Song forms a big sphere of water around herself for privacy. Inside it, she changes into clean clothes. Once the water barrier disappears, she steps back out. She turns to MC, still damp, and tells him she's done. For a second, Shu looks a little flustered by how fresh she looks. Then he quickly pulls himself together and says it's his turn to wash up. As he walks off, Song wonders why he looked at her like that. A moment later, she suddenly freezes in embarrassment and grabs at her clothes. Her simple dress has gotten wet enough to turn nearly see-through. An hour later, both Xu Jingming and Song are back in their combat gear, ready to move on. They face each other and say goodbye. Song tells him to stay safe, and they agree to meet again in a month before sealing it with a fist bump. Then they take off in opposite directions. As Song runs through the forest, she hardens her resolve. She has to work harder and at least claim 3rd place in the competition. 1 month later, deep in a rocky area, Jingming stands wrapped in purple lightning, facing a huge black panther-like beast with glowing red eyes above him. The beast lets out a thunderous roar. Then it rushes down and leaps straight at him. Shu stays calm as the dark night leopard charges, gathering his lightning into one sharp point. He meets it head-on and drives his spear straight through its chest. With one final move, he lifts the beast and smashes it down, killing it. A system notice confirms the peak Tier 3 kill and gives him 43 ability points. After beating the beast, the protagonist decides it's finally time to break through. He sits down and focuses his energy as purple lightning surges around him. With a determined shout, he forces his power past its limit, and a huge burst of lightning explodes from his body. Soon the energy settles. Lightning still crackles around him as he lets out a relieved breath. He's finally reached Tier 3. He thinks about how even top university geniuses would need at least half a year for this, then smiles, pleased with his own talent. Next, he opens his system panel. It shows he's gone from high Tier 2 to low Tier 3. His physique and spirit have each risen by nearly 400 points. His vitality is now over 2,000, and he's built up 48,429 ability points. But there's one problem. It's still not enough to evolve his S-rank ability to SS rank, so he decides to wait until he reaches 50,000 points. With the breakthrough done, he stands and heads for the cave entrance, spear resting on his shoulder. A confident smile spreads across his face. The results will be confirmed the day after tomorrow, and with the score he's gathered, he's sure first place is within reach. On the final day of score counting for the joint university event, students crowd a large hall and nervously watch the ranking screen. One student cheers after getting 1,201 points, enough for the top 1,000. But his friends tell him not to celebrate yet. There are still 2 hours left, and the strongest students haven't shown up to submit their scores. Right then, Song walks into the hall, and everyone notices her at once. They recognize her as the second-ranked freshman from Madu University, and realize their own rankings are about to fall. Song calmly walks to a terminal and scans her wristband. Her score, 12,131 points, shoots her straight to first place. The room is stunned, and one student says that's exactly the kind of score they'd expect from Madu's number 2. Vice Principal Ling comes over and congratulates Song on doing so well. Nearby, Ling speaks with Shu and confirms that Song is the great-granddaughter of the famous senior from the Song family. Then another woman walks over and calls Song Little Yoon. Song happily greets her aunt Jo Ying, the head supervisor of the Shunan supply base. Zhou Ying teasingly asks why her little boyfriend didn't come back with her, and a flustered Song quickly denies having one. She then asks how her aunt even knows about Xu Jingming, and Zhou Ying reminds her that, as head supervisor, she hears everything. Before they can keep talking, the crowd suddenly erupts with excitement. Qiran, Qingjing University's S-rank student, has returned. Since he's already Tier 3, everyone guesses his score has to be at least 50 or 60,000, and they're sure first place will be his. Qiran confidently walks up to the terminal to submit his score. The result appears on the big screen, 113,264 points. He instantly takes first, pushing Song down to second. The students are speechless at the massive number. The gap between first and second is huge, and they call it a complete win for Qiran. People start congratulating Vice Principal Xu from Qingjing University ahead of time for locking in first place. But Vice Principal Ling only watches in silence. She knows the odds are low, yet remembering MC's confidence, she still holds on to a little hope that he might surprise everyone. Then another big score appears. Dongxing from Jinqing University has earned 13,526 points, taking second place. Seeing that, Song is startled and realizes she might not even finish in the top 3. She anxiously scans the hall, wondering why Xu still isn't back when only 8 minutes remain. Other students start asking the same thing, but Wintao stays calm. Brother Ming knows what he's doing. He wouldn't mess up like this. Right on time, he finally arrives, looking completely relaxed. His friends and Modyu University supporters break into cheers, shouting that they're behind him no matter what score he gets. Off to the side, Qiran watches with a mocking smile. To him, all that cheering means nothing. He still expects to win. The protagonist catches the crowd's support, then checks the leaderboard and quickly gets it. With Qiran's huge score up there, everyone must think he's already lost. Vice Principal Ling welcomes him, notes that he's already reached the 3rd tier, and tells him to upload his score. Xu steps up to the terminal and places his ring on it. The crowd starts guessing, maybe 50 or 60,000 points, but most of them still think there's no way he can pass Qiran. Then the terminal finishes scanning, and a shocking number flashes onto the screen. MC's total is an insane 405,637 points. The rankings instantly change, putting him in first by a huge margin. The whole hall goes quiet. Xu Ping and Ling are stunned. Qiran's face hardens in rage, and Song lights up with joy. A second later, the crowd explodes. Some ask if they read it right, while others shout that his score is nearly 4 times Qiran's, so high it doesn't even feel real. One vice principal quickly works out how many beasts that would take, and can only conclude the score is absurd. Nearby, Zhou asks Song if she expected him to score this much. Song smiles, and admits she didn't know the exact number, but with him, even a miracle doesn't feel strange. Qiran burns with anger. The protagonist's score is more than triple his, and now the resources his university promised him might be gone. Refusing to accept it, Qiran points at MC and shouts that the score can't be real. Then he turns to him and demands an inspection of MC's smart wristband, accusing him of cheating. The Moju students instantly push back, calling it a cheap move. The wristbands were officially tested, so is Qiran, saying the system itself can't be trusted. Xu Ping looks to Ling for her view, and she calmly says checking the records is fine. But then her tone sharpens and her aura rises. If the records show he didn't cheat, she asks him how he plans to answer for this. Another official backs her up, reminding the protagonist Ping that all the equipment was approved by the 3 top universities. That leaves him with nothing to say. He shoots Ling a hard look, realizing she isn't easy to handle. Under pressure, MC Ping says MC can't be treated unfairly. If the records show nothing is wrong, Qingjing University will give MC a valuable S-class cultivation resource. Ling agrees, then calls him over to review the records. The protagonist walks up with a faint smile, already thinking he's about to get an S-class reward for free. Seeing that confidence, MC Ping starts sweating. He may have just made a huge mistake. 2 technicians begin pulling up the records. Qiran watches with a cold smile, eager to find out how he got that score, because to him, it should be impossible. Once the footage starts, the crowd is stunned right away. They can only stare at Xu's spear skill and the scary precision of his power control. Even Ling is impressed. She asks if his spear art has reached master level, and the protagonist just smiles, saying he only broke through by luck. Ling doesn't buy that for a second. He's clearly hiding more than he lets on. The footage goes on to MC facing a giant Tier 4 source water crocodile. People panic, asking why he isn't running and whether he actually plans to kill it. Then the protagonist unleashes a huge lightning attack that swallows the beast whole. Everyone is horrified by the power of it. They can't believe a Tier 4 beast was killed that fast, and they start wondering what kind of technique could do that. Qiran is stunned too. He wonders if that was an S-rank magic technique, and how a spear user like Xu could possibly know it. Ling recognizes it as the Heavenly Lightning technique from the Elemental Academy. Even in her own academy, very few people master it, which makes him doing it as a freshman from the Weaponry Academy even more shocking. After seeing enough, Ling asks the protagonist Ping if they really need to keep going. Defeated, he says no, MC Ping admits MC is the real deal and confirms the promised S-class resource will be delivered. MC thanks him. As he leaves, Ping can only regret it. If he had known he was this monstrous, he would have tried to recruit him no matter the cost. Then Xu Ping steps forward and announces that the competition is officially over and the final rankings are set. He states that Jincheng University takes third and gets 27.5% of the resources, while Qingjing University finishes second with 31.5%. First place goes to Modu University, earning 41% of the resources, along with priority distribution. The Modu students burst into celebration. Wen Tao cheers that Brother Ming turned everything around, and the group celebrates their 5th straight championship. The protagonist Ping goes on to explain that the rewards are rare herbs found in the outer area of the Devil's Cave. The freshmen will enter the next day with their instructors to gather them, and after that, each school will set its own half-month training plan. As people begin to leave, Kiran suddenly calls out. Still refusing to accept the result, he says he wants a direct fight with Xu. He offers a bet. If he loses, Qingjing will cover the resources, but if he wins, the resources meant for Qingjing will go back to them. Interested, MC Ping looks at Kiran and asks how sure he is. Kiran then explains his thinking. He believes his S-rank technique needs a second or two to activate, which would give him the edge in a one-on-one fight. He, who also hates the result, agrees to the challenge. Afterward, Ling asks the protagonist what he plans to do during the half-month training period. He says he's going back to the Devil's Cave to keep hunting beasts. She asks if he isn't exhausted after fighting for nearly a month. Xu admits he is, but says it's the only way he can keep improving this fast. Ling warns him that life and death battles help growth, but he still needs rest. MC respectfully agrees and says he'll recover after this trip. Then he brings up the strange pool he found in the Devil's Cave. He tells her about the blood-red water, how his body reacted to it, and the cultists from the Blood Moon sect he ran into. After hearing him out, Ling confirms his guess. What he found was the blood essence of a rank 9 beast emperor, an SS-class cultivation resource. Still, she explains the part he absorbed had to be heavily diluted, because pure essence would be impossible to take in. She figures his body could handle it, because of his special body forging technique. As for the Blood Moon sect, she brushes them off as a minor religion, and tells him not to worry. He agrees. Ling tells him to go get some rest. As he turns to leave, he spots Song waiting for him. She walks over with her aunt, Jo, and introduces her as the head supervisor of the Shunen supply base. Xu greets her politely, but Jo tells him to just call her Aunt Jo. Then she hands him a generous gift, the Song family's black gold card. It gives him a 20% discount on everything sold under the Song family's name. The protagonist is shocked by how valuable that is, since the Song family's businesses cover almost every need for ability users. Song urges him to take it, pointing out that he upgrades his gear so often the discount will definitely help. He accepts the card, joking to himself that it feels like he's being supported by a rich woman. Later, while Xu walks through the supply base, a crowd of reporters and weapon and armor company reps rushes over. They all want interviews and endorsement deals, showing just how famous he's become. That afternoon, MC meets with Ling and Ping. Ling gets right to it. Kiran wants to fight him. The bet is 20% of the resources from Karen's side, while Moju would put up a ruins pass. Then she asks if MC is willing. Not knowing the term, he asks what a ruins pass is. The protagonist Ping explains that it's a ticket needed to enter an ancient civilization ruin. Qingjing brought Kiran here to win 40 of those passes, and now that the protagonist took them, the protagonist Ping doesn't want to hand them over so easily. That makes Xu remember a history lesson. His professor had said that before the current age, there was once a powerful ancient civilization. It was far more advanced than the modern world, but it vanished suddenly, and its cities were buried underground. Thousands of years later, the ruins were found, and from them humanity gained strong training methods and even SS-rank combat techniques. Now MC understands why passes to some ruins are so valuable. Ling adds that these passes are for Civilization Ruin Num. 9, which opens once a year and only allows users from Tier 4 to Tier 6. She says that if he beats Kiran, she'll give him one of the passes, and lets him decide. Xu Ping throws in a taunt, saying the small arena will favor an enhancement-type fighter like Kiran. The protagonist isn't shaken at all. Smiling with confidence, he says he'll take the challenge. Pleased, MC Ping says he'll inform Kiran, and confirms the match will be held in the supply base arena. After he leaves, Ling remarks on how quickly he agreed, noting how confident he sounds. He says it's fine. He gives himself a 90% chance to win, then smirks and corrects it to 100%. Ling Shuang lets out an amused sigh, wondering how Xu Ping and Kiran would react if they heard that. Elsewhere, Kiran is stunned that the protagonist accepted the duel. That shock quickly turns to anger, and he decides the protagonist can't blame him for not holding back. He asks the vice principal whether it matters if MC gets injured. MC's vice principal says not to worry. With instructors from all 3 schools there, someone will step in if things get truly dangerous. Kiran just grins, already planning to be merciless. Soon, the fight moves to the arena, where a huge crowd is waiting. The students are fired up for a clash between two S-rank users. Since both are tier 3, plenty of them think this could go either way. Others break down the matchup. His heavenly lightning is deadly in open space, but this small arena favors a close-range fighter like Kiran. To them, the result depends on whether he has another hidden move. From the balcony, Kiran laughs that off. In his eyes, learning one S-rank technique as a freshman is already a miracle. There's no way the protagonist has a second. Right then, MC arrives. The Moju students burst into cheers and shout his name. From above, Kiran flashes an impatient grin and tells him to hurry up. He's done waiting. Shu answers calmly that if Kiran is in such a rush to die, he'll make it happen. A moment later, both of them enter the ring. An old man steps forward and introduces himself as Zheng Quan, vice principal of Jincheng University, and a tier 8 grandmaster. He'll judge the match. The fight ends when one side passes out or admits defeat, and no one can keep attacking after that. Still, he tells them to go all out. Strong experts are here to stop any fatal outcome. Then he releases his power. A wall of water mist forms around the arena, shielding everyone outside. After telling them to prepare, he counts down and starts the match. Kiran roars and instantly activates his S-rank ability. His body swells with muscle, horns appear, and red marks spread across him. Brahma Beast Sovereign. Shu watches without the slightest panic. Now wrapped in that stronger form, Kiran arrogantly tells the protagonist to go ahead and prepare his own S-rank move, so he can't make excuses after losing. The crowd keeps watching closely. Kiran's enhancement ability clearly suits this tight 30-meter ring better than MC's long-range lightning, but they figure 1,100 must have expected that. Surrounded by purple lightning, he thinks Kiran is the perfect test for his full tier 3 strength. He answers with a huge blast of purple and blue lightning that floods the ring. Even Zheng Quan is surprised. The surge is already pressing hard against his water barrier, which was only meant to handle the peak power of a tier 3 A-rank user. He has to strengthen the barrier on the spot to keep the energy contained. The students in the stands are horrified by the purple cloud divine lightning. Just feeling it makes them think it could kill them in a second, and the gap between these freshmen and everyone else suddenly feels enormous. Even in his transformed state, Kiran gets angry when he feels Shu's lightning eating away at his body, unlike normal electricity. Realizing he can't drag this out, he rushes in to finish it fast. Both fighters shoot toward each other. Kiran mocks the protagonist for standing his ground instead of running. He tightens his grip on the blade and promises to show what an S-rank enhancement user can really do. But Shu strikes first. His spear comes in so fast that Kiran is caught off guard. He barely gets his weapon up in time to block the charged attack, yet the impact still drives him backward. Kiran can hardly believe it. MC's raw strength is matching his even after his S-rank transformation. Standing in a storm of purple lightning, he mocks him and says there's no rule that a lightning user has to be weaker than an enhancement user. Kiran admits he meant to toy with him, but not anymore. Saying Shu should feel honored for forcing out his full power, he charges again. This time, he goes through a second, even scarier change. His face turns into something like a demon mask as he uses Beast Sovereign Descent. The crowd is stunned. They realize he's stacking Brahma Beast Sovereign with a matching S-rank combat technique, pushing his power to a much more dangerous level. At the side, Vice Principal, the protagonist Ping, watches in silence. Ling Shuang studies the scene, remembering that young Zhentian has a similar S-rank combat technique, so she believes Shu must know one too. Back in the ring, Kiran's upgraded form starts pushing away the purple lightning. With a cruel grin, he asks MC if he still dares to trade strength with him now. He answers by transforming too. His hair turns white, blue light fills his eyes, and he calmly says yes. A huge wave of power bursts out of him, shocking even the fully transformed Kiran. His eyes sharpen with fierce slit pupils, finishing his own power-up. The audience is completely thrown. One student looks back and blurts out that two monster bosses are in the ring. His friend says that's just Shu and Kiran hitting their second stage, but he insists it's basically a boss fight anyway. Kiran stares in shock, recognizing the protagonist's form as an S-rank combat technique. The protagonist coolly says he guessed right, but there's no reward for it. Without giving him a second to think, MC gathers a purple sphere and prepares Thunder Prison. Kiran recognizes it as a control-type S-rank move and instantly knows he's in trouble, so he bets everything on one move, wrapping himself in red vitality armor and charging straight into the lightning. He does break through, but only after dropping to his knees. Looking up, he's clearly shaken by how much power he just endured. Shu doesn't let him recover. He fires a huge sphere of pure lightning. It misses Kiran by inches, but the blast tears apart the area behind him. That alone is enough to rattle Kiran. If it had landed, he knows he would have been badly hurt, maybe worse. Before he can respond, Shu closes in with Lightning Gale Break. Kiran throws up his weapon to defend against the spinning strike, but the blow is so strong it launches him across the arena. He keeps pressing and unleashes Chain Lightning Spears. The lightning-fast barrage slams into Kiran again and again. Even while getting battered, Kiran refuses to give in. He clings to the hope that if he survives this move, he can still turn the fight around. Thinking he made it through, He roars that now it's his turn, but Shu reveals the trap in the technique. With one cold order, explode. The lightning buried inside Kieran's body detonates. Kieran freezes in shock as the violent energy bursts from his chest and blasts him away. He slams into the arena barrier and drops hard. His transformation disappears, leaving burned wounds across his torso. Shu steps over him and points his spear at Kieran's throat. With no way out, Kieran can only surrender. Zhang Quan raises a hand and officially announces the protagonist as the winner. The arena explodes with noise. MC's friends cheer, amazed that a match they thought would last more than 10 minutes ended in only 2. They can't believe he beat Kieran head-on and linked his techniques so perfectly. From above, Ling Shuang also goes over his performance. First he used Thunder Prism to lock down the field, then forced out a weakness with follow-up attacks, hit that opening with Lightning Gale Break, and finished with Chain Lightning Spears. To her, the whole combo was clean and brilliant. She then asks the protagonist Ping if he has anything left to say. Looking grim, he admits total defeat, gives Modu the promised 20% resource share, and confirms the protagonist's S-class resource will be delivered the next afternoon. As Ling Shuang leaves with MC Ping can only stew over his school's double loss. Ling Shuang congratulates him and hands him a glowing blue card, the Pass to Civilization Ruin number 13. On top of that, the school is giving him 10,000 extra credits. Thrilled, the protagonist thanks her and looks at the Ruins Pass in his hand with a bright, eager smile. Ling Shuang tells him to get some rest. She reminds him that he still has the S-class resource from Qingjing University, the right to pick a combat technique from all 3 school libraries, and the herbs his university won at Devil's Cave, which he can collect tomorrow. MC happily agrees, thinking about how much he gained from this trip. A Ruins Pass, credits, S-class resources, and a huge pile of herbs and beast materials. While they talk, a young man with long black hair walks over, praises the match and says meeting a genius like him is an honor. He thanks him politely. After he leaves, the protagonist asks who that was. Song explains it was Dong Sheng from Jincheng University, the student ranked 3rd behind the protagonist and Kieran. MC is surprised that Dong Sheng is already at high tier 2, and calls him a monster. Song teasingly asks if that means he's praising himself too, since he's already tier 3. With a playful grin, he jokes that he's different. He has a cheat that lets him level up with one click, and asks if she believes that. Song, annoyed but funny as ever, says not even a little. Then the story cuts to a grand Gothic building. Inside, robed followers kneel before a floating archbishop. As a pink orb spins above him, he leads them in a chant, declaring that ever since they received heaven's mandate, their heavenly god has been eternal. The archbishop asks whether everything at the plantation is ready, and a subordinate confirms that it is. He then gives a brutal command. The teachers from the 3 universities are that subordinate's target, and he is to kill as many of them as possible. The followers shout their approval. The archbishop turns to a masked man in a hood, and calls him Holy Son. He orders him to handle the 2 S-rankers, Shu and Kieran, saying it will help him grow stronger. Holy Son smiles coldly and agrees, saying that by tomorrow, the gap between him and those S-rankers will be almost gone. The archbishop gives one last order. If the S-rankers are willing to join heaven's mandate, spare them. If not, kill them. Then he addresses everyone with fiery passion. Tomorrow, he says, heaven's mandate will reveal itself to the whole country in the cruelest, loudest way possible. He ends with a chant, and the followers shout it back. Since receiving heaven's mandate, the heavenly god is eternal. The students reach the Devil's Cave plantation, a restricted greenhouse. Inside, they get excited when they spot the valuable C-class sunflowers and prepare to harvest herbs. A supervisor named Ma Yang greets the mentors and students from the 3 major universities. Lead mentor Hu Ping says the vice principals stayed behind because this mission wasn't judged dangerous. She adds that even if something goes wrong, Ling can use her space power to get there in minutes. Ma Yang guides them deeper inside and splits the universities into different harvesting zones. Qingjing University gets the sunflowers, Jincheng University takes scarlet flamegrass, and Magic City University is assigned cleansing heartgrass. But then Ma Yang adds an odd rule. The top 3 freshmen must leave the main group. Hu Ping quickly questions it, since other plantations don't do this. Ma Yang says a new batch of S-class exotic herbs has arrived, and he wants the top students to collect them. He tells Shu, Kieran, Dongsha to come with him and his staff. The protagonist feels something is off, but with the mentors nearby, he goes along. On the way, Dongsha walks up to MC and Kieran and praises their amazing match from yesterday. Then he brings up religion, mentioning rumors about sex, with secret methods that can push someone from tier 2 to tier 4. He says that kind of power might let him fight people like them, and he quickly warns him to stay away from those groups. Kieran doesn't agree. With his hands together in prayer, he says sects like his country's Jadu sect and the Holy Father sect have real value, and claims his own strength comes from Lord Brahma. Xiao mocks him, asking why Lord Brahma didn't help him win their fight. Kieran is left angry and unable to answer. Dongsha steps in smoothly and sides with Kiran, saying some religions really do offer huge benefits. Then he gives the protagonist a sly look and says he'll soon see that power for himself, and probably change his mind. That strange warning leaves MC uneasy. Ma Yang brings Hu Ping and the 3 top students to a remote section of the greenhouse, and says they've arrived. Seeing no herbs at all, Hu Ping asks where the promised S-class flowers are. Ma Yang simply points ahead and tells her to look. In that moment, his friendly act disappears, replaced by a dark grin. The fake Ma Yang suddenly attacks Hu Ping, turning into a shadowy figure with red eyes and a huge demonic claw. He slams that claw into her chest with terrifying speed and force. Hu Ping is blasted away, but manages to land. Shocked, she realizes her attacker is a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Knowing she'd been tricked, she demands his identity and activates her A-rank Shadow Spirit Cat ability. The shadowy man calmly praises Hu Ping's toughness. Then he takes off his mask and reveals himself as the Archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect. Smiling cruelly, he says there's no harm in telling her now since she's about to die. The Archbishop orders his men to kill everyone, and Hu Ping furiously accuses them of trying to wipe out Great Xiao's next generation. She crushes a crystal in her hand. The Archbishop laughs and says it's already too late to ask for help. Then he releases the red orb's power. A huge space barrier spreads out and seals them inside. Outside, the 3 vice principals sense the attack right away. Ling explodes in anger that someone dared attack their team. The 3 Grandmasters shoot into the sky and rush toward the plantation. At Shennan's supply base, head supervisor Zhou Ying is shocked by the news and urgently sends squads to the Devil's Cave plantation to protect Sung. She tries to calm herself, thinking the Tier 8 Grandmasters should be enough to handle it. Back in the greenhouse, Hu Ping notices the space barrier has started to shake. The Archbishop mocks them, saying their space-type Grandmaster can't do anything against his seal. Wanting to end this fast, he targets Hu Ping and shouts that she'll die first. His attack takes shape as a giant red hand meant to crush everything. Kiran curses under his breath, while Shu knows that against a Tier 7 Grandmaster, he can't resist this kind of power. But the attack gets interrupted. The Archbishop realizes Ling is strong enough to shake his blockade. Choosing not to face her himself, the Archbishop jumps away and tells Holy Sun to handle the rest. With the Archbishop gone, Dongsha steps forward and drops his friendly act. He says the time has come for Heaven's Mandate to step onto the stage, and now he and Kiran will see his true form. Dark power bursts from Dongsha's body as he starts transforming, and his strength rises wildly. It climbs to the peak, then breaks into Tier 3, and finally reaches peak Tier 4. The protagonist and Kiran are stunned. The protagonist can't believe a technique could boost someone by 2 major ranks, and he recognizes that horrible aura. It feels just like God's blood. As Kiran burns with rage, MC studies the change and confirms it. That aura really is God's blood, and 1 dose of that SSS class resource must be what pushed Dongsha from Tier 2 to peak Tier 4. Now looking like a demon with horns and glowing eyes, Dongsha gives him and Kiran a choice: join Heaven's Mandate and hunt the other students, or be crippled and killed. Outside the main greenhouse, the other students realize something is terribly wrong. One of them shouts that they have to rush in and save the 2 S-rankers. They can't lose their hope, the protagonist. But several hooded cultists block the way. They sneer that no one is saving the S-rankers, and the students should worry about staying alive. In the middle of the chaos, Sung fights through the cultists with her flaming spear, focused only on protecting Shu. Far away, the 3 Grandmasters realize they're being held back. One asks Ling why she doesn't just teleport inside, and she says she already tried. The plantation's space has been completely sealed. The seal comes from the Archbishop, who is holding a glowing red orb with a bone inside. Ling recognizes it as the bone of a rank 9 beast emperor with space abilities, which is why the area is locked down. The other 2 Grandmasters grow even more worried. Zhang comments on how bad this is, and the other warns that if anything happens to the 2 S-rankers, the consequences will be huge. The Archbishop laughs at their helplessness, and says they'll be forced to watch as his sect slaughters all the freshmen. To him, this is Heaven's Mandate's Great Awakening Day. The Grandmasters are horrified. They now realize this is the same group everyone thought had been destroyed 60 years ago. With no time to waste, the 3 join forces. Ling says they should strike together, believing 3 minutes will be enough to break the space blockade. Taking command, she shouts, "Rise!" Blue energy erupts upward. The entire plantation base is lifted into the air. While keeping it suspended, Ling studies the barrier and says the underground space is fully sealed, but she's found its weakest point in the southeast. Shu and Zhang answer at once and prepare to strike, both unleashing their transformations. MC turns into a savage ape-like beast. Zhang becomes a mass of swirling blue energy. Then the 2 of them dive toward the floating greenhouse and unleash their combined power at the weak point. Inside, the students hear a thunderous roar as a massive blow hits the building. Realizing their rescuers have arrived, the students cry out in relief. The vice principals came to save them. Even in the chaos, Shu stays calm. He checks his system and sees he still has 49,000 ability points. If he spends all of them to level up, He figures he can reach tier 4 and beat these enemies. Dongxia then mocks the frightened freshman and asks if they've finally seen the true strength of his sect. He offers them a deal: kill the students around them, join him, and gain the same power he has. The freshmen go silent and glance at one another, unsure. Then Ling's voice breaks through the damaged barrier. She warns them that any freshman who attacks another will be expelled and killed immediately. That decides it. The students refuse to become traitors. Dongxia snaps and calls them idiots for turning him down. He faces Shu and Kiran again and gives them 3 seconds to submit or die. Right away, Kiran drops his sword, kneels, and begs to live, saying he'll join Heaven's mandate. Dongxia praises that choice, then looks to him and asks for his answer. The protagonist doesn't reply. Purple lightning starts crackling around him, making his refusal clear. Seeing that, Dongxia says MC has chosen death. Then he gives Kiran an order. If he wants to prove his loyalty, he must kill MC. Kiran freezes, sweating as he admits to himself that he can't beat him alone. Noticing his hesitation, the hooded followers beside Dongxia say they'll attack with him, and they close in around the protagonist. Even surrounded, MC stays cool as purple lightning wraps around him. He quickly checks the group, 1 low-tier rank 3 and 4 low-tier rank 1s, and decides he might not need to spend his ability points yet. Then he dares them to try. One hooded cultist with a big axe jumps down and sneers at him, saying his cocky act is about to get him killed. The axe comes crashing down, but the protagonist blocks it with his S-rank defense, Thunder Armor. Before the cultist can do anything else, Shu drives his spear straight forward, right through the man's chest. The cultist stares in shock, unable to believe he lost so fast as a tier 4 fighter. MC coldly mocks him for rushing in alone. Seeing his follower drop so easily, the transformed Dongxing decides to join the fight himself, and says he'll attack together with the rest. As they close in, he feels real danger for the first time. He hates that he has to spend the ability points he wanted to save for upgrading his S-rank power. Then a system message pops up. He's killed a low-tier rank 4 God's Blood envoy and earned 1,000 ability points. That pushes him past 50,000. Knowing that's enough, Shu makes his move and orders the system to upgrade his ability at once. The evolution of his S-rank Purple Cloud Divine Lightning begins, and Golden Thunder bursts out around him. A progress bar appears and quickly climbs past 10%, then 20. As the upgrade continues, the protagonist starts rising into the air, and the sudden power leaves his enemies stunned. Golden lightning snaps around him as his strength keeps building. Dongxing gets irritated and calls it a cheap trick. Dark red energy pours from his body as he gets ready to attack. Then he releases a huge blast of power at Shu while he's still vulnerable. Just as Dongxing's attack falls, MC's evolution is almost done. The progress reaches 99%. A second later, it finishes. The system announces that his S-rank ability has evolved into the stronger SS rank Yongzhentian Divine Lightning. Shu opens his eyes, now glowing gold, with golden lightning dancing all around him. He attacks right away, calling down a huge flood of golden thunder from the sky and smashing Dongxing with it. Dongxing screams as the power swallows him and wipes out his attack completely. Then a system message confirms the death of a peak tier 4 God's Blood envoy and gives him 2,000 more ability points. With the biggest threat gone, the protagonist looks at the remaining hooded cultists, points at them one by one, and says they all have to die. He summons another storm of golden thunder, and it wipes out the rest of them in an instant. After that, Shu appears in front of a terrified Kiran, who begs desperately for his life. Bowing to the ground, Kiran says he was forced, and swears he never attacked MC. Not far away, the Archbishop watches in total shock, unable to believe his holy son is dead. That shock turns to rage fast. He screams his name and swears he'll be buried alongside Dongxing. In fury, the Archbishop launches his own attack, calling down a giant red demonic hand straight at Shu. As the huge hand drops, the protagonist is crushed by the pressure and can't move at all. Clenching his teeth, he realizes this must be the terrifying gap between him and a tier 7 Grandmaster. But right before it can hit him, the attack freezes in midair. MC looks up in surprise and realizes another space-type power has saved him. A flash of golden light appears, and Vice Principal Ling Shuang steps out with a cold look on her face. The Archbishop angrily demands to know how she got through the space blockade he set up. Ling Shuang laughs it off, mocking him for depending on an item and for letting himself get distracted. Then she strikes with a space-cutting move, a fiery blade that slices through his arm and severs the demonic hand. Not giving him time to recover, she creates a blue magic circle and traps him in a space constriction technique, locking him down completely. With him caught, she finishes the job, pulling the space-sealing orb from his hand with a swirling vortex and ending his control of the area. Once it's over, she drops down to Shu and asks if he's hurt. He tells her he's fine. Then the other two Grandmasters, He Ping and Zheng Quan, arrive. When He Ping asks what to do with the remaining cultists, Ling Shuang grips the captured orb and gives a brutal order. Tier 6 ability users are to be taken alive, and everyone else dies. The protagonist Ping and Zhongquan move at once, crushing the remaining cultists with overwhelming power. When the fighting ends, Ling Shuang turns to a shaking Kirin, who tries to explain himself. She cuts him off and says someone will deal with him later. Then she asks MC about the golden lightning he used, pointing out that it had no casting time. Surrounded by the dead cultists, MC admits he doesn't fully understand it either. He says he pushed his power to the limit to survive, and it changed. Interested, Ling Shuang asks if it's really a combat technique instead of his normal ability, and tells him to use Purple Cloud Divine Lightning again. He tries to summon his old power, but only the new golden lightning appears in his hand. That makes Ling Shuang wonder if his ability changed at its core. She decides to wait on a full check and tells him she'll test it again at the supply base after things calm down. The protagonist agrees. Their talk ends when Song Chu-ku runs over in relief, calls MC's name, and throws her arms around him, saying she was so worried. Watching them, Ling Shuang lets herself smile and thinks youth really is something special. Su gently comforts the crying Song Chu-ku and tells her everything is okay now. He takes her hands and gives her a calm smile, making her blush. A little later, Ling Shuang carefully lowers the floating greenhouse back down. She then gathers the surviving students and gives them grim news. 342 freshmen were killed by the cultists. She says the 3 universities take full responsibility, and the families will be compensated. With a fierce look, she declares the Heaven's Mandate sect an enemy of both humanity and the 3 universities. She also orders their extermination, and says all students and teachers must take missions to hunt them down. Listening from the crowd, Shu thinks about the ability points he can earn by killing the sect's God's Blood envoys, and decides he'll take some of those missions. Ling Shuang ends with one last announcement. The research trip is officially over, and all freshmen must gather the next morning to return to their schools. Back at the supply base, Ling Shuang keeps her promise and starts the test. She hands him a round detector and tells him to release his power into it. The protagonist places his hand on the device, and bright golden lightning crackles over it, while Ling Shuang watches closely. A wild thought hits her. Could his S-rank ability have mutated into the much rarer SS rank? She quickly pushes the idea aside as too unlikely. But when the scan ends, the device gives an unbelievable result. Shu's ability is Duqian Divine Lightning, an SS rank ability. Ling Shuang blurts out that it really is SS rank. For a moment, she can't even speak. She knows how huge the gap is between S rank and SS rank, and realizes that if MC is trained right, he could become a major weapon against the beasts. Her shock turns into excitement, and she praises him openly. Still trying to process it, he asks how the device even knows the name of his ability. Ling Shuang explains that if the detector can identify it, then that ability must have existed before, during the age of ancient civilization. She adds that modern detectors were built from technology found in old ruins. She smiles to herself, thinking his talent may stand beside the legendary powerhouses of ancient times. Then she turns serious and tells Shu not to spread news of his evolution. To keep him safe, she gives him a special talisman and says that if he's ever in real danger, he can crush it and she'll rush to him, as long as he's within 400 kilometers. The protagonist gratefully accepts the talisman. Next, Ling Shuang gives him the promised S-class reward from Qingjing University, a Tier 5 breakthrough pill. She suggests saving it for the jump from Tier 5 to Tier 6, but MC asks if he can trade it for something else, since his cheat system means he doesn't need pills to break through. Ling Shuang allows a special exchange at Moju University's resource department. Then she reminds him of his last reward, the right to pick a combat technique from any of the 3 university libraries. Later, the AI Ava brings up every lightning-type technique above A rank from the other 2 universities. The room fills with screens showing all kinds of powerful skills. 2 insanely strong SSS rank techniques catch his eye. Still, the level requirements are way beyond him, so he decides to choose something he can actually use now. After looking them over, he makes his decision, and tells the vice principal he wants the S-rank Thunder God finger. The screen explains it. It packs lightning into one powerful strike, and can only be used by someone at least Tier 3 with an A-rank lightning ability. Ling Shuang warns him that learning a technique from another university won't be easy. Shu just says that's fine, thinking the 6,000 ability points he has should cover it. Seeing how sure he is, Ling Shuang smiles and approves his choice. As he leaves, she watches him in amazement. With gifts like his, she thinks that if he keeps growing, humanity will gain another unmatched powerhouse. Back in his private training room, the protagonist sits down cross-legged, ready to check his new strength. He tells Deep Blue to open his status panel. It shows he's now a low-tier rank 3 user with the SS rank ability, Yang Zhentian Divine Lightning, plus 6,359 ability points. Golden lightning dances around his hand while he thinks about the huge cost, 50,000 ability points to raise his power from S rank to SS rank. He can already tell this new lightning is much harder to handle, so he decides control training has to come first. Thinking about that future, he quietly looks forward to the day it finally happens. That night at the supply base, civilians stare at a strange aircraft with no propellers, quickly realizing it's anti-gravity tech from ancient ruins. The disc-shaped craft slowly comes down and lands. Its ramp drops, and one person steps out. The newcomer, a confident white-haired man, says he's here for Xu Jingming. His sudden arrival leaves everyone nearby stunned. Not wanting too many people to know he came, he snaps his fingers. At once, the crowd forgets about him and goes back to chatting about food and movies. With no one noticing him now, he smiles. At a temporary holding area on the base, 2 guards keep watch outside a cell. Inside, the captured Archbishop of Heaven's Mandate keeps yelling that his heavenly god will rescue the faithful. The chief of public security tells Ling Shuang they still got nothing useful. The cultists' minds are too tough. Even then, the Archbishop keeps mocking them, calling them fools. Grandmaster Zhang Quan says they'll need someone from higher up, and Ling Shuang replies that person should arrive any moment. Right then, the white-haired man appears in the hall. Ling Shuang feels his overwhelming aura at once and goes on guard. He casually says he kept them waiting. Startled, Ling Shuang greets him respectfully as Lord Liu and asks why he came in person. He says the return of Heaven's Mandate made it necessary. She can't help wondering why someone as important as Liu Wangshan, a Tier 9 martial saint, would show up himself. Li Wangshan starts the interrogation. Purple light fills one eye as he fixes the Archbishop with a stare and asks about his place in the sect. Crushed by that mental force, the man admits he's only a Grand Archbishop. He confesses their mission was to kill the freshmen and says their spies are spread far beyond the universities. 10 minutes later, Li Wangshan says the questioning only worked halfway. Someone stronger had tampered with the Archbishop's memories, so he couldn't learn their bases or the true leader. That means the sect is planning something bigger. Then he says he also came to see Xu Jingming about his recent evolution. Soon after, MC is called to a private room, where Vice Principal Ling Shuang asks him to sit. She introduces the other person there, Liu Wangshan of the Great Shao National Council. He is shocked, because he hadn't even noticed anyone else in the room. Then, Liu Wangshan greets him. The moment their eyes meet, a crushing pressure slams into Xu Jingming. He reacts on instinct, calling out golden lightning to fight back. A moment later, the pressure vanishes, but it leaves him drained. He is stunned that a single look from a Tier 9 martial saint was almost more than he could bear. Liu Wangshan praises him, saying it's rare for a Tier 3 to endure that gaze, and that his will is unusually strong. The protagonist humbly bows. Then, Liu Wangshan explains how valuable his talent is. While S-rank users appear every year, fewer than 50 SS rank users have been recorded in the last 200 years. He says he hopes Xu Jingming will become one of humanity's greatest fighters. To keep him safer, Liu Wangshan forms a glowing purple soul seal for extra mental defense. Then he gently presses the seal onto MC's forehead. The process clearly taxes the martial saint. As he helps him, Liu Wangshan explains this is his own S-rank psychic art, and once it's set, even another Tier 9 psychic user would struggle to break it. Ling Shuang tells the protagonist to thank the counselor, and he quickly does. Liu Wangshan waves it off and says the best thanks is for Xu Jingming to kill more enemies once he becomes strong. Ling Shuang jokes that plenty of Tier 8 Grandmasters would beg for a gift like that. MC grins and says that makes sense. He is Modyu University's top student. Amused, Ling Shuang gives him a new job. Lead the team in next March's All-Country University League. He is speechless and reminds her he's only a freshman. She tells him not to be lazy because she already saved him a spot. Accepting it, the protagonist says he's looking forward to facing geniuses from all over the country. 3 days later, at Modyu University, Zhang Chueshuen waits for MC to return. When the airship arrives and students step off, she calls out to him, and he greets her with Song Chu-Chu. Song Chu-Chu then sincerely thanks Zhang Chueshuen for the life-saving pills. Pleased with herself, Zhang Chueshuen invites them both out to celebrate. As they walk, she asks whether he brought the rare herbs she wanted. Xu Jingming says yes, then jokes that there may be more than she can deal with. From a distance, Ling Shuang watches with a smile. She thinks he is lucky with women, and in her view, strong people having more children would help humanity. That thought leads to her own love life, and she sighs about still being single in her 30s. Later, in a decorated room, Zhang Sheshuan stares at the mountain of rare herbs the protagonist brought back, and asks if he emptied the whole Devil's Cave. He calmly says almost no one could even reach the middle area, and if he'd stayed longer, he could have gathered even more. Zhang Sheshuan can only sigh, knowing she'll be busy for a while. After that, Xu Jingming gets up to leave, saying he's going to the University Resource Department to trade an S-class reward. Not long after, he reaches the Grand Resource Department. Inside, he asks the AI Eva to show every S-class item he can exchange for his 7th grade breakthrough pill. Screens light up with many rare resources. Looking through them, he asks which one would help his lightning control the most. Eva narrows it down to one choice, an S-class Thunder Haze Secret Realm Pass, which grants access to a special training ground. That name catches his attention. Heidong City is near his hometown, yet he's never heard of this place, so Eva explains. The Secret Realm appeared 87 years ago, and was later taken over by Thunder Haze Martial Arts Hall. It's now a restricted zone hidden from the public. Xu Jingming asks if beasts live there, and Eva says yes, most of them use lightning. That makes the choice easy. Smiling, MC picks the pass, and it appears in his hand. While he's still on campus, he gets a call about a society exchange meeting later that afternoon. The caller calls him Vice President the Protagonist, a title he got after joining the Meteor Society a few days earlier, on a senior's advice. He's a little surprised work started this fast, but he agrees to go. A meeting where students from different departments share experience sounds useful, so he figures it's worth attending. When Xu Jingming meets his master, Yang Zhentian stares at him in shock and asks if he already reached Tier 3. MC smiles and confirms he broke through during the research trip. Still amazed, Yang Zhentian pats his shoulder and jokes that he makes a Tier 3 breakthrough sound as easy as eating a meal. Wanting to see the changes for himself, Yang Zhentian brings him to the training room to examine what happened to his body after absorbing the god's blood. There, he releases a surge of golden lightning while his master watches closely. Yang Zhentian is baffled. Purple Cloud Divine Lightning should be blue-purple, not gold, and he soon realizes the problem isn't just the color, the whole aura has changed. Xu Jingming says Ling Shuang should have already told him, then reveals that his ability evolved into the SS rank Yang Zhentian Divine Lightning. The news hits Yang Zhentian hard. He blurts out that an S rank ability evolving into SS rank is unbelievable, and finally understands the surprise Ling Shuang mentioned the day before. After calming down, Yang Zhentian warns that an SS rank ability is far harder to control than an S rank one, so the protagonist will need serious practice. He nods, and says he already traded for a Thunder Secret Realm Pass, and needs to get ready. Yang Zhentian agrees that's a great place for lightning users to train, but first he wants to check his physique. He tells MC to enter his Thunder Pole state, and MC agrees. He activates it, and golden lightning instantly wraps around his body as he transforms. With power shining through his hair and eyes, he stands there while Yang Zhentian studies him. His master says the base of his indestructible body has improved a lot, now reaching the level of a high Tier 2 user, and it's also carrying the aura of a Beast Emperor bloodline. Hearing that, Shai Jingming finally understands why his body alone now matches the S-rank user Kiren Rao. Satisfied, Yang Zhentian tells him to rest, saying only real combat can fully show what his body can do now. He considers using one of his other disciples as a test, then realizes none of them fit, and to his surprise, Jingming may already be stronger than his senior brothers. 10 minutes later, the butler Uncle Fu announces that the person Yang Zhentian called has arrived. A muscular senior student named Zhongshan steps forward, looking nervous. In his head, he wonders why the dean, the showman, is calling for him again, and worries he's in trouble. Yang Zhentian calms him down and says he only wants him to spar physically with Xu Jingming. Zhongshan is surprised and asks if a body-only fight wouldn't just be bullying him, but the dean tells him to use full strength and says he'll be watching. Zhongshan agrees, cracks his knuckles, and warns his junior that since the dean told him not to hold back, he won't. As the two get ready, Yang Zhentian asks Uncle Fu who he thinks will win. Uncle Fu says the protagonist is stronger overall, but in pure physical strength, Zhongshan should take it. Yang Zhentian disagrees. Zhongshan may be a peak Tier 3 A-rank user, but his disciple has gone through things far beyond normal imagination. On the training floor, Zhongshan gets ready and turns on his A-rank beast ability, taking the form of a huge gray wolf. Even after transforming, he thinks he should hold back. Xu is an S-rank student backed by the dean and vice principal, and Zhongshan doesn't want to hurt him. The match starts. Zhongshan tells his junior to be careful, and swings hard, but MC meets him straight on. Their fists slam together. The impact sends a shock through the room. Zhongshan staggers back in disbelief. He's a peak Tier 3 with an A-rank ability, so even while holding back, he thought he would be easy to overpower. The protagonist casually asks if his senior wasn't using full power. That's when Zhongshan admits to himself he judged the protagonist way too low. Not wanting to lose, Zhongshan lets out a sharp howl and starts drawing out more power. MC only answers with a small smirk. Then both of them rush forward and collide once more, trading a storm of heavy punches that ring across the hall. From the side, Yang studies the fight. He notices Xu's blood is moving faster than Zhongshan's, likely because of that unknown Beast Emperor bloodline. He figures their raw physical strength is basically equal, despite the gap in rank. Since neither side is breaking through, Yang calls out and tells him he can use Thunderbolt State. Zhongshan instantly panics, saying he's already getting pushed back. At the same time, golden lightning bursts over the protagonist as he raises his power again. Turning to him, Zhongshan nervously asks brother Jingming to take it easy. Wrapped in that bright power, Xu just smiles and says okay. A few minutes later, it's over. Zhongshan is flat on the floor, breathing hard. MC kneels beside him and hands over a vial of red liquid. He says the spar gave his teacher an idea and thanks him for the help. Zhongshan gratefully takes it and promises that if anyone online questions MC, he'll be the first to speak up. While Zhongshan rests, he asks Uncle Fu when his teacher will come out of meditation. Uncle Fu says there's no way to know, It could be hours, or even days. As they wait, the protagonist's phone suddenly buzzes. He picks up and is surprised to hear Ling. She says people from Jing University brought the original S-rank technique, Thunder God Finger, and tells him to come to the Battle Technique Library. From the library, Ling decides to come fetch him herself. A golden portal suddenly opens beside Shu, and Ling steps out. Without saying anything, she grabs his shoulder and pulls him through, yanking him right off the ground while Zhongshan and Uncle Fu stare in shock. They arrive in another room, where a man is waiting on a sofa. Still holding Shu in the air, Ling introduces him as Magic City University's S-rank student. Then she presents the guest, teacher Chen Lin from Jing University. Once set down, MC gives a respectful bow, and Chen warmly greets him back. Ling explains that teacher Chen is a low tier 7 grandmaster and has mastered Thunder God Finger. He'll be staying for half a month, so he should ask him for guidance often. He agrees at once. Inside, the protagonist thinks it's a little wasted on him, since his system can master the technique right away. Out loud though, he politely says he may end up bothering teacher Chen a lot. Chen waves it off. He says he's an old friend of MC's master, and came by to visit, so if MC needs help, he can just come to Yang's residence. That evening, a worn-out he heads to a society meeting at a large building. He apologizes for arriving late, saying the day was packed. As he enters the hall, students greet him as Vice President Shu, and he notices the society has quite a lot of members. A purple-haired young man motions for him to sit up front. As the protagonist sits down, the man introduces himself as Vice President Du Liangping. He's amazed the protagonist reached Tier 3 so fast and says he'll probably be the next president. The protagonist doesn't care much about that, and asks what the meeting is for. Du turns serious. It's about the Heaven's Mandate sect mission. He says the sect must be tired of living if they attacked the freshman team. Then asks whether MC really plans to take the mission. Shu answers right away, of course he does. At the Meteor Society meeting, Woolen announces that the Heaven's Mandate sect is back, and the government has ordered them wiped out. The school has posted many related missions, and he urges everyone to join in. Then he looks to him, guessing he'll take one of the tasks, and offers to team up. Seated beside Du Liangping, the protagonist politely refuses and says he'd rather work alone. He has a reason for that. Before taking any mission, he wants to fully master Thunder God Finger. Another S-rank combat skill will make him much safer in what's coming. Following that plan, MC meets teacher Chen in a quiet room. He says he read the Thunder God Finger manual last night and came with questions. Chen praises his hard work, just what he'd expect from Magic City University's top student, and tells him to ask freely because he'll share everything he knows. Shu asks about the section that talks about connecting with the world's thunder and mixing it with your own power. Chen says it's like the heavenly lightning method he already learned, but Thunder God Finger goes further. The energy has to be packed tighter, and the changes are much more complex. They keep talking for hours, and the lesson finally ends 3 hours later. Chen pats the protagonist on the shoulder and praises how quickly he understands. He says only practice is left, adding that it took him more than 10 days to reach this level of insight. The protagonist thanks him sincerely for the guidance. Now that he has the theory down, Shu uses his cheat right away. Closing his eyes, he tells Deep Blue to add points, and the system instantly raises Thunder God Finger to beginner level. Chen has no idea that just happened. He suggests MC try the technique now so he can spot any mistakes. MC is caught off guard. If he already learned it, what problems could there be? He tries to decline politely, saying he should practice alone later instead of taking up more of Chen's time. But Chen brushes that aside and says it won't take long. With no way out, he agrees and starts showing the technique while Chen watches closely. Golden lightning bursts around him as he gathers power. Chen smiles in approval, thinking the protagonist's opening stance is flawless. He knows many gifted students can't even handle that first step for 2 months. But as Shu continues, Chen's smile vanishes. His student has already reached the second stage and connected with the world's thunder. Jing University's best student needed 4 months for that, and Chen starts thinking the final hard step should be impossible for him. MC proves him wrong at once. He raises a finger toward the sky, and the gathered power forms a giant golden hand above the university. Chen is completely stunned. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he can't understand how he used Thunder God Finger on his very first try. Then the protagonist suddenly shouts that he can't pull the technique back. The huge golden hand starts dropping toward the campus. Chen reacts at once and releases his own power. Blue lightning wraps around his fingers, and he fires a beam at the falling hand. The attacks crash together in the air and explode, canceling the danger. Once it's over, Chen confirms the energy was real. Shu truly did use Thunder God Finger. He tells him to work on control, because if that strike had landed, the whole area would have been hit. MC laughs nervously, glad Chen was there to stop it. Then he lifts the glowing scroll and says that since he's learned it, he should return the manual. Chen just stares, confused, while he, looking a little embarrassed, says he needs to hurry back and practice, then quickly leaves. Left by himself, Chen lets out a sigh and looks at the manual. Old Young's new disciple is a total monster, he thinks. If the protagonist weren't Magic City University's treasured S-rank student, Chen would do everything he could to steal him for Jing University. Walking across campus, Shu thinks about how terrifying Thunder God Finger is. A weaker Tier 5 fighter probably couldn't block it, but the cost is huge. One use burned nearly half of his young divine lightning energy. Knowing he needs a way to restore that power, he pulls out his phone and tells Eva, "Open the store, I want pills that recover ability energy." Just before he starts shopping, a familiar voice calls his name. He turns and sees Song. MC asks why she's here, and Song says she saw a huge lightning finger over the villa area, and guessed it had to be him. Curious, she asks what new skill he learned. He says he mastered the S-rank Thunder God Finger for the Heaven's Mandate sect mission. At that, Song blushes a little, and asks what rank the mission is. When Yu says it's an S-rank mission tied to one of the sect's branches, her face drops. She realizes it's beyond her and says, disappointed, that she can't go, she can only wish him luck from school. The protagonist asks if she isn't taking any mission herself. She says she wants to, but still hasn't found the right teammates. He suggests asking Chu Xuan. Song likes the idea, and says she'll go find her now, inviting MC along. He agrees, since he also wants to talk with Chu Xuan about pills, and the two head off together. Meanwhile, at Mushi Cafe in Jining City, 4 people are waiting. A short-haired woman with purple hair asks their blonde captain whether the people from Magic City University are here yet. He tells her to relax. The meeting is set for 8:30. Another teammate complains about the wait. The captain shoots back that their public security bureau is short on people. Someone asks who they sent to back them up. He says the backup is a 19-year-old freshman named Xu Jingming. The whole team is stunned. One guy blurts out that Magic City University is basically sending a freshman to die, and another thinks it has to be a joke. The captain cuts them off and explains, he has an S-rank ability, he's a low Tier 3, and his combat strength is already at the top of Tier 3. That shuts everyone up. A freshman this strong can only be called a genius, and the captain warns them to take him seriously. Right then, the cafe door swings open. The protagonist walks in and with an easy smile, apologizes for being late. The blonde captain welcomes him and says they only just got there too. He shakes Xu Jingming's hand and introduces himself as Kaiju, a peak Tier 3 with a B-class enhancement ability. Next is Shang Shan, a mid-Tier 3 support user. Then there's Zhang Tong, a high Tier 3 with a fire ability. The last member, Sun Yun, wears glasses and uses a mental type ability. He's also a high Tier 3. With that done, Kaiju says they'll skip the small talk and go over the Heaven's Mandate sect clues. Their investigation narrowed things down to 2 people, Zhao Wohao, president of the Tiger Society, and Leng Chang, CEO of Blue Ocean Technology. A hologram shows both suspects. According to their intel, each has ties to the sect. If they capture and question them, they should be able to find the local branch. Kaiju says Leng Chang is the harder target, so they plan to grab Zhao Wuhao first. As for Xu Jingming, he'll follow their move tomorrow. MC smiles a little and asks why they aren't splitting up when there are 2 targets. Kaiju answers that moving together is safer. Knowing they're underestimating him, he suggests a different plan. Let him handle Leng Chang, while the others deal with the Tiger Society. Kaiju hesitates. Even if the protagonist has an S-rank ability, going after a mid-Tier 4 opponent alone sounds way too risky. Zhang Tong quickly pushes back. Leng Chang has a mid-Tier 4 bodyguard, so one person going in alone makes no sense. She wants to stick with the original plan, but Xu Jingming stays calm and says it'll be fine. Annoyed, Zhang Tong turns to Kaiju and demands to know if MC understands how serious this is. Since he won't budge, Kaiju finally agrees. He lets him go solo and hands over a data chip with everything they have on Ling Chang. The protagonist takes it with a confident smile. To him, it's obvious they don't really trust what an S-rank student can do, so he'll have to show them. Later, MC studies a holographic map of the technology park on his EVA terminal. The place is locked down tight. Thousands of sensors and dozens of ability users on patrol. He can tell Ling Chang has turned the whole park into a fortress, even stricter than a military base. His phone suddenly vibrates, and he picks up. It's Kaiju. He says the Bureau has assigned a special action squad of 20 agents for Xu Jingming to command. Even with more people, he lowers the phone, feeling that extra manpower probably won't matter much once things start. The next day, the protagonist sits at an outdoor cafe in Blue Ocean Technology Park and asks his subordinate, Captain Wang, for the latest on their surveillance. Wang Gong, a peak Tier 2 leading the action squad, reports that they checked the whole area and found no weak points in the park's defenses. Hearing that, Xu Jingming realizes brute force may be his only choice after all. Then a woman's voice calls his name in surprise. He turns and sees Lin Qinglun, his old high school class monitor. The meeting catches him off guard. He'd almost forgotten she was studying in Jining City. She asks why someone from Magic City came all the way to Jining and wonders if he's just sightseeing. MC goes along with it, saying he wanted to visit Blue Ocean Technology Park but couldn't get in. Lin Qinglun immediately offers help. Her uncle was invited to a tech exhibit inside, and she says he can probably bring him in as a guest. She says it won't be any trouble, and the protagonist gladly accepts. Then she teases him for still calling her class monitor after all this time. As they head in, Shi Jingming thinks this worked out perfectly, and decides to have the action squad stay on standby for now. Inside the park, Lin Haima tells everyone that CEO Ling Cheng will arrive soon. Until then, they can look around while he goes off to greet some friends. MC thanks him with a smile, thinking this saves him the trouble of tracking Ling Cheng down himself. While they wait, Lin Qinglun asks if he's become an ability user. He says yes. She lets out an envious sigh. He became a real ability user in only 6 months, while she's still at the awakened stage. Just then, Shi Jingming's phone rings, and he steps aside to answer it. Kaiju is on the line, sounding urgent. The Tiger Society targets got away, so Leng Chong is now their only lead. He tells him not to let him escape, and that makes him wonder if Leng Chong is about to run too. As he listens, the protagonist suddenly puts it together, and his eyes widen. Kaiju asks what happened, but MC quickly settles down and says it's nothing. He's already found Leng Chong. Back at headquarters, Zhang Tong asks Kaiju for news. He says he located Leng Chong, but they still don't know the full situation, so they're heading there right away as backup. At the park, Shi Jingming hangs up and calmly tells Lin Qinglun to take her friends somewhere safe and hide. Confused, she asks what they need to hide from. With a serious face, he tells her he didn't come here for a tour. Not far away, Leng Chong is greeting guests at the exhibition. Without any warning, the protagonist steps out and shouts, "Leng Chong of the Heaven's Mandate Sect, surrender!" Pointing straight at him, MC announces that the Jining City Public Security Bureau linked Leng Chong to the cult. He orders everyone else to leave at once, and warns that anyone protecting Leng Chong will be treated as an enemy. The crowd erupts in shocked whispers. It's hard for them to believe a famous man like Leng Chong joined an evil cult, but they also can't ignore a bureau accusation. A large bodyguard, Wu Hong, moves in front of the CEO and claims he's only doing his job, and knows nothing about any cult. Then he mocks the bureau for sending a low Tier 3 kid after his boss. Lin Qinglun hears that and is stunned. She can't believe Shi Jingming already reached Tier 3 before even finishing 1 semester. He decides the bodyguard must be with the cult too, so he plans to settle this now. Quietly, he tells Eva to start recording the mission. Furious at the protagonist's attitude, Wu Heng bursts with dark red energy and pulls out a huge sword. He roars and rushes in with a blood tiger slash. Xu Jingming slips past it with ease. The people nearby are horrified by Wu Heng's power, shouting that Master Wu, a mid-tier 4, has made his move. Wu Heng sneers that MC may have dodged once, but won't do it again. The MC stays calm and says he doesn't need to dodge anymore. He's already seen enough to judge his strength. Golden lightning suddenly bursts around him as he transforms. His hair spikes up in bright gold, and his eyes shine with overwhelming power. Wu Heng is terrified, thinking it's deification, a skill he believed only the sect's top god's blood envoys could use. Then he notices it's different. The protagonist's body shape hasn't changed. Calling him stubborn, MC lifts a hand and gathers thunder. A spear of pure golden lightning flies from his hand and slams into Wu Heng's chest. The bodyguard drops on the spot, beaten in one hit. Lin Haimao is left speechless. He asks his niece if the one who just one-shot Master Wu is really her old classmate, and Lin Qinglan can only nod. She's just as shocked by how strong Xu Jingming has become. Seeing his strongest bodyguard fall so easily, Leng Chong starts to panic. He can't believe the Public Security Bureau has someone this terrifying, and he immediately tries to run, but transformed, he only scoffs and says it's too late. He reaches out and uses Thunder Prison. Golden lightning shoots up from the ground and forms a cage around the fleeing CEO. Xu Jingming lands right in front of him, eyes still glowing. He coldly tells Leng Cheng that his bodyguard is dead, and warns him not to do anything stupid, or he might not make it in whole for questioning. Caught inside the blazing lightning, Leng Cheng is shaken. He can't believe the Bureau has someone this ruthless. As Leng Cheng tries to ask what's going on, the protagonist Jingming fires a crackling energy sphere at him. Leng Cheng foams at the mouth and drops unconscious. The other guests and staff trapped inside the Thunder Prison start panicking, yelling to be released and insisting they aren't cult members. At that moment, the Special Action Squad in black suits storms onto the scene. Back in normal form, Xu Jingming faces the crowd with his squad and says no one is leaving until the investigation is finished. He warns that anyone who runs will be treated like a cultist. At the same time, he says the Bureau won't punish innocent people or let the guilty walk, and the crowd goes quiet. Captain Kai's team then reaches the technology park. Everything looks calm, with no sign of a fight, so Kai thinks they came too late, and the mission already failed. Angry, he believes they just lost their only clue to the sect branch. He walks up to a squad member and asks if Leng Chong got away. The agent says the situation is already under control, the park is secured, and Leng Chong has been captured. Kai is confused since the squad doesn't look like it fought at all. The agent admits they don't know much either. By the time they arrived, Officer Shu had already taken care of it, and they were only left to clean up. That answer stuns Kai's team. They can't believe it was settled so fast when a mid-rank tier 4 bodyguard was there. Then, they find the dead bodyguard. Wu Heng. Looking over the corpse, Kai realizes Xu Jingming beat and killed a mid-rank tier 4 in one strike. He understands he badly misjudged the S-rank student, and feels lucky he never offended him. Just then, Xu Jingming walks over and thanks Captain Kai for the hard work. He even says the squad would have had a rough time without him, and offers to buy him a drink after the mission. But Xu Jingming quickly puts the focus back on the job. Their top priority is questioning Leng Cheng and finding the Heaven's Mandate sect branch. With Leng Cheng in chains, Sun Yen shares what his mind probe found. The branch is on the edge of Jining City, and has around 200 cultists. Their force includes 3 low-rank and 1 mid-rank Tier 4 God's Blood envoys, plus a bunch of weaker members. Hearing that, Xu Jingming smiles. To him, every envoy means a big pile of ability points. Kai worries about enemies that strong, and asks if they need backup. Xu Jingming says no, he can handle it, and they should move out right away. The group heads down a forest path. When they get close, Sun Yen says the branch is hidden, and tells everyone to relax, so he can share what he sees. As Xu Jingming's eye starts glowing, he thinks mental powers are really useful. Through the shared vision, they spot a huge hidden gate built into the mountain. Watching from the trees, Kai asks Zhang Tong if her firepower can blast through the alloy gate. She admits it would be very hard. Xu Jingming steps up, says he'll try, and pulls out a Tier 3 recovery pill. Golden lightning crackles around him as he transforms, and Kai can only sigh, feeling like his elite squad is useless next to this S-rank student. In that form, Xu Jingming launches a terrifying attack. A giant golden finger drops from the sky, and blows the alloy gate apart. The shockwave makes Captain Kai and Zhang Tong stumble back. Too stunned to speak, they wonder if they're seeing things. How can a Tier 3 user have power like this? After changing back, Xu Jingming smiles. The first time he used this move, his teacher stopped it, so this is the first time he's seen its full power, and it finally makes up for that regret. He tells Captain Kai the gate is open, and that he'll go in first. Spear in hand, he tells Eva to switch to combat follow mode, and rushes into the fortress alone. Captain Kai snaps out of it, shifts into his leopard-like beast form, and orders everyone forward. He leaves 10 people outside to block any escape, while the rest charge in with him. Inside, alarms go off and throw the cultists into panic. Priest Wang shouts at them to grab their weapons. He yells that their heavenly god is eternal, and will give them strength. He tells them the agents are nothing compared to their Tier 4 God's Blood envoys, and pushes them to kill any intruders. The cultists answer with a chant, Heavenly God Eternal, but the chant ends as a streak of golden lightning tears through them. Before anyone can react, Priest Wang is knocked away and defeated. Xu Jingming lands in the middle of them, with his fist slammed into the ground. He sarcastically says sorry for ruining their little speech, then asks where the God's Blood envoys are. The cultists rage at him, throwing insults and laughing at the idea of a low-rank Tier 3 acting so bold. One of them tells the others they can crush him if they attack together. As they rush in, MC just sneers that they think too highly of themselves. With one cold word, perish, he calls down a storm of golden lightning from his hands, and swallows the charging cultists whole. The blast fries them on the spot, and the ones still alive are left shaking in fear. One terrified cultist drops to his knees and begs to surrender. Xu Jingming keeps a cold face, says he'll spare him for the moment, and asks where the God's Blood envoys are. The man quickly says they're at the blood pool deep inside the mountain. After hearing that, Xu Jingming simply says he understands, then shocks the surrendering cultist anyway. The others are horrified and demand to know why he killed someone who gave up. Lightning dances in his hand as Xu Jingming grins and asks, when did he ever promise surrender meant survival? The remaining Heaven's Mandate cultists beg for mercy, claiming they were only tricked into joining. The protagonist Jingming doesn't buy it, and tells Eva to scan their identities. He scoffs at their act. Eva finds they're wanted criminals tied to awful crimes like murder and drug dealing. Once he hears that, golden lightning fills MC's eyes. He questions their so-called innocence and tells them to die, then releases a surge of electricity that wipes them out. Right then, Kai and Zhang Tong arrive. They're left stunned by the destruction in front of them. He turns to Kai, who asks about the blood pool where the bishop and God's Blood envoys should be. He says it's a place used to raise the envoys. The group moves on and finds a horrifying lab, with tanks full of humanoid bodies floating in glowing blue liquid. Furious, the protagonist realizes the sect is doing human experiments too, and says filth like this can't be allowed to live. Kai recognizes it as the blood pool, and figures it must connect to their other target, Zhao Wuhao. Then a bald, muscular man shows up with a group of cultists. He calls out to Kai and points at them, warning that all of them will die here. Xu Jingming just smirks and sizes them up, noticing the strongest one is only peak Tier 3. He mockingly asks where the God's Blood envoys are. The bald leader gets mad, shouts that they don't need their strongest fighters for this, and charges him. MC drops him with a single spear of thunder. Another cultist cries out that their leader, Bishop Zhao, is dead, then desperately offers him a high spot in the sect. He turns it down at once. After that, The protagonist mocks them for having terrible intel. They didn't even know he was the one who killed their holy son. That sends the rest into panic. Now that they realize he's the S-rank student from Magic City University, they try to run, but Xu Jingming electrocutes several of them as they flee. Kai stops him and asks him to leave a few alive for questioning. In his head, he can't help thinking MC fights more like a trained killer than a student. He agrees and says they'll head into the blood pool now. Before leaving, he takes an access card from Bishop Zhao's body and uses it to unlock a large metal door. Once inside the blood pool chamber, Kai and Zhang Tong are hit by the heavy smell of blood. In the center is a huge round pool of swirling red liquid, and it reacts the moment they arrive. Feeling that something is off, Xu Jingming decides to test it. He throws a lightning spear into the pool, and the liquid erupts at once. Still not convinced, he forms more thunder spears and keeps firing them into the pool. Watching from the side, Kai comments on how careful he is, while Zhang Tong is amazed at how fast he can spam combat skills. Then a furious roar bursts from the pool, and a huge lion-like beastman leaps out, yelling for them to stop. 3 more beast-like figures jump out after him, including one that looks like a pig. Xu Jingming calmly judges them, 3 low-rank Tier 4s and 1 mid-rank Tier 4, and tells his team to stay back. The lion-like leader angrily accuses the protagonist of mocking them. The protagonist fires back that they don't seem to think of themselves as human anyway. The beastman proudly says they are divine envoys chosen by the heavenly god, far above normal humans. Smirking, MC says he'd like to see what makes divine envoys so special, then charges with his spear, meeting the lion leader head-on. The leader sneers and reminds him that no matter how strong an S-rank user is, he's still facing 4 of them. At once, the other 3 envoys jump up, surround Xu Jingming, and bring their attacks down on him. He doesn't even flinch. Thunder armor appears in an instant, and a burst of lightning explodes from his body, shocking the envoys and throwing back their combined attack. With electricity crackling around him, he mocks them and asks if that weak hit was supposed to be a massage. Then he starts spinning his spear at blazing speed, building a violent storm of golden lightning and energy. In one smooth move, he releases the attack, cutting through all 4 God's Blood envoys at once, and killing them instantly. System alerts pop up, giving him 4,500 ability points. Standing over the bodies, Xu Jingming calmly thinks the point gain wasn't bad. He then finds extra loot, a space ring, pills, rare herbs and cash, and decides this mission paid off nicely. Kai and Zhang Tong walk up to him. Kai says he's incredible, and Zhang Tong, just as amazed, asks if everyone at Magic City Ability University is that strong. The protagonist answers modestly that they are, though he's a little more special. Kai laughs at that humility and says the mission's over, so they have to celebrate with a banquet that night, and the protagonist has to come. With a friendly smile, MC agrees. The next day, students gather around the mission terminals at the university. One girl complains that her D-class mission was way too hard, while another student brags that he just finished one for 74 credits. Then, someone suddenly spots Xu Jingming. 2 students guess why he is here, arguing over whether he cleared a C-rank mission or maybe even an A-rank one. Another one laughs it off, saying a top Tier 4 student just handed in an A-rank mission, so he shouldn't be anywhere near that level yet. Ignoring them, the protagonist walks to a terminal and sets his mission card on it. The terminal flashes and announces that MC cleared the first S-rank mission against the Heaven's Mandate sect, taking first place on the glory ranking. The students who were talking about him go completely silent, stunned that he finished an S-rank mission. The hall screen updates the glory ranking. Shou now sits in first after clearing an S-rank mission in a little over 67 hours. Under him are Li and Zhang, both with A-rank clears. Everyone around him is stunned that a freshman finished the hardest kind of mission that fast. A sharply dressed young man walks up and tells him he never thought someone would beat his S-rank mission time, adding that he really does deserve the hype. He introduces himself as Yao Feng and says he likes making friends with strong people. The crowd recognizes him as Iceberg Yao Feng, one of the school's top 5 students, and they can't believe the protagonist finished even faster than he did. MC remembers that Yao Feng is a Tier 4 senior from the Element Academy, with a strong A-rank ice power. He shakes his hand and politely says he's heard a lot about him. Yao Feng says he and his friends made a bet over who would finish an S-rank mission first, but he beat all of them. He promises to introduce him later, and he agrees, quietly wondering if this means the school's top group has accepted him. A while later, the protagonist decides to visit his master Yang before taking another mission. He heads to Yang's residence. There, he finds Yang and his senior brother Liu Ming. After greeting them, MC asks if there has been any progress on the indestructible thunder body technique. Yang says he has only found one small clue so far. Liu Ming congratulates his junior brother, saying Xu not only cleared an S-rank mission but also became friends with the famous Yao Feng. He says he saw it on the school's official site, then guesses that clearing an S-rank mission alone might earn him a spot in the upcoming National University League. Yang reveals that Vice Principal Ling has already confirmed the protagonist has a reserved place in the league. Liu Ming is shocked. His junior brother is about to become the first freshman in school history to join it. Then, Yang tells MC to spar live with Liu Ming. In the training room, Liu Ming warns that he won't hold back. Once both are ready, Yang starts the match. They release their power right away. Turquoise lightning erupts around Liu Ming, while golden lightning bursts from him. Feeling how strong Xiao is, Liu Ming realizes he has to end this fast. He rushes in, and the protagonist meets him head-on. Their collision sets off a violent burst of energy, and the fight quickly turns fierce, but only 3 minutes later, it's over. Liu Ming drops to one knee, worn out, and admits he lost. Xu humbly says maybe his senior brother let him win, but Liu Ming shuts that down and calls him a monster. Then, excited all over again, he says he has to watch the National University League in person. Yang praises MC's performance, asks what he plans to do next, and says he'll approve any class leave he needs. MC answers that he wants to focus on missions. In his mind, he notes that hunting God's blood envoys earns ability points way faster than killing beasts. A month later, students gather in the university hall to see the final glory ranking results. To everyone's surprise, freshman the protagonist takes first with 3 S rank, 6 A rank, and 4 B rank missions. Kongshou and Yao Feng follow behind him. The crowd can hardly believe it, and one student points out that even a powerhouse like Kongshou lost to a freshman. Xu arrives for the award ceremony, curious about what prize he'll get. As he enters, students notice him and are shocked that he's already reached mid-rank tier 3. They talk about how insane his growth is, going from Awakener to this level in only half a year, and say that speed earned him a new nickname, Thunder Emperor. Yao Feng walks over with a grin and teases him about the new title. MC, embarrassed, brushes it off. Then Yao Feng introduces him to Bloodhand Shen Dongling. She looks him over, praises how sturdy his body is, and says the Thunder Emperor name fits him. Then she asks where the 2 girls who are usually with him went. He says they're busy studying for exams, and he also has to get back to schoolwork. That makes Yao Feng remember that he is still only a freshman. A man in a suit starts handing out awards. He announces that the protagonist, who placed first on the glory ranking with 978 Heaven's Mandate sect kills, will receive 1 S-class resource and 3,000 credits. The crowd is stunned by the kill count, calling MC a savage even fiercer than the infamous Bloodhand Shen Dongling. Even Shen Dongling is surprised, and admits she killed fewer than 500 cultists. He calmly explains that 2 of his missions brought him to sect branches. The official gives him his S-class reward, a bottle of 10 grade 6 Guiwan pills, and tells him to go for first again next time. Yao Feng jokes that instead of working so hard on missions, Xu could just get together with Song Chu since her family is a major clan. The protagonist flatly refuses. He doesn't want to depend on a woman, and he knows no outside backing can beat his own deep blue system. Later, alone in a private room, MC thinks about his next step. Remembering his teacher's advice, he decides to learn a fist technique next to round out his skills. He checks a holographic menu and quickly settles on one. His choice is the A-rank Thunder Dragon Fist. He plans to use the system to raise it to beginner level, then ask his teacher to test it with him. Just as he finishes thinking it through, his phone rings. It's Vice Principal Ling. She calls Xu to her residence. When he arrives, something about her feels different. Sensing the change, he asks if she made a breakthrough. Ling smiles faintly and praises his sharp senses. He congratulates her, clearly impressed. He remembers that the other 2 vice principals are already in their 50s and still haven't advanced, while Ling, who looks much younger, already has. He can't help wondering how old she really is. To his shock, Ling lightly scolds him, saying it's rude to guess a woman's age. Xu panics and blurts out, asking if she can read minds. Then he realizes what he just said and freaks out inside, thinking he exposed everything. Since Vice Principal Ling is known for being strict, he braces for the anger of a Tier 8 Grandmaster. Still smiling, Ling explains that she can't read minds. A Tier 8 Grandmaster's spirit is simply so strong that even tiny emotional changes are easy for her to notice. She tells the protagonist not to show too much on his face around high-level ability users. Relieved, he agrees and is glad she doesn't seem upset. Then, to his surprise, she says she's 34 years old, not the old woman he imagined. For a second, she even seems to wonder why she's telling a student this much. Xu is stunned and says she's unbelievably young, since Tier 8 Grandmasters are usually around 46. He adds that even his teacher Yang is over 50, and still only at peak Tier 7. Ling waves off the praise, and asks what he plans to do during winter break. MC says he's going back to Jiangnan to train in the Thunder Secret Realm for a month. Then he asks Ava for the direct distance there. Ava answers, 563 kilometers. Ling says that's fine, since after reaching mid-rank Tier 8, she can now teleport up to 600 kilometers. Before he leaves, she warns him that the Heaven's Mandate sect has started striking back. If he runs into deadly danger, he must crush the talisman she gave him. Xu feels reassured, thinking of her as a solid shield over his life, and makes up his mind to train hard enough to match her expectations. Later, back at his master's place, he practices Thunder Dragon Fist. blasting out crackling force that forms a fierce thunder dragon before exploding. Yang watches with clear approval and says the protagonist has already learned the basics. He explains that the move depends on ability control and punch speed. The tighter the power and the faster the strike, the greater the damage. Yang then gives him a grade 6 protective talisman, saying it can block attacks from anyone below a tier 7 grandmaster for 3 minutes. MC gratefully accepts. Knowing a relic like this from an ancient civilization is incredibly rare. The dean also offers him the contact info of a graduate named Zhang Lo, who now works at the Thunder Secret Realm as a supervisor, hoping it will help. Yang warns him to be careful, since the realm is more than 500 kilometers away, and he doubts Ling can teleport that far. He calmly tells him that Ling already broke through to mid-rank tier 8 and can now reach 600 kilometers. Yang is stunned by the news and says her speed of growth is terrifying, calling her the university's #1 S-rank user. Once he settles down, Yang says the protagonist must have a very good relationship with the vice principal to know something that important so early. With her watching over him, Yang says he can finally relax. 2 days later, MC reaches the Jinghu community in Jiang City. His aunt Xu Qingguan, uncle Tang Daolin, and cousin Tang Qi welcome him warmly, and his aunt says he's gotten taller. He tells them he brought gifts. Later in the living room, he opens a box and shows them 3 beautiful rings. Tang Qi is shocked. She blurts out that these are space rings, and she's only seen one before at her mentor's place. The protagonist explains each one can hold a full cubic meter. That makes Tang Qi even more stunned, since that's bigger than her mentor's ring. But Tang Daolin quickly stops her and tells her to put it back. They can't take something that costly. He explains one ring is worth at least 50 million, basically decades of savings for their whole family. Tang Qi agrees it's too much, but Xu brushes that off. The ring he wears now holds 10 cubic meters, and since he's already mid-rank tier 3, these smaller ones don't help him anymore. That leaves Tang Qi speechless. She can't believe he's already mid-rank tier 3, when even the mentors at her school are only tier 4. MC smiles with pride, saying Jingming really has made it. After hearing that, Tang Daoling eases up. He says his daughter can keep one, but he and his wife won't take theirs, then happily goes back to cooking. Later, in his room he decides to try the grade 6 Guyan Peel, an S-class cultivation resource he just got. He takes out a glowing purple pill and swallows it. Right away, a huge surge of energy bursts through his body. Half an hour later, he checks his system and likes what he sees. The S-class resource worked amazingly well, raising both his physique and spirit by more than 10 points. Normally, one training session only gives him 0.5 points. Still, the pills have side effects, so he can only take one a day. Even so, he's sure his deep blue system is still his best way to grow stronger. The next day, Xu reaches the Thunder Secret Realm in Donghe City, where his senior Zhang Lo picks him up and drives him to the entrance. Zhang Lo tells him the secret realm is past the wall ahead. The protagonist asks if it's true that thunderclouds always cover the place, and lightning falls non-stop. With a grin, Zhang Lo tells him he'll see for himself soon enough. They keep driving toward the entrance marked by huge ancient pillars. At the checkpoint, an automated system verifies both of them, Zhang Lo as a supervisor, and Xu through his S-class pass from Magic City Ability University, which still gives him almost 30 days of access. Once they're cleared, the giant gate opens, and Zhang Lo drives them into the Thunder Secret Realm. Instead of wildland, they enter a modern city street. Zhang Lo asks if he's surprised, and MC admits he is. Nothing outside hinted it would look like this. As they continue, a huge metal wall appears, and beyond it, the sky churns with green lightning. He says this is nothing like he expected. He pictured something rough and primitive, not a city, and he can't see how a wall alone could hide something this massive. Zhang Lo explains that's because it isn't just a wall, it's a space gate made by powerful space-type ability users. He says this city section is a quiet place where ability users can live and rest, while the real Thunder Secret Realm is the storm zone farther ahead. Then he tells Xu about one of the realm's key resources, the Thunder Crystal Core, dropped by Thunder Beasts. Tier 1 beasts never drop them, Tier 2 and 3 only do sometimes, and Tier 4 beasts always leave one behind. As a welcome gift, Zhang Lo gives him a top-grade Tier 4 Thunder Crystal Core. Its easiest use, he says, is crushing it, so the lightning can temper the body. The protagonist thanks him, but wonders why people don't just train in the storm itself. Zhang Lo says the storm's lightning is too wild and unstable, while a crystal core gives steady energy. He also warns that the closer they get to the storm's center, the deadlier both the lightning and the thunder beasts become. When they near the living area, Zhang Lo suggests resting for the night. MC doesn't want to wait, and says he'd rather go in right now. Zhang Lo laughs and agrees to take him over, thinking it makes sense his teacher values such a hard-working S-rank user. Elsewhere, in a dark chamber, a cloaked Heaven's Mandate member kneels before the Lord Archbishop. He reports that he, a student from Magic City University, has wiped out over 1,000 sect members and destroyed 2 branches in a month. Now that he is in the Thunder Secret Realm, he asks what to do next. The Lord Archbishop says that because the protagonist has an S rank ability, they only get one chance and it must kill him instantly. He plans to report this to the general leader, but his order is simple: the protagonist must die. Yahello brings MC to the entrance of the thunderstorm zone, a place run like a military base, with armored trucks and staff everywhere. After they get out, an instructor named Chuan comes over and says he's here to handle the newcomer assessment. Yahello introduces Shu as his junior from Magic City University, here to train during winter break. Chuan is impressed at once, saying his presence feels sharp, just what you'd expect from a top school genius. A nearby group of students watches them. Hearing the protagonist is from a famous university and seems about their level, they start arguing over who's stronger, elite camp students like them, or top university students. After that, MC parts with Yahello, who gives him one last warning to stay careful. Chuan then tells his students to move out, reminding them their 6-day assessment ends only after each of them kills a peak Tier 3 Thunder Beast. Yahello says that sounds pretty tough, but Chuan waves it off, saying elite training camp students should be able to handle it. Chuan points to one student, Jin Young, as the best in this group, adding that even a Tier 4 beast wouldn't be a real problem for him. Curious, Chuan asks if he is also at peak Tier 3 strength. Yahello says Liu Ming believes he already has the power of a peak Tier 4 user. That impresses Chuan, who says he'd like the protagonist to spar with his students if the chance comes up. Inside the thunderstorm zone, MC heads through the forest while planning to hunt local beasts first, then find a quiet spot to study the natural lightning. Before long, the elite camp students stop him, with Jin Yang leading the group. One of them says they've always wanted to see how strong top university geniuses really are, then suggests a simple contest. Whoever kills more thunder beasts wins. Shu turns them down without interest. In his mind, none of them have reached Tier 4, so they aren't worth his time. As he walks off, the students are left surprised by how easily he refused. A purple-haired student sneers and asks if people from top universities are cowards too. He ignores the jab and speeds deeper into the forest. There, a huge ox-like beast blocks his path. He recognizes it as a high-rank Tier 1 black-armored thunder ox. Remembering that beasts here are tougher than normal ones, he decides to test it first. The thunder ox fires a strong lightning blast straight at him. It hits, but Shu doesn't take any damage. Calmly, he notes that the beast's lightning really is powerful. Now that he's tested its ranged attack, he wants to see how tough its body is. When the beast charges, Jang dodges and drops it with one punch. Its defense really was stronger than normal beasts, which makes sense after all that lightning tempering. Then the system confirms the kill and gives him 15 ability points. Looking down at the body, the protagonist realizes it's been almost a month since he last fought fierce beasts. That settles it. Time to start farming points and raise his rank. 4 hours later, he kills a mid-rank Tier 2 Swift Thunder Iron Wolf and gains 25 more ability points. Still, he notices the beast density is oddly low, only 9 kills in 4 hours. While eating, he opens a holographic map and starts wondering if this zone is meant more for training skill than collecting points. The map shows 4 regions: outer, central, core, and innermost core. After noticing he's in the central area, he decides to head for the core, guessing more beasts may be there. 5 hours later, after reaching the core area, he's struck by natural lightning. The thunder here is strong enough to affect even his indestructible thunder body, so he realizes he has to keep his ability active the whole time. What confuses him is that this place should have at least Tier 4 beasts, yet he doesn't see any around. Then he spots a big green-feathered thunder eagle, and a whole flock of them, wrapped in green lightning, chasing stronger bolts in the sky. That gives him an idea. The thunder beasts are attracted to powerful lightning, so he can use his Yangzhentian divine lightning as bait. But first he needs better control over it. He jumps onto a high tree branch and studies the natural lightning to better understand his own power. From the branch, Shu picks out different kinds of lightning: cloud to cloud, ball, sheet, and beaded. He's struck by how complex it is, full of wild, razor-sharp energy, and realizes watching nature like this is a great way to sharpen his lightning control. 3 hours later, he puts that study to use and summons his golden Yangzhentian divine lightning. Judging the result, he feels his control is about where his old S-rank ability used to be. To liquefy the energy, though, he'll need much more practice. He thinks through the stages: energy, liquefaction, then solidification, with each one making the ability stronger. Deciding that's enough training for now, he heads back to the central area to test his lure plan. Back in the central zone, Shu releases a burst of golden lightning, knowing this plan will decide whether he can farm points faster. It works right away. A howl sounds in the distance, proving his guess was correct. With a grin, he calls the thunder beast over and dashes deeper into the forest, his crackling lightning guiding it straight to him. 2 hours later, the plan works perfectly. A huge pack of strong thunder beasts is chasing him, pulled in by his lightning aura. He glances back at the swarm and smiles. Now the real harvest starts. With the whole pack around him, Shu faces them without fear. If they want his thunder that badly, he'll give it to them. He fires off Thunder Prison, and a giant wave of golden lightning swallows the pack and shocks them all at once. While they're pinned down, he forms a spear made of pure thunder. Then he throws it straight into the middle, setting off a blazing explosion. A lot of them go down, but several tougher beasts survive and rush him. Shu doesn't flinch. Grinning, he says this is exactly what he wanted. A last burst of divine lightning erupts from him and wipes out every beast left standing. The system floods him with kill notices and a big stack of ability points. Pleased with the result, MC says the luring method works even better than he expected. Breathing hard but satisfied, he checks his interface. With gains of 18 and 13 ability points, he figures he's getting close to breaking into Tier 3 high rank. Sweat runs down his face. He can go 6 days without sleep, and it's only been a bit over 1 day. In his head, he reviews the cycle: 2 hours luring beasts, 8 hours recovering, and realizes each round brings about 3,600 points, an insane daily total. To save time, Shu decides to grab the loot from a fallen wolf, and then find somewhere to rest. As he searches the body, he finds a glowing purple gem. It's a thunder crystal core from the first Tier 3 thunder beast he killed, and he takes it as a sign his luck is great today. 5 days later, 3 students from the elite training camp are moving through the central thunderstorm zone. Yang, a female student, and another male student. The girl grumbles about being dragged up at 3 a.m., but Yang calmly reminds her that in this place, time barely matters. She asks when they can finally leave since it's the last day of their 6-day test. Yang says they stay until 6 p.m. Lasting longer will impress their superiors and protect the camp's name. She scoffs and brings up Shu from Magic City University, calling him a coward. Since their team barely managed by taking turns resting, she assumes he left long ago and says joining the Thunder Martial Arts Hall directly was the smarter choice. All at once, a huge rumble shakes the forest, and the group freezes, wondering if the ground is moving. The girl panics and yells that it's a beast tide, telling everyone to run. Yang tries to stay calm, saying the scale doesn't seem that big. Then a wave of lightning-covered beasts comes charging through the forest, with the protagonist running ahead of them as their clear target. The 3 students recognize him right away, and are shocked he's still here. Yang guesses MC accidentally stirred up the herd, and says they should help. The girl stops him, accusing Shu of leading the beast tide toward them on purpose, so he can escape. He doesn't even look at them. He blasts past at full speed, lightning trailing behind him. The herd storms by next, ignoring the students and chasing only the protagonist's lightning trail. The girl starts laughing, sure MC is finished, but then she notices the beasts never touched them. Yang keeps watching, now fully focused. He quickly realizes he is using his golden lightning as bait to pull the beasts away for his own plan. What confuses Yang is how a mere Tier 3 mid-rank student can attract so many strong beasts, including several at peak Tier 3. When the girl points out that the protagonist has stopped running, Yang breaks into a sweat. Even he would have trouble with a herd that size, and he can't figure out how the protagonist plans to live through it. MC suddenly spins around and releases a savage burst of power. Lightning tears across the area and cuts the beasts apart in a flash. Yang is stunned by both the power and the range. As a peak Tier 3 user, he can only reach about 30 meters, while his attack spreads much farther. For a moment, Yang suspects the protagonist's power isn't just a rank, maybe it's S rank. Then he pushes the idea away, unable to believe a freshman could already be Tier 3 mid-rank. One more huge lightning blast wipes out the rest of the herd. The other male student can only stare, saying Magic City University students are brutal. MC is slaughtering those beasts like they're nothing. In the middle of the wreckage, Shu checks his status. He finally has 23,000 ability points, enough to advance. After 5 days without sleep, he decides to find a safe place to upgrade before heading back. Watching from afar, the male student asks Yang if he could have handled that herd. Yang admits he could, but not anywhere near that fast. The male student wipes sweat from his forehead, relieved he didn't push for a fight with him earlier. Now he knows he would have been crushed. The girl asks whether the protagonist could kill a Tier 4 beast like Yang can. After thinking it over, Yang says probably not, and she seems satisfied, deciding that still puts Yang ahead. 10 minutes later, in a quiet part of the forest, MC sits on a log and opens his deep blue system to spend his points. Golden lightning bursts from his body as the upgrade begins. Shu breaks through to Tier 3 high rank. His physique and spirit jump by nearly 500 points, and his lightning range grows to 40 meters. He realizes his stats now match a normal Tier 4 A rank user. Feeling his spirit recover, he gives up on resting, jumps to his feet and decides to return to the core area to study the natural lightning again. Back at the base, Lo paces nervously. The protagonist still hasn't returned after 5 days and nights, and Lo fears something happened to his junior brother. Even he can only last 8 days in that zone. Instructor Chuan walks over and asks why he's waiting there again. Lo says he's waiting for his junior brother. Chuan confirms Shu still hasn't come back, and Lo points out it's already been 6 days. Chuan tells him not to worry too much, and offers to watch for MC while he's out hunting in the thunderstorm zone. Lo gratefully thanks him. Chuan brushes it off, saying coworkers are supposed to help each other. 6 hours later, deep in the core area, he is perched on a tree branch, quietly studying the lightning around him. After a while he decides it's time to head back down. The protagonist drops from the branch and lands solidly on the ground. He thinks about his new power. Tier 3 high rank is strong, but he knows he's still far from the top. A savage roar suddenly shakes the forest, and a storm thunder bear appears. Shu recognizes it as a Tier 4 high rank beast. He could probably try to one-shot it with heavenly lightning, but instead he chooses to test his body now that he's reached Tier 3 high rank. He triggers his transformation, wraps himself in golden lightning, and jumps at the bear to fight. Hidden behind a tree, Chuan is surprised to finally find MC after searching so long. As he watches, Chuan realizes he has already broken through to Tier 3 high rank, and the range of his lightning is far beyond normal. Then he sees Shu plans to fight the bear alone. Amused, Chuan decides to watch. Letting a genius struggle a little might teach him his limits. The storm thunder bear roars as electricity gathers around its body. With shocking speed, it slams a huge lightning-covered arm down at the protagonist. Instead of dodging, MC answers with a punch of his own. Their powers crash together and explode with force. From the shadows, Chuan is stunned. He actually blocked it, and his lightning even seems stronger than the bear's. Chuan reminds himself that this is a Tier 4 high-rank beast, a whole major rank above the protagonist. Sweat forms on his face as he realizes this isn't normal at all. He concludes Yu's ability can't be just A rank, it has to be S rank or higher. Then it clicks. This is the famous S-rank lightning freshman from Magic City University. Even so, it's still hard to accept that a first-year student is already Tier 3 high rank. Meanwhile, MC keeps pressing forward, clashing with the bear in mid-air. Smiling through the fight, he confirms his lightning is stronger, and dares the beast to keep going. Wrapped in golden lightning, he charges the storm thunder bear again. Their fists meet in a blinding clash of gold and green power. The collision sends shockwaves through the forest. Chuan can hardly believe a human is trading blows head-on with a Tier 4 high-rank beast. To him, Shu looks like a monster in human form. He pulls out a camera and starts recording, planning to show this to his arrogant elite students so they can see what a real top university genius looks like. The protagonist, meanwhile, is thrilled to learn his raw strength can match the huge bear's. He pushes even harder, fully activating his indestructible thunder body and thunder pole state. At full power, he rushes the beast again. Another heavy lightning-charged punch slams into the bear. The beast roars in pain and fury after taking the hit. It swings back hard, knocking Sheye sliding away. After landing safely, MC judges the bear's defense. A monster this tough is usually easier to bring down with weapons, and even his bare-handed strike couldn't break its leg. Still, he chooses to keep fighting with only his fists. Now enraged, the beast gathers a huge mass of unstable green lightning around itself. With a thunderous roar, it calls down a violent storm over the whole area. Tren sees how dangerous this is. Anyone trapped inside could be badly hurt or killed. Most people would retreat, but it's clear Sheye has no intention of backing off. Crackling with dense golden power, he only smiles and challenges the beast to see whose lightning is stronger. Wrapped in crackling power, the protagonist leaps into the air. Then he slams down, setting off a huge flash of gold and purple lightning. Grinning, he calls up his lightning armor to raise both his defense and strength. Fully powered, he charges the roaring beast without a hint of fear. The bear can't even follow him. Sheye darts around it and hammers it with non-stop punches from every side, completely taking control of the fight. He slips past every slow counter and realizes a Tier 4 high-rank beast is still too sluggish to keep up with him. Ready to end it, MC uses Thunder Dragon Fist and fires a fierce golden lightning dragon at the bear. The attack smashes into its head and kills it on the spot. Sheye lands lightly while the giant beast crashes down behind him. A system alert confirms the kill and gives him ability points. Watching in secret, Instructor Chuan breaks into a cold sweat. An apex predator just got crushed with ease, and his power feels less human and more like a true dragon. He steps out and walks over, praising the protagonist's terrifying strength. When the protagonist turns to him, Chuan can only marvel that a Tier 3 high-rank fighter brought down a Tier 4 high-rank beast. With more geniuses like this, humanity wouldn't have to fear monsters so much. Then he shows the camera he used, and says he recorded the whole battle. He asks if he can use it to teach his elite students. MC agrees without much thought, while privately noting he still wasn't going all out. Grateful, Chuan thanks him on behalf of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Taking the chance, Chuan asks if he'd join them after graduation. As Sheye starts collecting materials from the bear, he says he hasn't decided anything about the future yet. Still trying to recruit him, Chuan lists the perks: top treatment, a high-paying job guarding the Thunder Secret Realm, and guidance from their hallmaster, a legendary Tier 9 martial saint. He knows that offer would be a huge help, but he only thanks him and says he'll think about it. Still, he's just a freshman, so there's no rush to choose a career. Satisfied, Chuan moves on and mentions that Zhang Lo has been waiting outside the zone and is getting worried. He offers to pass along a message if the protagonist plans to stay longer. Feeling a little bad for forgetting his senior brother, Xiaye awkwardly refuses and says he's heading back right away. As MC gathers materials, Chuan quietly marvels that he lasted 6 days alone in the thunderstorm zone, beating even his own old record. MC politely tells the instructor to go on ahead. Digging deep into the bear's fur, a worn-out he searches for what he came for. He finally pulls out a glowing blue thunder crystal core. After checking it, he decides it's a bit worse than the one Zhang Lo gave him, but still worth a lot, so it's time to head back. The moment the protagonist comes through the secret realm gate, Zhang Lo spots him and looks relieved. Zhang Lo rushes over, shocked his junior brother lasted 6 days and 5 nights, and asks how he's holding up. MC bluntly says he's unbelievably sleepy. Amused, Zhang Lo throws an arm around him and says anyone would be wiped out after fighting beasts for 5 days without sleep. As he leads Shu away, he reminds him that training only works when rest and effort stay balanced. Later that night in his office, Instructor Chuan casually tosses a round projector. In front of him stand 3 elite camp students, Lei Jinyang, a female student, and a purple-haired male student. Lei Jinyang asks how the mission went. Chuan says everyone passed safely, and each of them killed at least one Tier 3 peak beast. He also praises Lei Jinyang for defeating a Tier 4 low-rank beast. Inwardly though, Chuan knows that even Lei Jinyang's talent is nowhere near his monstrous level. Out loud, he congratulates them for meeting his expectations, then asks what they thought of Zhang Lo's junior brother. Lei Jinyang says they ran into Shu and admits he's strong, probably around Tier 3 peak. The purple-haired student agrees he's impressive, but still says he can't match Lei Jinyang. Catching the projector, Chuan teasingly asks if they're really that sure. The purple-haired student doubles down, convinced their elite camp beats even a top school like Magic City University. Chuan doesn't argue, he just raises the projector and tells them to watch a video. The device floats up and throws a large hologram into the middle of the office. A huge glowing beast appears. The purple-haired student instantly identifies it as a storm thunder bear and gasps, realizing it's at least Tier 4 high rank. Lei Jinyang quickly points out who it's fighting. The hologram shows a lightning-covered figure battling the bear, and the room goes silent when they realize it's Shu. The recording then shows the protagonist unleashing a huge dragon-shaped strike at the beast. Lei Jinyang and the other 2 stare in shock. They can feel MC's aura matching the storm thunderbears and can't understand how he got this strong so fast. Chuan asks what they think. Lei Jinyang and the male student admit his strength is beyond anything they imagined, and they wonder if he's really only mid-rank Tier 3. Then Chuan reveals that the protagonist was already high-rank Tier 3 when he met him. The male student is stunned and can't process growth that fast. Lei Jinyang points out that a Tier 4 high-rank beast can wipe out most fighters at the same level, and the male student adds that Shu beating one in hand-to-hand combat is even crazier. Trying to make sense of it, the male student guesses MC might be some special case, maybe even the principal's son. Chuan shuts that down at once and says his edge comes from his absurd talent as an S-rank ability user. Lei Jinyang and the male student are floored to hear that a college freshman could already be Tier 3 high rank. Chuan confirms the protagonist is only 19 and still in his first year. That hits them hard. They're about 23 on average. Yet a 19-year-old has already gone far past them, making them feel like all those years of training were wasted. Seeing their crushed faces, Chuan explains he showed them the video to push them forward, not tear them down. She should be the goal they chase. Fired up again, Lei Jinyang and the male student nod with fresh determination. Lei Jinyang asks for a copy of the recording. Chuan says he had planned to upload it to the martial arts hall's internal site, but the male student reminds him that the National University League is about to begin. Chuan realizes the problem at once and gives up on posting it. If other schools saw the footage, they'd all focus on MC during the tournament. Magic City University got second place last time, and with MC now, they have a real shot at first. 2 days later, Shu wakes to his ringing phone and realizes he slept for a full 2 days. He answers and hears Principal Ling warn him that Heaven's Mandate is planning revenge. Ling says his family and friends are being protected, but if anything goes wrong, he must crush his protective talisman right away, since he's likely the main target. He says he understands. After thinking it over, he decides he's still fairly safe thanks to the heavy security and the talisman, so he keeps training. At the dark headquarters of Heaven's Mandate, 2 hooded followers kneel before their leader. They report that the Magic City branch is worried about how fast Shu, the S-rank freshman, is growing, and asks for approval to assassinate him. The leader asks where he is. Bloodkill answers that the protagonist is training in the Thunder Secret Realm and won't be leaving soon. The leader orders Bloodkill to kill MC and destroy the Thunder Martial Arts Hall's secret realm. Bloodkill gladly accepts, saying he enjoys hunting human geniuses. The other cultist is sure he'll succeed. As a Tier 8 mid-rank fighter, he thinks nothing can stop Bloodkill, not even Vice Principal Ling with her Tier 8 space abilities. Back in the city, Shu walks through a busy market set up for Spring Festival, and feels a little lonely, knowing he'll spend the holiday by himself again. He thinks about his progress and admits that even though the Thunder Crystal Core helped a lot, the pace still feels too slow. Wanting a faster way to improve, he heads to the Thunder Tower. Zhang Lo recommended it highly, and he hopes it lives up to that praise. Inside, the protagonist shows his pass. The receptionist tells him his S-Class access gives him 4 hours in the secret room on the 100th floor. He asks why that floor matters, and she explains the tower has 110 floors. The higher you go, the better the conditions for studying natural lightning. That is enough for MC, so he decides to use the pass right away. When he reaches the 100th floor and enters the room, he's confused at first because there seems to be no lightning at all. A moment later, raw green electrical energy starts bursting through the room. Interested, Shu reaches out and touches it, realizing this is lightning in its most basic form. He sits down to cultivate, and notices this room lets him study lightning far more closely than the thunderstorm zone ever could. 4 hours later, he ends the session feeling very satisfied. By his estimate, less than 5 straight days in this room would be enough to reach the level needed to liquefy his lightning. Then a knock sounds at the sliding door. The receptionist politely tells him his time is up. Not wanting to stop, Shu asks how to stay longer. She explains that extra time costs Thunder Crystal cores, and the 100th floor only takes Tier 4 cores. A Tier 4 low-rank core buys 3 hours, and each minor rank above that adds 1 more hour. The protagonist is shocked by the price. A Tier 4 low-rank core sells for over 6 million Great Xiao currency, which means training here costs about 2 million an hour. The receptionist adds that Tier 3 Thunder Crystal cores can be used for floors 70 through 90, but MC turns that down. He wants to stay on the 100th floor. He catches her off guard by taking out 2 high-tier Thunder Crystal cores, and she stares at him in shock at how rich he is. After a quick check, she says the 2 cores will give him 11 hours. He then asks what it takes to reach the floors above his. She explains that floors 101 to 107 need Tier 5 cores, while floors 108 to 110 require Tier 6. Fine with that, he says sorry for the trouble, and goes back to training. 11 hours later, Xu Jingming leaves the Thunder Martial Arts Hall with his senior brother Zhang Lo. Zhang Lo jokes that the protagonist owes him a meal next time, since he just earned 301 million by selling 4 rings and a pile of beast materials. The protagonist agrees right away and thanks him for hooking him up with such a great deal. Then Zhang Lo brings up what he heard from Instructor Wu, that MC killed a Tier 4 high-rank Storm Thunder Bear. He says the freshman is growing way too fast, but MC just shrugs and says he was born with decent talent. Not buying that humble act, Zhang Lo asks about his spring festival plans. He says he's going back to the thunderstorm zone and probably won't return for the holiday. Zhang Lo praises his work ethic, but tells him to come back for a bit anyway. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall is holding an auction, and there may be something useful for him there. That gets Xu Jingming interested. He remembers his current spear isn't good enough anymore, so the auction sounds like the perfect chance to replace it. Seeing that he's sold on the idea, Zhang Lo says he'll save him a spot. With that settled, the protagonist says goodbye and heads for the thunderstorm zone. Elsewhere, Song Chuchu sits with Zhang Chuxuan, clearly excited. She says she wants to visit the Thunder Secret Realm during Spring Festival, so she can see MC. Then eagerly asks Chuxuan to come with her. Zhang Chuxuan agrees with a sly smile, quietly thinking her friend seems ready to share his company with her. 6 days later, lightning crackles around the Thunder Tower. Inside, Xu Chengming hands the receptionist a bunch of Thunder Crystal cores and asks how much time they'll buy on the 100th floor. After checking them, she says they add up to 37 hours. While handling the trade, the receptionist blushes a little, amazed by how young and handsome he is, and by the fact that he brought 9 Tier 4 cores, something she almost never sees. The protagonist Jingming asks if he can use that time in parts instead of all at once. She says yes, he can pause the timer by swiping his pass, which makes him happy. On New Year's Eve afternoon, Xu Jingming is deep in training when his phone starts ringing. He answers and sees Song Chuchu on a hologram call. Grinning, she tells him to guess where she is. After one look, he calmly says she's in the Thunder Secret Realm. Song Chuchu is confused, so MC points out the lightning flashing behind her. Realizing she gave it away, Song Chuchu admits that she and Zhang Chuxuan wanted to surprise him, but they forgot to ask for his address. Noticing the other girl, he asks if senior sister Zhang came too. Zhang Shushan leans into view with a teasing smile and asks if he doesn't want her there. He quickly tells them both they're welcome and asks where they are so he can come get them. Before leaving, Xu Jingming follows the receptionist's method and swipes his pass to pause the timer. As he heads out, the system says he has 4.5 hours left. He wonders if that will be enough to finish liquefying his lightning, and if not, he'll need another trip to the thunderstorm zone for more cores. The protagonist Jingming brings Song Chuchu and Zhang Shushan back to where he's staying, a fancy villa with a pool. Once inside, both girls are shocked by how much stronger he's gotten. Song Chuchu points out it's only been 20 days, and his rank has already gone up again. With a small smile, Xu Jingming says training got dangerous, but he was lucky and broke through to Tier 3 high rank. Song Chosho grabs her forehead and groans that comparing herself to him is painful. Then she jokes that he might become a Tier 7 Grandmaster by the time he graduates. MC switches topics and asks how many credits their passes cost. Song Chosho says they bought B-class passes, which give them 2 days for 1,000 credits each. That secretly shocks him, since by his math that equals 10 million Great Xiao currency. He offers them any 2 of the 4 rooms upstairs, but Song Chuchu says they'll just share one. He tells them to get settled, and says he'll take them out to eat, but Song Chuchu wants a real homemade New Year's Eve meal instead. Jiang Shushan then pulls out a floating pile of fresh ingredients they brought with them. Xu Jingming looks doubtful, and asks if they can actually cook. Song Chuchu proudly says they're amazing at it. Laughing, he agrees to stay in, and says he'll help the 2 master chefs. Jiang Shushan happily accepts, and they head for the kitchen. Later that night, after a huge meal, the protagonist Jingming puts down his chopsticks with a full happy sigh. Rubbing his stomach, he looks over the empty plates and wine bottle, and tells them the food was great. The girls happily take the praise. Then fireworks suddenly burst outside, and Song Chuchu looks over at once. Excited, she suggests going up to the roof for a photo to remember the night, and Xu Jingming agrees right away. On the terrace, the 3 of them watch the fireworks together. Song Chuchu lifts her phone, and the trio smiles for a bright group selfie. As the fireworks light the sky, MC smiles to himself. His life has changed so much since getting his system, and he's thankful to spend New Year's Eve like this, with friends. The next day, they head to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. He says sorry for pulling them into an auction on New Year's Day, but Jiang Shushan playfully scolds him, and Song Chuchu says she wanted to come anyway because she needed to buy gear. In the hallway, they run into Zheng La. When he asks who they are, Xu Jingming introduces Song Chuchu and Jiang Shushan as his friends from Magic City University. Zheng Lo greets them kindly, while quietly marveling at his junior brother's charm. He offers to take care of their entry tickets, and the protagonist thanks him. Their chat is cut off by a group walking by. One man loudly praises Sister Wan Ying for getting them into the auction so easily, then mocks people who have to spend millions on a pass. Li Wan Ying laughs and says anyone who pays that much is a fool. Song Chuchu gets annoyed and asks what big family that girl comes from. Zhang Lo explains that she's Li Wan Ying, the eldest daughter of the Li family, the strongest of the Secret Realm's 6 great families. Her father is the honorary vice master of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and her brother is at the peak of Tier 4, so her arrogance isn't exactly a surprise. Hearing that, Xu Jingming admits her attitude makes more sense now. Zhang Lo adds that her brother, Li Shanglin, also uses a spear, though he's an enhancement-type user. After that, Zhang Lo leads MC to the huge doors and welcomes him to the Thunder Secret Realm auction. Inside, Zhang Lo says the Spring Festival auction usually draws around 800 important guests, each with over 100 million in liquid assets. Once they sit down, he explains how bidding works. Each seat has a screen on the armrest where they enter and confirm a price, then raise a hand to lock in the bid. Zhang Lo tells his junior brother to check the catalog first, so Xu Jingming does. As he flips through it, he's impressed to find 108 items, from rare plants all the way up to S-class resources. Zhang Lo points out that S-class is the limit here, which is probably for the best, since anything above that would be out of their price range anyway. He agrees. Sitting nearby, Song Chuchu asks if he spotted anything he wants. The protagonist says a few things caught his eye, but he'd rather wait for the full introductions first. As the auction begins, MC settles on 2 targets, an S-class Qingxiao Black Dragon Spear, starting at 500 million, and 5 Tier 4 low-rank Thunder Crystal Cores, starting at 40 million. The cores alone would save him a ton of hunting time. The host welcomes everyone and presents the first item, a 30-year-old A-class Frostgrass that can strengthen the spirit of anyone below Tier 5. Opening price, 20 million. Bids start flying almost at once, pushing it past 22 million. An hour later, the 36th item comes up, the bundle of 5 Tier 4 low-rank Thunder Crystal Cores, starting at 40 million. Relieved, Xu Jingming calmly enters a bid on his screen. The host calls it out. Seat 0310 has offered 41 million. But the item is popular, and the price quickly climbs to 41.8 million. Seeing how many people want it, he realizes small raises won't work. If he wants the cores, he'll have to scare everyone else off with one big jump. So he slams in a bold bid, 46 million for the 5 Tier 4 Thunder Crystal Cores, and the room goes quiet. The host repeats the price and notes that these cores almost never make it onto the open market. She calls 3 times, gets no new bids, and closes the sale. Xu Jingming is a little surprised it works so easily. Zhang Lo explains that big families and the Thunder Martial Arts Hall already have their own core supply, so the buyers here are mostly independent fighters. On top of that, the protagonist's sudden 5 million jump scared off the rest. When Zhang Lo asks why he didn't just hunt the cores himself to save money, MC says his lightning is close to a breakthrough, and he wants to finish it in one uninterrupted session. Zhang Lo is left stunned and sweating. He calls him a monster for reaching the liquefying stage so fast, saying he himself was nearly a senior before he managed it. 2 hours later, the auction reaches item 98. The host reveals an S-class weapon, the Flowing Cloud Golden Edge Spear, made by artifact master Yu Wen. She explains that it has a special A-class Kermir alloy shaft and an extremely tough S-class Extreme Edge alloy spearhead. The crowd reacts right away, excited by such a rare spear and its high-end materials. Xu Jingming smiles, knowing Kermir alloy gets heavier when ability energy is poured into it. The host confirms it. The spear can get as heavy as 100 tons. Bidding starts at 500 million, and the price quickly jumps past 530 million. Trying the same trick as before, the protagonist Jingming casually throws out a huge bid, 600 million, but this time it doesn't work. The rich buyers keep pushing the price higher, blowing past 630 million. Seeing this won't scare anyone off. Xu Jingming stops bidding for the moment and watches the room, quickly picking Li as his main rival. Sure of herself, Li fires in a strong bid of 630 million, convinced no one would challenge the Li family. The host announces her offer, and MC answers right away with 640 million. That bold move gets people talking. Since no one recognizes him, they assume he's an outsider who doesn't know the Li family's influence here. Annoyed, Li stands and speaks to him directly. She says her older brother needs a good spear, then offers her friendship and the Li family's favor if he backs off. Xu Jingming isn't moved at all. To him, that offer means basically nothing. The host cuts in at once and warns Li that auction rules forbid pressuring other buyers. If she does it again, she'll lose her right to bid. Forced to back off, Li shoots the protagonist a furious look and raises it to 650 million. He meets her stare and instantly makes it 660 million. The room reacts in shock. People can't believe he's openly challenging Li and risking her family's revenge. Li trembles with anger. No one has dared disrespect her like this since her father reached peak tier 6. Ignoring the tension, the host calmly announces the 660 million bid to the room. With a cold smile, Li raises it again to 670 million, wanting to see how much money he really has. Worried the price might go too far, Xu Jingming asks Song and Zhang for a loan. Song offers 500 million without a second thought, and Zhang offers 1 billion, saying she can get even more from her family if needed. MC thanks them and says that's enough. In his mind, if a normal S-class weapon goes over 1 billion, it's cheaper to have one made instead. Beside them, Luo is completely stunned. He can only sweat as he realizes just how crazy rich his companions are. Without blinking, the protagonist pushes the bid straight to 700 million. Then the two keep trading bids until Xu Jingming confidently calls out 830 million. Shaking with rage, Li is urged by her companions to stop. They're already over budget, and going past 1 billion just for revenge isn't worth it. Grinding her teeth, she finally gives up, but decides she'll deal with him another way. With no more offers, the host brings down the gavel and sells the spear to MC. He figures 830 million is still reasonable, and hopes the spear is worth every bit of it. Half an hour later, the host brings him his purchases, the 5 Thunder Crystal Cores and the S-Class Spear, for a total of 874 million. She asks him to inspect them before paying. The protagonist Jingming grabs the spear's dark shaft, and golden lightning instantly runs across it in perfect sync with his power. Pleased with its weight and how well it carries his lightning, he hands over his card and finishes the purchase. Elsewhere, in a private lounge, Li calls over an older retainer, Uncle Li, and 2 suited men. Still furious, she orders them to kill the man who outbid her and take all his gear. When Uncle Li asks who the target is, she says she's already checked. It's Xu Jingming, a tier 3 high-rank student using a pass from Magic City Ability University. Uncle Li carefully suggests looking deeper into his background because of the school name, but Li brushes it off. Students come to the Thunder Secret Realm all the time, so she tells them to wait and attack once he reaches the danger zone. She grins and says the beasts in the realm will eat the body fast, leaving no proof behind. As for the stolen spear, changing its look will be easy. Accepting the plan, Uncle Li tells his 2 men to watch the entrance to the Thunder Secret Realm and report the moment MC Jingming shows up. Li adds that she wants to be told when it's time, because she plans to come along and watch Xu Jingming pay for crossing her. Back at his room, he starts testing his new S-Class Flowing Cloud Golden Edge Spear. Holding the shaft, he likes the balance right away. Remembering it can reach 100 tons, he decides to pour in his lightning at full strength and see what happens. He sends golden electricity straight into the spear. The weight explodes instantly. Caught off guard, the protagonist nearly loses control, drops to one knee, and lets the spear slam into the floor. Breathing hard, he figures his current lifting limit is about 5 tons. Since the spear almost slipped away, he estimates his full power pushed its 800 kilogram weight to over 6 tons, and that gives him a new idea for fighting. After steadying himself, Xu Jingming plants his feet and readies the spear. He brings it down in a heavy sweep, and the force smashes the floorboards to pieces. Smiling, he works out a brutal tactic. Swing the spear at normal weight to gain speed, then pump in his power right before impact, so it jumps to 6 tons and crushes anything in front of him. Looking over the broken floor, he admits controlling that sudden weight change is still hard. Since the spear is such a deadly weapon, he decides to return to the thunderstorm zone and train with it once his friends leave. The next day at noon, Song and Chuswen say goodbye outside Xu Jingming's place, joking that he'll have to guide them again after school starts. MC smiles and thanks them for spending the holiday with him. He waves as they drive away. Now alone, he stretches and decides to hurry back to the thunderstorm zone. He has less than a week left and wants to gather as many thunder crystal cores as he can. As he heads out, one of the suited watchers quietly reports through an earpiece that the target is entering the thunderstorm zone and tells his boss to come fast. In another room, Lee gets the message on her phone and eagerly says she's leaving right away. As she gets up, a man nearby notices and asks where she's going. With a dark gleam in her eyes, Lee tells her older brother she's going to get his birthday gift, something she's been preparing for a long time. Her brother Lee smiles and says he can't wait to see it. Deep in the thunderstorm zone, Xu Jingming pulls his new S-class spear from the bloody body of a beast he just killed. Then he senses eyes on him, glances back, and calmly says they've been following him for a while now. Uncle Lee steps out with 2 suited men and praises the young student for noticing them, despite being only Tier 3 high rank. The protagonist stares at them and says he doesn't know who they are, so why are they following him? Then, Lee steps out from behind her men and smugly says that even if he doesn't know her guards, he should remember her. Recognizing his auction rival, Xu Kuming asks if they're here for his S-class spear. Lee cruelly corrects him. She wants his life too, though she mockingly says it's a shame to waste such a handsome face, since he could have led her harem if he hadn't offended her. MC stays calm and calls out her greed, pointing out that she wants both his weapon and his life. Lee smiles and says the weak don't get to speak before the strong. If he kneels and bows, she'll give him a quick death. If not, she'll make him suffer. He says she does have one point about the weak and the strong. Then he unleashes his power, and fierce golden lightning bursts from his body. His hair rises as electricity roars around him. He tells them their weak investigation led them to badly misjudge who the stronger side really is. The force of his aura sends out a shockwave that knocks Lee back and leaves her stunned by his sudden jump in power. Grinning, Xu Jingming sizes them up. 2 Tier 4 mid-ranks and 2 Tier 4 low-ranks. Not the least bit scared, he taunts them to come at him all at once. Realizing things have gone very wrong, Uncle Lee panics and orders all 3 men to attack together. As the 4 rush him, the protagonist Jingming lifts a hand blazing with energy and uses his divine lightning technique. Blinding pillars of lightning slam down from the sky and strike Uncle Lee and his men with deadly accuracy. The lightning slams the attackers straight into the ground and crushes them on the spot. Seeing her whole guard wiped out in one hit, Li Wanying goes pale and knows she has to run. She spins around to escape, but trips over a branch. Falling hard, she looks up in terror as Xu Jingming steps over her and coldly says it's her turn now. As she crawls back through the dirt, Li Wanying shakily asks who he really is and how a student could be this strong. MC calmly says he's still a Magic City Ability University student, and reminds her she was just trying to kill him. Panicking, Li Wanying admits she was wrong and begs for mercy. She offers tens of billions in cash and promises he can leave safely if he lets her live. Getting even more desperate, she grabs her chest and offers herself to him, saying she's no worse than the 2 women who were with him. Xu Jingming shuts her down at once. He says his friends can't be compared to someone ruined by lust and drugs, then adds that he hates filth and wouldn't even want to touch her. The insult snaps her out of her begging. Li Wenying curses him and screams that if he kills her, her father and brother will wipe out his whole family and skin him alive. He doesn't react. He calmly accepts her threat and lifts a hand filled with golden lightning. With one quick motion, he calls down a huge bolt of lightning right onto her. As smoke rises from what's left of Li Wanying, the protagonist turns away. To him, anyone who comes to kill should be ready to die too. He also leaves the space rings behind, guessing rich families put trackers in them. At the Li estate, an alarm suddenly announces that smart wristband number 003 has lost all vital signs. Relaxing on a sofa, Li Shunglin jolts upright when he realizes that band belongs to Li Wanying. Furious, he demands to know who killed his sister and orders his men to trace her last location right away. His uncle checks and says the wristband signal is gone, but the last ping came from the edge of the thunderstorm zone. Li Shunglin can't understand it. She was only supposed to get his birthday present. He immediately tells his uncle to contact her guard team. After checking, the uncle grimly reports that all 4 guards have lost their vital signs too and can't be reached. Li Shunglin realizes Uncle Li and the whole escort team were all killed. Angry and stunned, he wonders who had enough power to wipe them out before any warning could be sent. The uncle guesses the killer was either a peak tier 4 expert or someone the guards underestimated. He also points out that the storage rings were left behind, which makes tracking the killer much harder. When the uncle asks about telling the family head, Li Shunglin refuses. Their father is in secluded training, trying to break into Tier 7 Grandmaster. Instead, he orders a full check of Li Wenying's recent movements and contacts. The uncle accepts and starts digging through the data while Li Shunglin rubs his temples in frustration. After going through the records, the uncle says that aside from an older issue with the Wang family, Li Wenying recently tried to buy an S-class spear for her brother's birthday, but someone outbid her 2 days ago. Li Shunglin instantly asks who bought it. The uncle names Xu Jingming, a Magic City Ability University student using an S-class pass, and adds that he's a top provincial scorer, a Tier 3 user, and has an S-rank ability. Thinking back to his sister saying she was going to get his gift, Li Shunglin connects everything and decides MC must be the killer. The uncle carefully warns that going after an S-rank genius could bring major trouble. Li Shunglin doesn't care. Burning with rage, he says a life must be paid with a life, no matter how important the student is. He stands up at once and tells his uncle to come with him. They'll wait for him at the thunderstorm zone exit, and if Li Shunglin can't kill him himself, he wants the older man to finish it. Back in the forest, Xu Jingming calmly uses a small knife to cut a glowing purple thunder crystal core out of a beast. Pleased with the result, he counts his gains. 17 Tier 4 thunder beasts, 4,250 ability points, and 17 crystal cores. That should be enough to finally break through and turn his lightning into liquid in one go. With everything collected, the protagonist heads back. At a checkpoint, Bloodkill of Heaven's Mandate hands over his pass to the receptionist. Using the fake name Zhang Heng and a C-class pass, he gets 24 hours of access to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall's secret zone. The receptionist politely tells him to make good use of the time. Bloodkill smiles to himself. 24 hours is plenty, and Xu Jingming's death is near. Not far from an exit tunnel, several men in black suits are waiting. Some bystanders recognize them as Li family men. One says they've been camped there for days, so whoever they're waiting for is in serious trouble. The moment MC Jingming comes out, one of the Li men sees him and quickly tells his young master through an earpiece that the target has arrived. So Yunxing pauses, slightly confused as he notices all the attention on him. Then Li Shinglin drops down from above with a spear, shouting his name and demanding blood for blood. Seeing the man's peak Tier 4 power and spear, the protagonist figures this must be Li Shinglin. He stays calm and even jokes that if he knew they'd find him this fast, he shouldn't have destroyed the rings earlier. He lost millions. Li Shinglin lands hard and demands to know if MC killed Li Wenying. MC coolly asks why he's bothering to ask when he already knows. The people nearby are shocked to hear Li Wenying is dead. One says her own arrogance caused this, while another feels bad for him, since the Li family will come after him hard. Trembling with rage, Li Shinglin demands to know why. So Yunxing answers without a hint of guilt. Li Wenying tried to kill him and steal his things, but failed, so he killed her. As far as he's concerned, that reason is enough. Li Shinglin insists the protagonist Jingming had no right to kill her, because the Li family backs her no matter what she did. The protagonist brushes that off, saying words mean nothing when strength decides everything. Then he releases his power. His hair turns white, golden lightning wraps around him, and he challenges Li Shinglin and the whole Li family to see if they can really hurt him. The crowd stares in awe, recognizing him as the S-rank genius from Magic City Ability University. They're shocked that a 19-year-old freshman is already Tier 3 high rank, though one person mutters that a genius might still die young today. Li Shinglin laughs at his rank and activates his own power, turning into a huge wolf-like beast with purple eyes. Boasting that he's enough on his own, he says he'll kill the student himself. Wrapped in lightning and gripping his spear, Shou Yunxing charges straight at him. Li Shinglin charges too, mocking him for coming in close and calling it suicide. Their spears collide, and the impact explodes with blinding force. To Li Shinglin's shock, he gets completely overpowered and blasted backward. He smashes into the concrete and tears up the ground as he slides away. In pain and disbelief, Li Shinglin clenches his teeth. He can't understand how Shou Yunxing is stronger than him physically. Dropped to one knee, he realizes how insane this is. As a peak Tier 4 body type user, he should easily overpower a lower-ranked lightning user. Yet, he's the one losing. Golden lightning gathers in MC's hand as he coldly says he normally enjoys dragging fights out, but today he wants this over fast. He unleashes his heavenly lightning, and a giant golden pillar crashes down on Li Shinglin. Li Shinglin roars as the lightning scorches his body. Fear hits him hard. If this keeps going, he'll die. Beaten and shaking on the ground, Li Shinglin finally cries out for his uncle to save him. The older man moves at once, fists bursting into flames as he rushes Xu Jingming. Watching from a distance, the crowd recognizes him as Butler Li Quan, a powerful Tier 5 expert. With that gap in strength, they assume he is finished, but the protagonist calls down heavenly lightning again, sending another deadly bolt onto the already beaten Li Shinglin. Li Quan's face fills with horror, and he screams for his young master. When the dust starts to settle, the crowd is stunned. Shou Yunxing used a second bolt to kill Li Shinglin on the spot. They're amazed by his deadly S-rank power, but confused about how he survived Li Quan's flames. Then the smoke clears, MC is completely unharmed, protected by a blue shield, and notes that he had to use the life-saving item his teacher gave him. Lee Kwon recognizes the barrier as a powerful ancient item, and knows he can't break it easily. He jumps back and decides to contact his master. Using his earpiece, the butler quickly reports the disaster to the Lee family head, confirming that both the young master and young miss were killed near the entrance. That message reaches the Lee family estate. The family head explodes with rage, smashing through the roof of his mansion and launching into the air. In grief and fury, the father screams his son's name. Driven by overwhelming power, he shoots through the sky like a meteor toward the battlefield. Xu Jingming's expression turns serious when he senses a terrifying new presence racing toward him from above. The Lee family head slams into the ground with crushing force, shattering the concrete and blasting out a shockwave. The man glares at him and roars that he crossed the line by killing both his children. Then Lee Konghai swings toward Lee Kwon and blasts him as useless for failing to protect them. Before the butler can react, his master strikes him with a sinister red power. Lee Kwon cries out as the red aura drains his life away, leaving him as a shriveled corpse. With red eyes glowing from the stolen energy, Lee Konghai fixes his stare on Shu and says the boy is next. The protagonist grips his spear tighter, sweat running down his face as he braces for the danger in front of him. Before Lee Konghai can move, a gray-haired man steps in with several guards. It's Wan Gui, the branch master of the Thunder Secret Realm, and he demands to know what Lee Konghai thinks he's doing. The crowd is stunned. Wang Gu is the only Tier 7 Grandmaster here, and with Instructor Wu and other top fighters arriving too, it's clear the whole group came to shield MC. Facing a Tier 7 Grandmaster and a group of experts, Lee Konghai clenches his jaw. He knows he's lost his chance to kill Shu today. Covering his killing intent, Lee Konghai forces himself to calm down and respectfully greets Wang Gui. As things settle, Lu rushes over to him and tells him Lee Konghai won't dare act with the branch master present. Relieved, he thanks him. Wang Gu smiles at the protagonist, saying Instructor Wu already told him about the students' fights, and praising him as outstanding. The protagonist accepts it politely, but someone else is watching in secret, a shadowy figure hidden among the crowd. That person is Bloodkill in disguise. He smiles to himself, thinking it'll be much easier to slaughter everyone with so many important targets gathered together. Wang Gu assures MC that he'll be safe inside the Thunder Secret Realm, and MC thanks him. The crowd starts to relax, thinking the trouble is over, since even an enraged Lee Konghai wouldn't act in front of a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Then the hidden assassin finally makes his move. Dark red energy bursts out as he charges forward, violently knocking bystanders aside. A huge blast of aura tears away his disguise. Wearing a crazed grin, the attacker reveals himself as Bloodkill, a red-robed archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect. He declares that Wang Gu and Shu are both doomed, and the Thunder Secret Realm will be wiped out. Wang Gu is shocked. They're facing a terrifying Tier 8 Grandmaster from that infamous cult. Bloodkill looks at him and admits his talent is monstrous. A high-ranked Tier 3 who can overpower a peak Tier 4 could one day become a martial saint, but he says, his path ends here. Smirking, Bloodkill mocks the protagonist and tells him to call his university's space-type Grandmaster. He's sure she's too far away to teleport over in time. MC barely reacts. More annoyed than scared, he calls out the assassin's arrogance, knowing Bloodkill is badly underestimating Vice Principal Ling Shuang's S-rank space power. With a calm smile, he wonders why his enemies always celebrate too soon. Raising his protective talisman, he decides to give Bloodkill exactly what he asked for. He crushes the talisman in his hand. At once, a huge blue magic circle spreads across the sky above him. From its center, Vice Principal Ling Shuang descends, wrapped in flowing space energy. Everyone is left in awe by the sudden arrival of the university's Tier 8 Grandmaster. Her pressure washes over the area, and relief spreads through the crowd. They finally feel safe. Off to the side, Lee Konghai breaks into a cold sweat. A simple student can summon a Tier 8 Grandmaster, and he's suddenly grateful he didn't attack earlier. One wrong move could have doomed the entire Lee family. Hovering above, Ling Shuang looks down at the assassin and coolly says the Heaven's Mandate sect still lingers like ghosts. Bloodkill is stunned. By what he knows, her teleport range shouldn't be more than 500 kilometers. Ling Shuang reveals she kept her latest breakthrough secret on purpose, knowing the stubborn cult would take the bait. Bloodkill senses her aura and goes pale. She's already reached mid-rank Tier 8. Realizing a B-class ability user can't beat an S-class at this level, the panicked assassin turns and runs. Ling Shuang raises a hand and forms a glowing magic circle, coldly saying it's already too late to escape. A massive hexagonal barrier, the spatial yin-yang domain, instantly surrounds Bloodkill and cuts off his retreat. The giant sphere seals him inside while Ling Shuang controls it from outside. Then, she slashes her hand down and fires a crescent of spatial energy at him. Bloodkill refuses to fall quietly. He unleashes wave after wave of dark red power, shouting that killing him won't be easy. Their powers crash together violently inside the barrier. A moment later, both fighters rush straight at each other. Below, Shu and Wanggu watch from safety as red and blue shockwaves slam into the domain's reinforced walls, keeping the area around them from being destroyed. Seeing the fight will last a while, Wanggu starts directing everyone below. He orders the supervisors and instructor Wu to stay and back up the vice principal, while another group works with the Thunder Martial Arts Hall to evacuate nearby civilians. Wanggu tells the protagonist to leave with Lo for safety, but he politely refuses. MC explains that running now would only make things harder for Ling Shuang. He's sure Bloodkill can't beat her, and even in the worst case, she could teleport him away. On top of that, watching two Tier 8 Grandmasters fight is a rare chance to learn. Half an hour later, the battle ends. Ling Shuang lands lightly on the ruined ground, standing over a battered, exhausted Bloodkill. Out of strength and badly wounded, the assassin drops face first onto the concrete in defeat. Looking at the fallen Grandmaster, Shu starts thinking about his system and how many ability points he might get from killing someone who trained in the God's Blood secret art. Nearby, a sweaty Luo stares in amazement at Vice Principal Ling's overwhelming strength. To him, Bloodkill was trapped and outclassed from the beginning, so his loss was never in doubt. He asks if Lo has ever seen Ling Shuang fight before. Lo says no. She's even harder to find than the university's head principal, then points out how unusually well she treats him, especially after giving him such a precious space talisman. The protagonist lets out a sigh, saying that was his only life-saving item, and now it's gone. Lo laughs and says having even one was already a huge luxury. Does he really expect another? Lo jokes that if she gave him one more, Vice Principal Ling would basically be his personal nanny. Right then, Ling Shuang steps up behind them and calmly asks what they're talking about. Caught in the act, Lo freezes and nervously stammers out a greeting. Ling Shuang ignores the awkward moment and faces MC instead. Warning that the Heaven's Mandate sect is still active, she creates another glowing blue space talisman and hands it to him, telling him to crush it if he's in danger again. MC eagerly takes it, nearly calling her his nanny before stopping himself. Lo can hardly believe it. In his head, he screams that she really gave him another priceless artifact. His joke actually came true. Next, Ling Shuang walks over to Wanggu and gives orders for what comes after. She wants the real details of the battle kept secret, and instead tells him to release false news that she was badly hurt and can't use her space abilities for now. Wanggu agrees at once. Wanggu quickly understands the plan and praises it in his heart. If the Heaven's Mandate sect believes that lie, they may walk right into another trap and lose one more Tier 8 Archbishop. Ling Shuang adds one more order. Shu's battle records must also stay hidden, so no one learns his full strength before the National University League. After that, her attention turns sharply to the Li family. She condemns the Li family for killing over treasure and trying to silence the victim, calling those crimes unforgivable. Then she demands that Li Konghai show himself. A terrified Li Konghai steps forward at once. Ling Shuang scolds him for letting his children run wild and says his own attempt to kill a student is a grave crime. As punishment, she sentences him to 20 years in prison and asks if he accepts it. Li Konghai goes pale, stunned by such a long sentence. Knowing he can't resist a Tier 8 Grandmaster, he drops to his knees, lowers his head and accepts the punishment. The crowd starts whispering about the harsh ruling. Some say the university fiercely protects its students, while others say the Li family caused its own downfall. Watching Li Konghai kneel there broken, Wanggu decides the Li family is finished. Their key members are dead, and with their leader locked away for decades, they have no hope of recovering. After dealing with the Li family, Ling Shuang warns the protagonist to stay alert since the Heaven's Mandate sect may target him again. Seeing she's in a surprisingly good mood, the protagonist cheekily asks if he gets a reward for serving as bait. Nearby, Lo is once again screaming inside, shocked that his junior brother is bold enough to ask a terrifying Tier 8 for a reward. He can only stare in disbelief. What shocks Lo even more is that Ling Shuang doesn't get mad. She actually pauses and calmly asks what kind of reward MC wants. Realizing she took him seriously, Xiao smiles and waves it off, saying he was only joking. He admits he shouldn't be greedy after already getting a second priceless space talisman. Ling Shuang gives a rare faint smile and says it's been a long time since anyone dared to joke with her. Then blue light gathers in her hand, and she reveals she really did prepare something for him. She lifts a glowing pendant and gently offers it to him. The protagonist hesitates. He can tell this blue pendant is far stronger than the Tier 7 talisman his teacher gave him. Ling Shuang confirms it's a Tier 8 talisman that can block an attack from a mid-rank Grandmaster. Since she no longer needs it, she gives it to him as his reward. MC accepts the item and promises his loyalty, but Ling Shuang brushes that aside and tells him to focus on training instead. As Shu straps the new talisman to his wrist, Lu watches in silence, wishing he had one too. Seeing Ling Shuang carry Wanggu through the air, he realizes just how much she cares about Jingming, and decides it's smart to stay on the student's good side. Ling Shuang asks if the protagonist Jingming is done, and suggests they head back to Magic City Ability University for the new semester. He politely says no, he still has something to finish. When she asks how long it will take, he says about 2 more days. To his surprise, Ling Shuang says she'll wait and take him back herself once he's done training. Xu Jingming accepts with a smile, while Zhang Lo can only stare in jealous shock. A top grandmaster is basically treating this student like a personal escort. Later, back at his villa, MC Jingming wakes up in bed, still half asleep, and checks his phone. The moment he sees the time, he jolts awake. He'd slept for 2 whole days, and now only 2 hours are left in the Thunder Secret Realm for him to master Liquid Lightning. He rushes into the hall, then suddenly stops. Ling Shuang is there, floating in meditation inside glowing blue runes. Without even looking back, the vice principal asks if he slept well. Xu Jingming says yes, then hurriedly admits he's almost out of time for his lightning training. Ling Shuang tells him not to worry, there's no time limit anymore. Branchmaster Wang turned his S-class pass into a permanent one, and he quickly thanks her. She explains it wasn't really her doing. Wang Gu made that choice because he values the protagonist's talent. Even so, the protagonist figures the Branchmaster only moved so fast because of her. Ling Shuang agrees, but says Wang Gu still doesn't know MC's real talent is SS rank. If he did, the upgrade would have happened anyway. Then she warns him that the truth will likely come out during the National University League. When Xu asks what he should prepare for, she lists the usual traps: money, power, fame, and women. An SS rank talent hasn't appeared in years, so she tells him not to get distracted. He respectfully says he understands. Ling Shuang adds that out of everything, women worry her the most, because that's the trick foreign forces use most often. Then she steps closer and bluntly says that if the 2 girls around him aren't enough, he should tell her, and she'll handle it herself. That completely throws the protagonist Jingming off. Red-faced, he awkwardly mutters that won't be necessary. Before things get any stranger, Ling Shuang calmly calls to someone outside and invites them in. Both of them turn toward the door. Branchmaster Wang Gu walks in with Zhang Lo. He tells MC that Li Changhai has been locked up, so the Li family won't be a problem anymore. Shai Yanjiaming smiles and sincerely thanks him, not just for dealing with the Li family, but also for upgrading his pass forever. Wang Gu brushes it aside, saying he's only helping the nation's best young talents. Then he adds one more gift: 24 hours on the top floor of the Thunder Tower. Thrilled, he thanks Wang Gu again. Right behind him, Ling Shuang opens a golden teleport gate. She gives him a light push and says she'll take him there herself. Before stepping through, Shai Yanjiaming says goodbye to his senior Zhang La and promises to return to school as soon as training is over. Zhang Lao waves and says he came just to send him off. Wang Gu and Zhang Lao watch the portal flash once and disappear. At the Thunder Tower, huge bolts of green energy slam into the structure. On the highest floor, the protagonist Zhenyem sits cross-legged while fierce golden lightning crashes around him. He can tell the lightning here is far purer, much closer to its source than what he felt on the 100th floor. Reaching out, he pulls the wild lightning into his palm and studies it, trying to grasp its real nature. 17 hours later, it finally works. The scattered sparks in his hand start compressing into a thick, glowing liquid. Shai Yanjiaming opens his eyes and smiles. As the liquid lightning moves across his fingers, he knows he's finally reached the liquefaction stage. He gets up and shapes the liquid lightning into a dense spinning golden ball, noting that throwing it like this would be far more destructive. Wanting to measure his growth, he brings up his holographic status screen. His stats appear, showing his SS rank ability, high vitality and spirit, multiple combat skills, and more than 18,000 ability points. After checking everything, Shai Yanjiam decides 18,000 points still aren't enough to reach Tier 4. So instead, he'll strengthen his techniques and save leveling up for later. He thinks ahead to the National University League survival match, where students hunt beasts. Since plenty of Tier 4 monsters should appear, he sees it as the perfect place to farm points. With that plan set, he spends his points on combat skills and raises his body forging art, the indestructible Thunder Body, to the 5th stage. A huge wave of energy bursts out as his body changes. Feeling the result, he's delighted. That 15,000 point upgrade boosted his vitality by nearly 1,000. Since his body is now much stronger, he decides his offense needs to keep up too, so he also raises his fist technique to master level. To try it out, he steps forward and throws a thunder fist, blasting concentrated golden lightning straight ahead. Looking at the cracked reinforced wall, he smirks. By his estimate, this is enough to one-shot a peak Tier 4 beast and trade blows up close with a Tier 5 monster. Training finished and strength gained, he lets his power settle and heads for the exit. Out in the hallway, he meets Ling Shuang again, and even she looks surprised. She points out that he not only mastered liquefaction, but also strengthened his body at an absurd speed. Keeping his system secret, Shai Yeming says he just got lucky and broke through to the 5th stage of the indestructible Thunder Body. Ling Shuang remembers that his teacher created that technique. She also recalls approving the request for an SS rank Tier 8 Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood essence to help his training. With everything at the Thunder Tower finished, Ling Shuang summons another golden teleport circle, and the two get ready to return to the university. Elsewhere, inside a Gothic castle, Two hooded followers report to the Heaven's Mandate sect leader that Archbishop Bloodkill died at Ling Shuang's hands. Believing the university's fake story, they say Ling Shuang is badly hurt and can no longer protect Xu Jingming, then ask to restart the assassination plan. One eager cultist, bearing jagged teeth, steps forward and vows to kill the young genius himself.